Tonight's story is the mysterious disappearance of Rome's Ninth Legion. But before you settle in, take a moment to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. As the gentle waves lap against ancient stones and the golden light of dusk paints shimmering patterns on tranquil waters, let us journey back through the mists of time to a most remarkable placia, city that seems to float like a dream between sea and sky. This is the story of Venice, La Serenissima, the Most Serene Republic, whose unlikely rise from the marshy lagoons of the Adriatic to become one of history's greatest maritime powers remains one of civilization's most fascinating narratives. Our story begins not with grandeur, but with flight. In the early 5th century, as the once mighty Roman Empire crumbled beneath waves of invasions from the north, desperate refugees from the mainland fled to the scattered islands of the Venetian Lagoon. These marshy, seemingly inhospitable islands offered something precious safety. The shallow, shifting waters that surrounded them created a natural defense against the horsemen of the Huns and later the Lombards, who had overrun their prosperous cities like Aquileia, Padua, and Altinum. Imagine these first Venetians, patrician families and humble fishermen alike, arriving with whatever possessions they could carry, gazing across the misty waters of the lagoon. They saw not desolation but possibility. The islands may have seemed unforgiving mudflats and salt marshes with little fresh water or farmland, but they offered freedom from the chaos that had engulfed the mainland. Here, surrounded by the protective embrace of the lagoon, they would build something entirely new. These early settlers were resourceful people. They drove wooden pilings deep into the clay beneath the water, creating foundations upon which they built their first humble dwellings. They learned to harvest the bounty of the lagoon fish, salt, and later the power of its strategic position. They began to develop the skills that would define Venetian ingenuity for centuries to come: shipbuilding, navigation, and most importantly, trade. The Byzantine Empire, successor to Rome in the east with its glittering capital of Constantinople, maintained control over these lagoon communities initially. Venice developed as an outpost of Byzantine civilization, absorbing its influences in art, architecture, and commerce. The Venetians, ever practical, pledged allegiance to the Byzantine emperors while steadily nurturing their own autonomy and distinctive identity. By the 8th century, the scattered island communities began to coalesce into a more unified entity. According to tradition, in the year 697, the first doge, from the Latin dux, meaning leader, was elected as the head of this emerging state. This unique form of governmental republic led by an elected duke serving for life would become one of Venice's defining characteristics, setting it apart from the monarchies and feudal states that dominated medieval Europe. The Doge ruled not as an absolute monarch, but as the first among equals in an increasingly complex system of councils and assemblies that distributed power among the city's elite families. This oligarchic republic, despite its limitations by modern democratic standards, provided remarkable stability. Venice would maintain its independence and basic governmental structure for over 1,000 years, an almost unparalleled achievement in European history. As the early medieval period progressed, Venice grew in confidence and began to assert its independence from Byzantine oversight. A pivotal moment came in 828, when Venetian merchants smuggled the supposed relics of Saint Mark the Evangelist from Alexandria in Egypt to Venice. This audacious act of pious theft gave the city its patron saint and potent symbol-winged lion, while demonstrating growing Venetian boldness in the Mediterranean world. The Venetians built a magnificent basilica to house these precious relics, which became the spiritual heart of the city. The first church was destroyed by fire, but its replacement, begun in 1063, would evolve into the breathtaking Byzantine-influenced St. Mark's Basilica that still stands today. In the square that bears its name, Its golden mosaics, multiple domes, and rich ornamentation speak to Venice's eastern connections and growing wealth. Adjacent to this sacred space rose the Doge's Palace, center of political power and symbol of Venetian civic pride. These two buildings, sacred and secular, standing side by side at the edge of the broad expanse of water where the Grand Canal meets the lagoon, became the ceremonial heart of the emerging maritime republic. Venice's geography shaped its destiny. Located at the head of the Adriatic Sea, the city occupied a perfect position as an intermediary between the Byzantine East and the European West. The Venetians recognized this advantage early and began to capitalize on it with remarkable determination and skill. By the 9th century, Venetian ships were regularly trading throughout the Adriatic and pushing into the eastern Mediterranean. These early merchants exchanged salt, harvested from the lagoon, fish, and increasingly, European products like timber, metals, and slaves for the luxury goods of the East: silks, spices, precious metals, ivory, and jewels. Venice became the gateway through which the exotic treasures of the Orient flowed into European markets. The Venetians developed specialized vessels for this growing trade. Their merchant galleys combined sail and oar power, making them versatile in the often unpredictable Mediterranean winds. These ships were specially designed to carry valuable cargoes safely and swiftly across potentially dangerous waters. Later, they would develop the great round ships called cogs, capacious vessels that could carry bulk goods in greater quantities. With trade came wealth, and with wealth came power. By the 10th century, Venice had secured important trading privileges from the Byzantine Empire, giving its merchants preferential treatment in Constantinople's markets. These commercial concessions were pivotal to Venice's growing prosperity, allowing its merchants to gain a competitive edge over rival maritime cities. The Venetians were not just traders, but also skilled negotiators and diplomats. They maintained a careful balancing act between East and West, between competing powers, always with an eye toward preserving their commercial interests. Their ambassadors became renowned for their detailed reports to the Senate, providing valuable intelligence that informed Venice's pragmatic foreign policy. As we pause here in our narrative, picture Venice as it might have appeared around the year 1000 CE. The city is taking shape on its islands, the main channels of the Grand Canal and its tributaries, establishing the watery street system that still defines Venice today. The scattered settlements of the early refugees have grown into a unified urban center with a distinct identity. Churches with Byzantine-influenced architecture rise above modest wooden structures, while along the waterfronts, shipyards buzz with activity, building the vessels that will carry Venetian trade ever farther afield. The city teems with the energy of commerce merchants tallying accounts, ships unloading exotic cargoes, craftsmen fashioning raw materials into finished goods. The sound of multiple languages fills the air as visitors from distant lands conduct business, exchange ideas, and marvel at this unusual city that seems to float upon the waters. Venice stands at the threshold of its greatest age. In the centuries to come, the Most Serene Republic will reach heights of commercial dominance, territorial expansion, and cultural achievement that would have seemed impossible to those first refugees seeking shelter in the lagoon's marshy islands. The foundations have been laid: geographical advantage, political stability, commercial acumen, and a pragmatic approach to international relations for what will become one of history's most successful and enduring maritime empires. As the waters of the lagoon reflect the changing light of the evening sky, feel your own breathing become as gentle and rhythmic as the waves that have shaped Venice's destiny. Allow your mind to drift with the currents of history, carrying you through time to witness the continued unfolding of Venice's remarkable story. Like the travelers who have approached Venice by sea for centuries, seeing its towers and domes emerge from the mist, you too are embarking on a journey of discovery, a journey that will continue as our narrative flows onward like the waters that have always been Venice's strength and protection. As the midnight stars reflect in the gentle ripples of the lagoon, our story of Venice continues to unfold, like silk threads from distant lands being woven into a magnificent tapestry. We left our narrative with Venice establishing itself as a promising maritime power around the year 1000 CE. Now, we turn to the remarkable period when this city of water truly came into its own, expanding its influence across the Mediterranean and becoming the dominant commercial empire of its age. The 11th century brought challenges and opportunities that would transform Venice from a regional power into a true maritime empire. The relationship with Byzantium, long the dominant Mediterranean power, was evolving. Venice had secured valuable trading privileges, but chafed under continued Byzantine authority. The Venetians' pragmatic approach to international relations would soon be put to the test. In 1082, in exchange for naval support against the Normans who threatened Byzantine territories, Emperor Alexios I Komnenos granted Venice extraordinary commercial privileges throughout the Byzantine Empire. Venetian merchants were now exempt from customs duties in Byzantine ports, a tremendous competitive advantage over their rivals. They established their own quarter in Constantinople, with its own docks, churches, and bakeries, a city within a city where Venetian law applied. Picture, if you will, the bustling Venetian quarter in Constantinople around this time a vibrant enclave along the Golden Horn, where merchants in distinctive dress conduct their business, where warehouses store precious cargoes from throughout the known world, and where ships bearing the banner of St. Mark load and unload at private wharves. The scent of spices mingles with the salt air, and a babble of languages fills the marketplaces as trade goods change hands in a complex dance of commerce. The relationship between Venice and Byzantium was never simple. It was characterized by mutual dependence tinged with suspicion. The Byzantines needed Venetian naval power, while the Venetians required access to Byzantine markets and trading networks. This uneasy alliance would eventually transform in ways neither power could have anticipated. The late 11th century saw another development that would profoundly impact Venice's fortune at the beginning of the Crusades. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for a holy war to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim rule, launching a movement that would reshape Mediterranean geopolitics for centuries to come. For Venice, the Crusades represented both opportunity and challenge. Initially, Venice was cautious about direct involvement in these military expeditions. While rival maritime cities like Genoa and Pisa eagerly provided transport for the first Crusaders, Venice held back, watching and evaluating. This careful approach was typical of Venetian foreign policy, which always prioritized commercial interests over religious fervor or military glory. By the time of the Fourth Crusade in the early 13th century, however, Venice had recognized the enormous potential for profit and territorial expansion that the Crusades offered. When Crusaders contracted with Venice to provide transport for their expedition to Egypt, the Doge Enrico Dandolo saw an opportunity that would change history. Dandolo, though elderly and blind, was a shrewd statesman who embodied Venetian ambition. When the Crusaders found themselves unable to pay the full amount agreed upon for their transport, he proposed an alternative arrangement. The crusading army would help Venice recapture the rebellious city of Zara on the Dalmatian coast. This diversion of a crusading army against a Christian city shocked many but demonstrated Venice's pragmatic approach to power. What followed was even more extraordinary. Rather than proceeding to Egypt as originally planned, the Fourth Crusade was further diverted to Constantinople itself. In April 1204, the Crusaders and Venetians captured and sacked the great city, bringing the thousand-year Byzantine Empire temporarily to its knees. Venice secured a tremendous prize, 3/8 of the Byzantine Empire, including strategic ports and islands across the eastern Mediterranean. Overnight, Venice transformed from a city-state with trading posts into an empire with colonies. The Lion of St. Mark now flew over Crete, parts of the Peloponnese, many Aegean islands, and portions of Constantinople itself. Most importantly, Venice now controlled a chain of ports and harbors that formed stepping stones across the eastern Mediterranean, creating a maritime empire that has been called a liquid road, connecting Venice to the riches of the East. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this network of Venetian outposts stretching across the azure Mediterranean fortified harbors on sun-baked islands where Venetian galleys could shelter, take on fresh water and supplies, and continue their journeys in relative safety. These colonies were not primarily meant for settlement, but served as commercial way stations in a maritime empire built for trade. The 13th century marked the apex of Venetian commercial power. Venice's merchants now traded extensively throughout the Black Sea, the Aegean, the Eastern Mediterranean, and beyond. They established trading posts as far as Trebizond on the Black Sea and Tana at the mouth of the Don River, gateways to overland routes that stretched to Central Asia and China. Venetian ships carried European wool, timber, metals, and salt eastward, returning laden with silk, cotton, spices, jewels, perfumes, and other luxury goods. The famous account of Marco Polo, a Venetian merchant who traveled to China in the late 13th century and returned with tales of the court of Kublai Khan, exemplifies the far-reaching commercial connections that Venice had established. While scholars debate aspects of Polo's account, there is no question that Venetian merchants were operating at the furthest reaches of the known world, connecting markets and cultures across vast distances. As trade flourished, so did the city itself. The 13th and 14th centuries saw the construction of many of the magnificent palaces that still line the Grand Canal Gothic facades with their distinctive pointed arches and delicate stone tracery, reflecting both Venice's prosperity and its unique cultural position between East and West. The city's population grew to perhaps 100,000, making it one of the largest urban centers in Europe. Venice's commercial system was sophisticated and well-organized. At its heart was the great ship arsenal, the Arsenale, a vast complex of shipyards, armories, and storage facilities where the Republic's merchant and naval vessels were built and maintained. At its height, the Arsenale employed thousands of workers in what has been described as one of the first assembly line production systems in history, capable of producing a fully equipped merchant galley in a single day. The Venetian galleys sailed in convoys known as mude, organized and regulated by the state to maximize security and profit. Different convoys followed established routes to the major trading destinations: Alexandria, Constantinople, the Black Sea ports, and later to England and Flanders. These convoys departed on fixed schedules, their arrivals and departures marking the rhythm of Venetian commercial life. The Republic closely regulated commerce through a complex system of taxes, inspections, and regulations designed to ensure both quality control and state revenue. The state itself was involved in the spice trade and other lucrative ventures, blurring the line between public and private enterprise. Government and business were thoroughly intertwined in Venice, with the same patrician families dominating both spheres. Yet Venice was more than a mere profit-seeking enterprise. It developed a distinctive civic identity that inspired intense loyalty among its citizens. The Republic had its own myths, rituals, and symbols that reinforced Venetian exceptionalism. Chief among these was the annual ceremony of the Marriage of the Sea, when the Doge would sail out in the magnificent state barge, the Bucintoro, and cast a gold ring into the waters, proclaiming, "We wed thee, O sea," as a sign of true and perpetual dominion. This ceremony encapsulated Venice's self-image as a power inextricably linked to the waters that surrounded and sustained it. Venice saw itself as neither fully Eastern nor Western, but as something unique, a maritime republic that had forged its own path and created its own destiny. The 14th century brought new challenges, including the devastating Black Death of 1348, which may have killed as much as 60% of Venice's population. Yet, the Republic showed remarkable resilience, recovering from this demographic catastrophe to continue its commercial dominance. Venice's pragmatism extended to public health, and it pioneered quarantine measures for ships and travelers that helped mitigate the impact of later outbreaks. As our narrative of Venice's commercial empire pauses here, imagine evening falling over the lagoon city. The day's trading is done, and lanterns begin to glow in the windows of warehouses and palaces alike. Gondolas glide silently along the canals, carrying merchants home to their families after a day of calculating profits and planning voyages. In the harbor, ships rock gently at their moorings, holds filled with goods from distant lands, their masts forming a forest of timber against the darkening sky. Feel the gentle rocking motion, like a boat on calm waters, as you absorb this history of a city that dared to build its fortunes on the ever-changing sea. The rise of Venice reminds us that sometimes the most unlikely places, like a cluster of muddy islands in a lagoon, can become centers of wealth, power, and cultural achievement when geography, ingenuity, and determination combine in favorable ways. Let the rhythm of the waves and the distant sounds of a harbor settling for the night lull you toward deeper relaxation. Our journey through Venice's remarkable history continues, but for now, rest in the knowledge that you have witnessed the ascent of one of history's most fascinating commercial empires, built not on conquest alone, but on the patient accumulation of trading privileges, the careful cultivation of naval power, and the creation of a maritime network that connected distant worlds. As the stars shimmer like scattered jewels above the peaceful lagoon, and the gondolas rock gently in their moorings, our journey through Venice's remarkable history continues. We have witnessed the city's unlikely beginnings among the marshes, its rise to commercial prominence, and its golden age as the dominant maritime power of the Mediterranean. Now, as our narrative draws toward its conclusion, we explore how this extraordinary empire faced new challenges, how it gradually relinquished its commercial dominance, and how the legacy of Venetian trade continues to echo through history to the present day. The 15th century brought profound changes to the Mediterranean world that would ultimately transform Venice's position within it. In 1453, Constantinople finally fell to the Ottoman Turks under Sultan Mehmed II, ending the Byzantine Empire that had been Venice's sometimes ally, sometimes rival for centuries. The rise of Ottoman power presented both opportunity and threat to Venetian interests. The pragmatic republic quickly established diplomatic relations with the new masters of the Eastern Mediterranean, securing trading privileges that allowed Venetian commerce to continue despite the changing political landscape. Imagine the tension in the Venetian Senate as news of Constantinople's fall reached the lagoon city. The somber faces of experienced statesmen, many from families that had traded with Byzantium for generations, contemplating what this seismic shift would mean for their commercial networks. Yet true to Venetian character, practicality prevailed over sentiment. If the Ottomans now controlled the Eastern Mediterranean, then Venice would negotiate with the Ottomans. Despite this initial accommodation, the relationship between Venice and the expanding Ottoman Empire would be characterized by recurring conflict. Between 1463 and 1479, the two powers fought the first of several wars that would drain Venetian resources and gradually reduce its territorial holdings in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Republic lost several of its prized possessions, including the island of Negroponte, modern Euboea, and various ports in the Morea, Peloponnese. These losses marked the beginning of a long, slow contraction of Venice's maritime empire. Yet even as Venice faced these external pressures, its economy demonstrated remarkable adaptability. When one trade route became problematic, Venetian merchants developed alternatives. When access to certain markets was restricted, they enhanced their presence in others. The Republic's commercial system, built on centuries of experience and supported by sophisticated financial mechanisms, proved remarkably resilient. The late 15th century also saw a significant reduction in Venice's role as a manufacturer of certain goods. For centuries, Venice had been renowned for its glass production centered on the island of Murano, for its shipbuilding, textiles, and luxury crafts. While these industries continued, their relative importance in the Venetian economy began to decline as more emphasis was placed on Venice's role as an entrepota center for the exchange of goods rather than their production. Picture the warehouses of the Rialto district during this period, still bustling with activity as goods from across the known world passed through Venetian hands. Bales of cotton from Egypt and Syria, spices from the ports of India, silks from the Levant, and furs from the north all found their way to Venice before being redistributed throughout Europe. The Republic remained a crucial nexus in global trade networks, even as its direct control over those networks began to diminish. A profound challenge to Venice's commercial supremacy came not from its Ottoman rivals, but from developments far beyond the Mediterranean. In 1498, the Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama rounded the Cape of Good Hope and reached India, establishing a sea route that bypassed the traditional Mediterranean and overland trade routes that Venice had dominated. This discovery heralded a momentous shift in global commerce, the beginning of Atlantic Europe's rise to commercial prominence at the expense of the Mediterranean powers. The implications of this change were not immediately apparent. The Portuguese spice trade grew slowly, and Venice maintained its position as Europe's principal supplier of Eastern luxury goods well into the 16th century. However, the long-term trajectory was clear. The Mediterranean was no longer the center of European commerce, and Venice's geographical position, once its greatest advantage, was becoming less relevant in a world where oceanic trade routes were ascendant. As though sensing this shift, Venice began to direct more of its energies toward its mainland territories, the terra firma that extended from the lagoon across the fertile plains of the Veneto to the foothills of the Alps. Beginning in the early 15th century, Venice had expanded its mainland holdings, partly to secure food supplies for the city and partly to prevent rival powers from establishing positions that could threaten the lagoon. By the early 16th century, Venice controlled a substantial mainland state that included important cities like Padua, Verona, and Brescia. Visualize the changing landscape of Venetian power. The Republic's energies increasingly focused on administering and defending these mainland territories rather than expanding its maritime empire. The palazzi of the Venetian nobility began to be complemented by elegant villas on the mainland, where patrician families oversaw agricultural estates that became increasingly important to their wealth and status. Despite these adaptations, the 16th century brought serious challenges to Venetian power. In 1508, the League of Cambrian Alliance, including the Pope, the Holy Roman Emperor, the kings of France and Spain, and various Italian states, united with the goal of curbing Venetian power. The Republic faced an existential threat, as its mainland territories were temporarily lost, though through skillful diplomacy, Venice eventually managed to recover most of them. Then, in 1570 to 1573, Venice fought another costly war with the Ottoman Empire, ultimately losing Cyprus, one of its most valuable remaining overseas possessions. The victory of the Holy League, including Venice, Spain, and the papacy, over the Ottoman fleet at Lepanto in 1571 was celebrated as a great Christian triumph, but it did not reverse Venice's territorial losses or the gradual erosion of its position in the eastern Mediterranean. Despite these setbacks, Venice remained prosperous and culturally vibrant throughout the 16th century, the era of Titian, Tintoretto, and Veronese, whose paintings adorned churches and scuole, confraternity buildings throughout the city. The Republic's political stability and sophisticated governmental system continued to function effectively, providing continuity amid the tumultuous politics of Renaissance Italy. Venice's printing industry flourished, making it an important center of the new technology that was transforming the dissemination of knowledge across Europe. As night deepens over the lagoon and the water reflects the gentle light of the moon, imagine Venice in these centuries of gradual transition, still beautiful, still wealthy, still independent, but increasingly aware of its diminishing role on the world stage. There is a certain poignancy in this phase of Venetian history, as the Republic that had once dominated Mediterranean commerce found itself increasingly peripheral to the new global trade networks being established by the Atlantic powers. The 17th and 18th centuries saw Venice's international significance continue to decline, though its internal institutions remained remarkably stable. The Republic's last significant territorial gain came in 1684 when it conquered the Morea during the Great Turkish War, only to lose it again in 1715. Venice participated in its final major conflict, another war with the Ottomans, from 1714 to 1718. By the 18th century, Venice had transformed into something quite different from the aggressive commercial power it had once been. Now it was increasingly known as a city of pleasure and spectacle, famous for its music, theater, gambling, and carnival festivities. The Grand Tour brought wealthy Europeans to marvel at its unique setting and architectural splendors. Venice became, in a sense, a living museum of its former Gloria place, where the achievements of the past were preserved even as the conditions that had made those achievements possible receded into history. The long, independent history of the Most Serene Republic came to an end in 1797 when Napoleon Bonaparte, commanding the armies of revolutionary France, forced the abdication of the last Doge and the dissolution of the ancient Republic. Venice was initially ceded to Austria, then became part of Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy, returned to Austrian control in 1815, and finally joined the unified Kingdom of Italy in 1866. The 1,000-year history of Venetian independence was over. As your breathing deepens and your body relaxes further into comfortable stillness, consider the remarkable legacy of this city that rose from the waters. Venice's commercial empire may have faded, but its imprint on world history remains indelible. The Republic pioneered financial techniques that would become fundamental to modern capitalism's sophisticated banking systems, maritime insurance, forms of limited liability companies, and public debt instruments. Its detailed commercial records and diplomatic reports created an archive of invaluable historical information. Venice's contributions extended far beyond commerce. Its distinctive architecture blending Byzantine, Gothic, and Renaissance elements in a style uniquely its own produced buildings of extraordinary beauty that continue to enchant visitors from around the world. Its painters developed approaches to color and light that transformed European art. Its printers and publishers helped disseminate the ideas of the Renaissance. Its music, from the works of Gabrieli and Monteverdi to the operas performed in its numerous theaters, enriched European cultural life. Perhaps most significantly, Venice offered an alternative model of governance in an age dominated by monarchy and feudalism. Though its republican system was oligarchic rather than democratic, it demonstrated that a state could function effectively without a hereditary monarch, that power could be distributed and balanced among different institutions, and that commercial interests could be aligned with state policy to mutual benefit. As you drift towards sleep, peaceful and at ease, let the waters of the Venetian Lagoon carry your thoughts gently into dreams. Imagine the soft lapping of waves against ancient stones, the quiet passage of a gondola through a narrow canal, the distant sound of bells marking the hours as they have for centuries in this remarkable city. The rise and eventual decline of the Venetian trade empire reminds us that all things change with time, that even the most successful human enterprises eventually give way to new patterns, new powers, new possibilities. There is wisdom in this recognition, a certain peaceful acceptance of the natural rhythms of history that can soothe our modern anxieties about change and impermanence. Venice adapted to changing circumstances for centuries, demonstrating resilience and pragmatism in the face of challenge. From a refuge of frightened people to a commercial superpower to a city of culture and beauty transformation built upon what came before, preserving the essential character of La Serenissima while accommodating the inevitable tides of change. As your consciousness drifts peacefully towards slumber, carry with you these images of Venice, the golden light on tranquil waters, the graceful arches of ancient bridges, the timeless beauty of a city that seems to float between sea and sky. Let the rise and fall of your breath mirror the gentle movements of the lagoon, where for more than 1,000 years, Venetians have built their extraordinary civilization in harmony with the waters that both protected and sustained them. Sleep now comes as gently as evening falls over the Venetian Lagoon, where lights shimmer on the water and stars appear one by one in the darkening sky. Your journey through the history of the Venetian trade empire concludes, but the peaceful waters of sleep await, ready to carry you to dreams perhaps as remarkable as the unlikely story of Venice itself, the city that rose from the waters to touch the stars. In the soft glow of twilight, when the boundary between day and night blurs into gentle hues of amber and indigo, imagine standing amid massive stone structures that rise from the earth like silent sentinels of the cosmos. These are the Jantar Mantars, the Royal Astronomical Observatories of India, where centuries ago visionaries gazed upward with wonder and precision, mapping the celestial dance above. Our story begins in the early 18th century, in a time when the magnificent Mughal Empire was slowly losing its grip on the Indian subcontinent. From this period of transition emerged a remarkable ruler, a warrior and scholar whose passion for the stars would leave an indelible mark on human understanding. This was Maharaja Sawai Jai Singh II, the ruler of Amber, later Jaipur, whose name would become forever intertwined with the heavens. Born in 1688, Jai Singh II ascended to the throne at the tender age of 11. As he matured into his role as a ruler, he developed not only political acumen but also a profound interest in mathematics, architecture, and especially astronomy. The night sky, with its countless stars and planets moving in their eternal patterns, captivated his imagination and intellect alike. During his travels and studies, Jai Singh became increasingly aware of discrepancies in the astronomical tables and calendars being used throughout his kingdom. The existing Islamic Zi, astronomical tables, and Hindu Panchang, calendars, contained inaccuracies that troubled his precise mind. Rather than merely lamenting these errors, the Maharaja resolved to correct them through careful observation and calculation. In 1724, Emperor Muhammad Shah tasked Jai Singh with revising the calendar and creating more accurate astronomical tables. This imperial commission aligned perfectly with the Maharaja's own interests, giving him both the motivation and resources to pursue his astronomical passion on a grand scale. What followed was an unprecedented scientific endeavor that would span decades and multiple cities across northern India. Unlike European astronomers of the time who increasingly relied on telescopes, Jai Singh recognized that the precision instruments of Islamic and European traditions had limitations. Smaller brass instruments were susceptible to bending and warping, introducing errors into careful measurements. In a stroke of genius, the Maharaja conceived of a different approach. He would build immense stone and masonry instruments, so large that even tiny angular measurements could be read with the naked eye. Between 1724 and 1735, Jai Singh constructed 5 magnificent observatories in Delhi, Jaipur, Ujjain, Mathura, and Varanasi. These complexes, known collectively as Jantar Mantars from yantra instrument and mantra formula, represented the pinnacle of naked-eye astronomical observation. Each observatory housed a collection of massive instruments designed to measure time, predict eclipses, track star positions, and chart the celestial paths of the sun, moon, and planets. The most impressive of these observatories was built in Jaipur, the planned city that Jai Singh established as his capital in 1727. Here, amidst the pink sandstone buildings that would give Jaipur its nickname as the Pink City, rose a collection of astronomical instruments of unprecedented scale and beauty. The Jaipur Jantar Mantar contained more than 20 major instruments, each a masterpiece of mathematical precision and architectural wonder. The centerpiece of the Jaipur Observatory is the Samrat Yantra, or Supreme Instrumenta, gigantic equinoctial sundial that stands over 27 meters tall. Its immense triangular gnomon, the part that casts the shadow, rises at a precise angle of 27 degrees, exactly equal to the latitude of Jaipur. The gnomon's hypotenuse runs parallel to the Earth's axis, pointing directly at the celestial North Pole. On either side of this massive gnomon are 2 quadrants, their edges carved with markings that indicate hours, minutes, and even seconds as the shadow of the gnomon moves across them throughout the day. In the soft morning light, you might imagine observers climbing the steps that run along the gnomon's edge, carefully noting the position of its shadow on the curved marble scales below. With this single instrument, they could determine local time to an accuracy of 2 seconds, a remarkable feat in an age before mechanical precision. Nearby stands the Jai Prakash Yantra, perhaps the most conceptually brilliant of all Jai Singh's creations. This instrument consists of 2 hemispherical bowls, partially sunken into the ground, that together form a complete representation of the celestial hemisphere. The surface of each bowl is marked with intricate lines representing celestial coordinates. A suspended metal plate with a small opening allows sunlight to project onto these markings, while at night, an observer could stand on the narrow marble bridges that cross the bowls, sighting celestial objects through the central opening and noting their positions on the markings below. The genius of this instrument lies in its inverse representation of the sky beneath concave bowls mirroring the convex celestial sphere above. Through this elegant solution, Jai Singh enabled his astronomers to make precise measurements of any celestial object visible from Jaipur, creating a complete map of the heavens with remarkable accuracy. Not far from these instruments sits the Ram Yantra, a pair of cylindrical structures that further demonstrate the Maharaja's innovative approach. Each cylinder is open to the sky and contains a central post. The interior floor and walls are marked with scales that allowed astronomers to measure the altitude and azimuth of celestial objects, their height above the horizon, and their compass direction. The twin cylinders provided complementary measurements, ensuring greater accuracy. Were temporarily lost, though through skillful diplomacy, Venice eventually managed to recover most of them. As the sun's golden light shifts across these stone marvels, one can almost hear the quiet conversations of astronomers and mathematicians who once walked these grounds. They would gather in the cool evenings when the heat of the Rajasthani day had subsided to observe the emerging stars and planets. Their patient observations, recorded night after night, season after season, accumulated into a profound understanding of the celestial patterns. Jai Singh himself often participated in these observations, demonstrating his commitment to empirical knowledge. Unlike many rulers who might commission scientific work but remain distant from it, the Maharaja was personally involved in the design of the instruments and the collection of data. His astronomical tables, known as the Zij-e Muhammad Shahi, named in honor of the emperor, represented the culmination of these efforts, a comprehensive guide to the positions and movements of celestial bodies. The observatories also served practical purposes beyond pure astronomy. In an age when time was determined by the sun's position, the precise measurements provided by the jantar mantars helped regulate daily life, religious observances, and agricultural calendars. The prediction of eclipses, considered important omens in Indian tradition, allowed the royal court to prepare appropriate rituals and ceremonies. As twilight deepens into dusk at these ancient observatories, the stone instruments cast long shadows across the grounds. The boundaries between earth and sky seem to blur, just as they did centuries ago when Jai Singh's astronomers gazed upward in wonder. The cool evening breeze whispers through the structures, carrying with it the echoes of a time when understanding the heavens was considered both a scientific pursuit and a spiritual endeavor. The stars begin to emerge in the darkening sky, first the brightest points of light and then gradually the fainter ones, until the celestial dome above is filled with countless twinkling points. These are the same stars that Jai Singh and his scholars observed, the same celestial patterns they so meticulously mapped and recorded. Though centuries have passed, the connection between these stone instruments and the heavens they were built to measure remains unbroken, a testament to human curiosity and ingenuity. As your breathing slows and deepens, imagine yourself standing among these monumental instruments, feeling the smooth stone beneath your fingers, still warm from the day's heat. The vastness of the night sky spreads above you, just as it has for countless generations before. There is a profound tranquility in this continuity, in knowing that the same stars that guided ancient astronomers still shine their gentle light upon us today. As the first light of dawn casts a gentle glow across the horizon, the massive stone instruments of the Delhi Jantar Mantar emerge from darkness. Built before the observatory at Jaipur, this collection of astronomical structures was Maharaja Jai Singh's first venture into monumental astronomy. Here, amid what was then the bustling capital of the Mughal Empire, the visionary ruler began his quest to unlock the mysteries of the celestial realm. The Delhi Observatory was constructed around 1724, nestled near the ancient thoroughfare now known as Janpath. Unlike its more extensive counterpart in Jaipur, the Delhi Jantar Mantar comprised a more modest collection of instruments. Yet what these structures lacked in number, they made up for in innovation and precision. Here, Jai Singh's astronomical vision first took physical form, rising from architectural plans to tangible instruments that could measure the heavens. Among the surviving instruments at Delhi is a smaller version of the Samrat Yantra. Though not as towering as its Jaipur counterpart, this equinoctial sundial still stands as an impressive testament to mathematical precision. Its triangular gnomon casts moving shadows across graduated marble scales, marking the passage of time with remarkable accuracy. As morning progresses, you might imagine court astronomers noting the position of the shadow, calculating not just the hour but the exact minute of the day. Nearby stands the Misra Yantra, a composite instrument unique to the Delhi Observatory. This fascinating structure combines multiple astronomical functions into a single instrument, measuring the shortest and longest days of the year, determining the exact moment of noon in various cities around the world, and even establishing the latitude of Delhi itself. The elegant curves and precise angles of the Misra Yantra reflect the sophisticated understanding of spherical astronomy that Jai Singh and his scholars possessed. While the Delhi Observatory marked the beginning of Jai Singh's astronomical project, his vision extended far beyond a single location. Understanding that different latitudes offered different views of the celestial sphere, the Maharaja established observatories in multiple cities across northern India. This network of observatories allowed for comparative observations and greater accuracy in the resulting astronomical tables. The observatory at Ujjain holds particular significance in this network. Located in what is now Madhya Pradesh, Ujjain was an ancient center of astronomical study in India. Traditional Hindu astronomy had long recognized the importance of this location, which lies very close to the Tropic of Cancer. The city was considered to sit on the prime meridian in many classical Indian astronomical works, making it an ideal location for one of Jai Singh's observatories. At Ujjain, the Maharaja built instruments similar to those at Delhi and Jaipur, though adapted to the specific latitude of the site. Here, the samrat, yantra, and other instruments were used to make observations that could be compared with those from the other observatories, allowing astronomers to verify their calculations and refine their understanding of celestial mechanics. The observatories at Mathura and Varanasi completed this remarkable network. Though less well-preserved than their counterparts in Delhi and Jaipur, these sites nonetheless played crucial roles in Jai Singh's comprehensive astronomical project. Varanasi, with its ancient tradition as a center of learning and spirituality, was a particularly fitting location for an observatory that bridged scientific inquiry and cosmic understanding. What makes these observatories truly remarkable is not just their impressive scale or even their precision, but the cultural and intellectual context in which they were created. Jai Singh's astronomical endeavors represented a fascinating blend of traditions and knowledge systems drawing from ancient Hindu astronomy, medieval Islamic astronomical techniques, and contemporary European approaches. The Maharaja was a true cosmopolitan intellectual. He dispatched scholars to foreign lands to study astronomical developments and invited knowledgeable visitors to his court. He collected and studied astronomical works from diverse traditions, including Ptolemy's classical texts, Ulugh Beg's Islamic astronomical tables, and the more recent findings of European astronomers like John Flamsteed and Philippe de la Hire. This openness to multiple traditions allowed Jai Singh to create something truly innovative. While European astronomy had largely shifted to telescopic observation by this time, the Maharaja recognized that naked eye astronomy, when conducted with sufficiently large and stable instruments, could still achieve remarkable precision. His stone instruments combined the theoretical sophistication of Islamic astronomical traditions with the practical ingenuity of Indian craftsmanship, all informed by his awareness of European developments. The observatories also reflected the unique moment in history in which they were built. The early 18th century was a period of transition in India as the Mughal Empire gradually weakened and regional powers like Jai Singh's Rajput kingdom gained greater autonomy. It was also a time when traditional knowledge systems encountered new ideas through increased global contact. The Jantar Mantars embody this historical moment, standing at the intersection of ancient wisdom and modern inquiry, of royal patronage and scientific purpose. Life at these observatories followed the rhythm of the celestial bodies they were built to observe. Astronomers and mathematicians would gather in the cool of the evening as the stars began to appear. Using the massive instruments, they would carefully note the positions of planets, track the movements of stars, and observe unusual phenomena like comets and eclipses. During the day, sundials and other instruments allowed for solar observations, while nights were devoted to mapping the broader celestial landscape. The practical work of observation required both patience and precision. An astronomer might spend hours positioning himself exactly to sight a particular star, then carefully record its coordinates using the graduated scales on the instruments. These individual observations, collected night after night, would gradually build into comprehensive star charts and astronomical tables. The work demanded not only technical skill but also a capacity for wonderer recognition of the profound patterns revealed in the night sky. Jai Singh himself often participated in these observations, demonstrating that he was not merely a patron of astronomy but a practicing astronomer in his own right. Contemporary accounts describe the Maharaja spending long hours at his observatories, engaged in careful measurement and calculation. His direct involvement ensured that the work proceeded according to his exacting standards and reflected his personal understanding of astronomical principles. As the royal astronomer, Jai Singh employed both Hindu and Muslim scholars who worked collaboratively despite differences in their astronomical traditions. Hindu Jyotisha, astronomy and astrology, had developed sophisticated mathematical models over centuries, while Islamic astronomy brought precise observational techniques and trigonometric methods. At the Jantar Mantars, these traditions merged and evolved, creating a uniquely Indian approach to understanding the cosmos. The results of this collaborative effort were compiled in the Jai Muhammad Shahi, Jai Singh's Astronomical Tables. Named in honor of the Mughal Emperor Muhammad Shah, these tables provided detailed information on the positions and movements of the sun, moon, planets, and stars. They included methods for calculating eclipses, determining planetary conjunctions, and establishing accurate calendars for both civil and religious purposes. Beyond their scientific significance, the observatories also served important cultural and political functions. For Jai Singh, astronomy was not merely an intellectual pursuit, but also a means of demonstrating his erudition and legitimizing his rule. By mastering the movements of the heavens, he positioned himself as a ruler in harmony with cosmic order, a king whose authority was reflected in the very stars above. The observatories also played a practical role in everyday life. In an age before standardized time, the accurate measurements provided by instruments like the Samrat Yantra helped regulate daily activities and religious observances. Agricultural calendars, so crucial in an agrarian society, could be established with greater precision, determining the best times for planting and harvesting. Even the prediction of monsoons, vital for Indian agriculture, was tied to astronomical observations. As evening deepens into night at these ancient observatories, one can sense the weight of history embedded in the stone instruments. The marble surfaces, worn smooth by centuries of touch, reflect the soft moonlight. The quiet darkness that surrounds the massive structures seems to enhance their connection to the night sky, as if the space between the instruments and the stars they were built to measure has somehow contracted. The gentle night breeze carries the fragrance of jasmine and neem, plants that have grown in these regions for centuries. The same breeze might have cooled the brows of astronomers long ago as they gazed upward, charting the pathways of planets and stars. There is a timelessness to this scene, the eternal movements of celestial bodies observed from the solid foundation of Earth. As you imagine yourself standing amid these monumental instruments, feel the cool stone beneath your palms, still retaining the memory of the day's warmth. Above, the vast canopy of stars spreads in all directions, each point of light a sun unto itself, possibly surrounded by worlds we can only imagine. The same stars that guided ancient travelers, inspired poets, and challenged astronomers now shine down upon you with steady, twinkling light. Let your breathing slow and deepen as you contemplate this connection between earth and sky, between the tangible stone instruments and the intangible celestial bodies they were designed to track. There is a profound peace in recognizing our place within this cosmic dance, tiny observers on a small planet, yet capable of comprehending the grand patterns of the universe. As moonlight bathes the stone instruments in its silver glow, the observatories of Jai Singh take on an almost ethereal quality. Time seems to slow here, the hurried pace of the world giving way to the stately rhythms of the cosmos. The stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, following the same celestial dance they performed for the astronomers who once worked among these quiet structures. The legacy of Maharaja Jai Singh's astronomical vision extended far beyond his lifetime. Though he passed away in 1743, the scientific tradition he established continued to influence Indian astronomy for generations. His son, Maharaja Madho Singh I, maintained the observatories and continued the astronomical work his father had begun. The astronomical tables created at these observatories remained in use well into the 19th century, guiding calculations of time, seasons, and celestial events. Yet, as the political landscape of India changed with the rise of British colonial power, the observatories gradually fell into disuse. Without royal patronage and amid shifting scientific paradigms, the massive stone instruments stood increasingly silent. By the early 19th century, many had fallen into disrepair, their precise scales weathered by monsoon rains and summer heat. Some were partially dismantled, their materials repurposed for other constructions. It was not until the late 19th and early 20th centuries that renewed interest in these remarkable structures emerged. Scholars and historians began to recognize their historical and scientific significance, not merely as curious relics, but as sophisticated astronomical instruments that represented a unique chapter in the global history of science. Restoration efforts began, particularly at the Delhi and Jaipur observatories, gradually returning the instruments to something approaching their original condition. Today, the Jantar Mantars stand as monuments to human ingenuity and cosmic curiosity. The Jaipur Observatory, the best preserved of the five, was recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2010, acknowledging its outstanding universal value. Visitors from around the world now walk among these massive instruments, marveling at their scale and precision, and connecting to a tradition of naked-eye astronomy that stretches back to the earliest human civilizations. As you rest and breathe deeply, imagine the gentle touch of evening air against these enduring stone structures. Feel the rhythm of your breathing align with the steady movement of shadows across the observatory's marble scales. There is a profound tranquility in this alignment, your breath, the instruments, and the cosmos moving together in harmonious synchronicity. The story of these observatories reminds us of humanity's enduring fascination with the night sky. From ancient stargazers who saw deities and myths written in the constellations to modern astronomers probing distant galaxies with powerful telescopes, we have always looked upward with wonder. The massive instruments of the Jantar Mantars represent one remarkable chapter in this ongoing story, a moment when art, science, mathematics, and spirituality converged in structures of stone and mortar. As the heaviness of sleep begins to settle over you, consider how the stars observed from these observatories have witnessed the entirety of human history. The light that reaches us tonight from distant stars began its journey long ago, passing through the vast, quiet emptiness of space. Some of these same photons might have fallen upon the instruments at Jaipur or Delhi centuries ago, recorded by patient astronomers in their careful measurements. The cosmic perspective offered by astronomy often brings a sense of peace. Our daily concerns, which can seem so pressing and immediate, fade against the backdrop of stellar lifespans measured in millions of years. The slow dance of galaxies, the patient orbit of planets, the eternal cycling of stars being born and dying all, remind us that there is a larger rhythm to existence, a deeper pattern that holds all of life's momentary urgencies. Breathe deeply now, and imagine standing at the foot of the great Samrat Yantra in Jaipur as twilight deepens into night. Feel the cool stone beneath your feet, solid and reassuring. The day's heat radiates gently from the marble surfaces as the air grows progressively cooler. Around you, the massive instruments stand in silhouette against the darkening sky, their precise angles and curves creating a geometry that mirrors the mathematics of the cosmos itself. As the first stars appear, twinkling softly in the velvet darkness, you might notice how the Dhruva Darshak Padakatha small North Star indicator points unerringly toward Polaris, the current North Star. For centuries, this humble instrument has maintained its faithful alignment with that distant point of light, a constant amid the turning of the world. There is reassurance in such constancy, a gentle reminder that some things remain steadfast even as others change. The night grows deeper, and more stars reveal themselves, creating patterns recognized by cultures throughout human history. The astronomers who once worked here knew these patterns intimately, the route of the zodiac through which the sun, moon, and planets travel, the seasonal appearance and disappearance of certain stars, the subtle changes in the length of days and nights throughout the year. Their patient observations accumulated into wisdom that guided agricultural calendars, religious festivals, and navigation. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine how the quality of darkness has changed since Jaising's time. In the 18th century, without electric lights to drown out the fainter stars, the night sky would have been ablaze with countless points of light. The Milky Way or home galaxy seen from within would have stretched across the heavens like a luminous river, its gentle glow illuminating the observatories below. This is the sky as our ancestors knew it, rich with detail and depth that modern city dwellers rarely experience. The astronomers of old understood something that we sometimes forget in our brightly lit modern world, that darkness has its own beauty and value. In darkness, the stars reveal themselves. In darkness, the eyes adjust to see fainter lights and subtler distinctions. In darkness, the mind can turn inward, finding its own patterns and rhythms that echo those of the cosmos. As sleep approaches, embrace this gentle darkness as a natural state, a necessary complement to light. Breathe slowly now, feeling your body grow heavier and more relaxed with each exhalation. Just as the stone instruments of the observatories remain firmly rooted to the earth while measuring the movements of the heavens, allow yourself to sink more deeply into restful comfort while your mind drifts among the stars. The precise angles and measurements that make the Jantar Mantars such remarkable scientific instruments also give them a profound aesthetic beauty. Their clean lines and geometric forms create a sense of order and harmony. There is a meditative quality to these structures, their careful orientation to the cardinal directions, their accurate alignment with celestial poles and planes, their mathematical proportions that reflect cosmic relationships. This ordered beauty can guide your thoughts toward peaceful contemplation as sleep draws nearer. Consider the patience of the astronomers who once worked at these observatories. Night after night, they would observe and record, building up patterns of data over months and years. A single observation meant little. It was the accumulation and comparison of many observations that revealed the deeper truths they sought. There is wisdom in this patient approach that we might apply to our own lives, understanding that meaningful patterns emerge not in moments but across the fullness of time. As your thoughts become more diffuse and dreamlike, picture the observatories under a blanket of stars. The stone instruments rest in peaceful silence, their work of measuring the heavens temporarily paused as night deepens toward midnight. The marble surfaces reflect the starlight in a soft, luminous glow. A gentle breeze moves through the complex, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers and distant spices. The rhythm of your breathing has slowed now, becoming deeper and more regular, like the steady movement of celestial bodies across the night sky. With each inhalation, imagine drawing in the peaceful stillness of the observatories. With each exhalation, release any remaining tension or thoughts that might disturb your journey towards sleep. The stars continue their eternal movement overhead, gradually shifting position as the Earth turns on its axis. This movement, so slow as to be almost imperceptible in a single moment, becomes clear over the course of hours, just as the gradual approach of sleep becomes apparent, not in an instant, but in the gentle progression from wakefulness to slumber. Maharaja Jaising understood that accurate measurement required both precision and patience. The instruments he designed embodied these qualities, their massive scale ensuring precision, their fixed positions enabling patient observation over time. As sleep approaches, allow yourself to embrace these same qualities: precision in creating the right conditions for rest, patience in allowing sleep to arrive in its own time. The stone instruments of the observatories have witnessed countless nights, countless stars, countless observers who came to study the heavens. They have endured through centuries of weather, political changes, and shifting scientific paradigms. There is a reassuring permanence to these structures, a solidity that connects us to those who came before and those who will come after. As you drift closer to sleep, feel yourself held within this continuity, this unbroken chain of human wonder at the night sky. The stars that shine above the Jantar Mantars tonight are the same stars that have guided humanity throughout our existence. They have been constant companions on our journey, inspiring myth, science, art, and philosophy. Though we understand them differently now than in Jai Singh's time, knowing them to be distant suns rather than fixed points on a celestial sphere, their beauty and mystery remain undiminished. As sleep gently enfolds you, carry with you the image of these magnificent observatories standing silent beneath the stars. Like sentinels of stone, they maintain their patient vigil, connecting earth and sky, the tangible and the infinite, the fleeting moment and the eternal cosmos. Let this image be the last in your mind as you drift into dreams, where perhaps you too will journey among the stars that have fascinated humanity since we first looked upward with wonder. Sleep now, as peacefully as the stone instruments rest beneath the canopy of night. Sleep now, as the stars continue their measured dance across the heavens. Sleep now, held in the gentle embrace of cosmic rhythms that have cradled humanity since our earliest days. Sleep, and perhaps dream of massive stone arcs reaching toward the sky, their shadows moving slowly across ancient markings, measuring time in the patient language of the stars. In the fading golden light of autumn in the year 218 BCE, a most extraordinary sight could be witnessed along the banks of the Rhone River in southern Gaul. A vast army stood gathered: Carthaginian warriors, Numidian horsemen, Iberian foot soldiers, and most remarkably, a collection of war elephants, their massive forms silhouetted against the setting sun. At the head of this diverse force stood a young general of just 29 years, his eyes fixed eastward toward the imposing wall of the Alps, a barrier between him and his ultimate goal, Rome itself. This was Hannibal Barca, perhaps the most daring military commander the ancient world would ever know. Born in 247 BCE to the noble Barca family of Carthage, Hannibal had been raised from childhood with one purpose instilled in his heart: vengeance against Rome. His father, Hamilcar Barca, a distinguished general during the First Punic War, had made his young son swear an oath by the gods of Carthage that he would never be a friend to Rome. This solemn childhood vow now propelled Hannibal toward one of history's most audacious military endeavors: to lead an army, including these magnificent war elephants, across the seemingly impassable Alps in late autumn, surprising the Romans by attacking from the north rather than the expected sea route. As the evening breeze stirred through the camp, Hannibal walked among his men, his presence bringing confidence to those who would follow him into the unknown. The firelight cast warm patterns across the faces of soldiers from many lands: Libyans, Numidians, Spaniards, Gauls, all united under the banner of Carthage. The gentle sounds of their various languages mingled with the soft rumbling of the elephants, creating a tapestry of sound that floated upward toward the emerging stars. The elephants, primarily North African forest elephants, smaller than their Indian cousins but still formidable in battle, were tended to with special care. These intelligent creatures had been Hannibal's companions since his campaigns in Iberia, trained to charge enemy lines, creating chaos and terror among those who had never faced such beasts in warfare. Their handlers moved among them now, speaking in soft, reassuring tones, offering water and feed, knowing the challenges that lay ahead for these animals accustomed to warmer climes. The journey that had brought Hannibal to this moment had already been remarkable. After inheriting command of the Carthaginian forces in Spain following his brother-in-law's assassination, Hannibal had consolidated power and then made his fateful decision. Rather than waiting for Rome to attack Carthage again, he would take the fight directly to the Italian peninsula. His army had marched from New Carthage, modern-day Cartagena in Spain, along the Mediterranean coast, crossing the Pyrenees and making allies with various Gallic tribes hostile to Roman expansion. Now, as the chill of evening settled over the camp, Hannibal gathered his commanders in his tent, the warm glow of oil lamps casting long shadows on the fabric walls. Maps were spread before them, crude but valuable representations of the alpine passages that lay ahead, information gathered from local guides and traders who knew the mountain paths. The generals' faces were solemn as Hannibal outlined what awaited them: treacherous narrow paths, potential ambushes from mountain tribes, the threat of avalanches, and most formidable of all, the approaching winter with its biting cold and blinding snowstorms. "We face not just the Romans," Hannibal told his officers, his voice calm and measured, "but nature itself. The mountains do not care about our cause or our courage. They will challenge every man and beast equally. But what seems impossible to others is merely difficult for us, and what is difficult can be overcome with determination." As dawn broke the following morning, the camp stirred to life, with the soft, golden light illuminating a landscape of autumn beauty. The nearby trees displayed a tapestry of amber, russet, and gold, their final splendor before winter would strip them bare. The river flowed with a gentle persistence, its surface occasionally broken by jumping fish, unaware of the historical moment unfolding along its banks. Hannibal's scouts returned with reports of the mountain passes ahead and news that local Allobroge's tribesmen controlled many of the routes. Diplomatic gifts were exchanged with tribal leaders, temporary alliances formed, though Hannibal remained wary. His experience had taught him that mountain peoples could be as changeable as the weather in their high domains. The march toward the foothills began with a steady rhythm, the measured tread of thousands of feet, the clinking of armor, the creaking of supply wagons, and the heavy, deliberate steps of the elephants. The air grew noticeably cooler as they gained elevation, the vegetation changing subtly with each mile. Hannibal rode among his troops, often dismounting to walk alongside common soldiers, listening to their stories, sharing meals from their cook fires, earning their devotion through his willingness to endure the same hardships. In these early stages of the Alpine crossing, a sense of wonder overtook many in the army who had never seen mountains of such magnitude. The towering peaks ahead, some already crowned with early snow, seemed to touch the heavens themselves. The air grew thinner, sharper in the lungs, crystalline in its clarity. Sounds carried differently here. Birds' call might echo unexpectedly between rocky walls, while the rushing of distant waterfalls created a constant backdrop of gentle music. Evenings in the foothills brought a special kind of peace. As the sun sank behind western peaks, it painted the eastern mountains in hues of rose and gold, a spectacle that caused even hardened soldiers to pause in appreciation. The stars emerged with a brilliance unknown in lowland regions, seeming close enough to touch in the rarefied air. Around campfires, men shared stories of home, of families left behind in Carthage, in Numidia, in Iberia, places that seemed increasingly distant as they ventured into this vertical world. The elephants adapted to the gentle slopes with surprising agility, their broad feet finding secure purchase on the rocky terrain. Their handlers remained ever vigilant, however, knowing that the true test would come with steeper ascents. Each evening, special attention was paid to examining the great beast's feet for injuries, to ensuring they were well fed and watered, to to speaking soothingly to them as the unfamiliar mountain winds whistled through the passes. Hannibal's spies brought word that the Romans were still unaware of his chosen route, expecting a coastal approach by sea or through easier passes far to the east. This news brought a rare smile to the general's normally stern countenance. The element of surprise remained his crucial advantage against Rome's superior numbers. As the army penetrated deeper into the foothills, the paths narrowed and steepened. What had been a wide column of march now stretched out into a thin, vulnerable line. Hannibal ordered his most trusted Numidian cavalry to scout ahead and guard the flanks, wary of ambush. The going was slower now, the rhythm of the march broken by difficult terrain that required careful navigation, especially for the supply wagons and elephants. The beauty of the mountains remained ever-present crystalline streams tumbling over moss-covered rocks, alpine meadows still showing the last flowers of the season, eagles soaring on thermal currents high above. But beauty in these heights came with danger. The weather could change with frightening rapidity, sunny skies yielding to thick fog or driving rain within moments. The path itself might suddenly crumble away beneath unwary feet, sending men and supplies tumbling into ravines below. Yet, despite these challenges, a sense of purpose and even pride infused the army. They were accomplishing what many had deemed impossible, advancing yard by yard into terrain that nature seemed to have designed specifically to repel human intrusion. Each evening, as they established camp at higher elevations, men could look back at the distance they had covered, the lowlands now a patchwork of diminishing detail far below, and feel the satisfaction of tangible progress. Hannibal moved constantly among his troops during this phase, his presence a talisman against doubt and fatigue. He seemed to possess an inexhaustible energy, attending to logistical matters, consulting with guides about the path ahead, settling disputes among soldiers of different nationalities, always projecting an unshakable confidence that infused his entire force. As they approached the tree line, where the forest began to thin and give way to the true alpine landscape, the first serious test came in the form of an ambush. Local tribesmen, perhaps sensing opportunity in the stretched-out column, attacked a vulnerable section of the baggage train. The response was immediate. Hannibal's veterans formed defensive positions with practiced efficiency, while Numidian cavalry circled around to flank the attackers. The skirmish was brief but fierce, the mountain silence broken by the clash of weapons, the shouts of men, the trumpeting of alarmed elephants. When it ended, the attackers melted back into the landscape they knew so intimately, but they left behind valuable lessons. Hannibal ordered changes to the marching formation, placing his most experienced troops at vulnerable points, establishing more rigorous scouting protocols. That evening, as the army camped below the true ascent that would begin the next day, Hannibal called together his officers once more. The maps were consulted again, reports from scouts evaluated, the condition of men, animals, and supplies assessed with meticulous care. The real challenge lay ahead: steeper paths, narrower defiles, the likelihood of snow and ice, the certain hostility of tribes who controlled the high passes. As darkness settled over the camp, a peculiar hush fell, the quiet of anticipation, of men confronting their private fears while maintaining a public courage. The mountains loomed as dark silhouettes against a star-strewn sky, their upper reaches already lost in cloud. Tomorrow would begin the true test, the ascent that would determine whether Hannibal's daring strategy would succeed or fail, whether his name would be recorded in history as a military genius or a foolhardy commander who led his army to destruction. In the stillness of his tent, Hannibal reviewed once more the intelligence about Roman positions in the Po Valley on the Italian side of the Alps. If his army could survive the crossing, they would descend upon the rich plains of northern Italy with the advantage of surprise, striking before Rome could fully mobilize its considerable resources. It was a gamble of the highest order, but one calculated with the precision that characterized all of Hannibal's military thinking. Outside, the gentle sounds of the camp settling for the night created a soothing backdrop, the murmur of conversations winding down, the soft nickering of horses, the occasional trumpeting of an elephant, the rustle of the evening breeze through alpine firs. These sounds gradually diminished as sleep claimed the exhausted army, men finding what comfort they could on the hard, cold ground, drawing cloaks and blankets tight against the mountain chill. And so the first stage of one of history's most remarkable military journeys neared its end, with the most challenging sections still ahead. Hannibal's army had proven its resilience thus far, but the true measure of their determination would be taken in the days to come, as they ventured into the highest reaches of the Alps, where even in autumn, winter held an early domain. The elephants, those extraordinary beasts of war who had already traveled so far from their native lands, would face environments utterly foreign to their nature. How many would survive to descend into Italy remained an open question, one that only the mountains themselves would answer. As Hannibal's army ventured into the higher reaches of the Alps, the world around them transformed into an increasingly alien landscape. The tree line fell away behind them, replaced by wind-sculpted rock and patches of hardy alpine vegetation. The air grew noticeably thinner, each breath visible as a cloud of vapor in the cold morning light. The paths narrowed further, sometimes barely wide enough for the elephants to navigate, their handlers guiding them with gentle, reassuring words that carried on the crystalline mountain air. The true hardships of the journey now revealed themselves. In these higher elevations, autumn had already surrendered to winter's early grasp. Patches of ice made footing treacherous on steep inclines. Sudden squalls brought stinging snow that reduced visibility to mere feet, forcing the army to halt and huddle together for warmth. The cold penetrated clothing designed for Mediterranean climates, numbing fingers and toes, making every movement an exercise in determination. Yet even in these harsh conditions, moments of breathtaking beauty presented themselves. When storms cleared, the panorama that stretched before them seemed to encompass half the world-endless waves of mountain peaks extending to the horizon, valleys filled with morning mist appearing as lakes of cloud, the distant glint of actual lakes reflecting the sky's deep blue. The light at these altitudes possessed a clarity unknown in lowlands, revealing colors and details with supernatural sharpness. The elephants struggled most with the cold and the steepness of the terrain. These magnificent creatures, native to North Africa's warmer climes, had no natural defense against alpine temperatures. Their handlers fashioned makeshift coverings from whatever materials could be spared, draping the animals with cloaks and blankets during rest periods. Despite these efforts, several elephants succumbed to the conditions, their massive forms left behind on narrow mountain ledges, solemn monuments to the army's passage. As the army approached the highest pass, they encountered the most treacherous section yet, a path along a sheer cliff face, partially collapsed from a recent landslide. Here, Hannibal's engineering genius manifested. He ordered his men to construct a makeshift road, cutting timber from the sparse trees that still grew at this elevation, building up the collapsed section with rocks and earth, reinforcing it with wooden supports. The work was slow, each man laboring in the thin air that made even simple tasks exhausting. For 3 days they worked, improving the path inch by difficult inch, while supplies dwindled and the cold claimed more lives each night. Hannibal moved among his men constantly, sharing their labor, their meager rations, their discomfort. His presence sustained morale when nature itself seemed determined to defeat them. When the path was finally complete enough for passage, the crossing began with extreme caution, horses and elephants picking their way along the precipice, eyes fixed on the path immediately before them, refusing to acknowledge the dizzying drop just inches away. It was during this crossing that one of the most legendary episodes occurred. An elephant, startled by a falling rock, panicked on the narrow path. Its handler, a man who had raised the beast from a calf, spoke soothingly, pressing his forehead against the animal's trunk in a gesture of absolute trust. Gradually, the elephant calmed, its breathing slowing, its massive form relaxing enough to continue the precarious journey. Those who witnessed this moment of connection between man and animal would recount it for years to come, to testament to the bonds that sustained this remarkable expedition. When they finally reached the summit of the pass, a rare moment of clear weather granted them their first view of Italith, lush Po Valley spread out far below, a green promise after the barren rock and ice they had endured. Hannibal gathered his officers and many of his men, gesturing toward the vista before them. "There," he said simply, "lies our battlefield and our victory." The men cheered, their voices echoing among the peaks, carrying their determination to the very gods themselves. The descent, while offering the psychological advantage of heading toward their goal, presented its own unique challenges. Paths were slippery with ice and snow, the downward slope creating constant pressure on knees and ankles already weakened by cold and fatigue. Controlling the elephant's descent required exceptional skill from their handlers, preventing the great beasts from gathering too much momentum on steep inclines. As they dropped in elevation, the landscape gradually softened. Alpine meadows appeared, then scattered groves of hardy trees, eventually giving way to more extensive forests. The air grew warmer, richer with the sense of soil and vegetation. Men who had huddled in frozen misery just days before now removed cloaks, turned faces toward the strengthening sun, felt life returning to limbs long numbed by cold. Wildlife reappeared, birds flitting among branches, the occasional deer bounding away at their approach. The sounds of the mountain changed from the hollow whistle of wind over barren rock to the complex symphony of a living, force-rustling leaves, chirping insects, flowing streams freed from ice. This transition heartened the army, every sign of returning life a promise that their ordeal was nearing its end. The final days of the descent brought increasing evidence of human habitation, carefully managed forest groves, occasional hunting camps, crude shelters used by shepherds in summer months. Hannibal sent scouts ahead to make contact with the Gallic tribes of northern Italy, potential allies against Rome. Reports returned of villages preparing to welcome them, of cattle being gathered for feasting, of local warriors eager to join their ranks against the common enemy. When at last they reached the foothills proper, emerging from the shadow of the mountains onto the plains of northern Italy, the transformation was complete. The army that had entered the Alps numbered approximately 50,000 men and 37 elephants. The force that descended into Italy had been reduced to roughly 20,000 fighting men, and reportedly only a single surviving elephant, though historical accounts vary, with some suggesting as many as 7 elephants survived the crossing. Yet those who remained were tempered by their ordeal, bound together by shared suffering and triumph over seemingly impossible obstacles. They had accomplished what the Romans had deemed unthinkable, crossing the Alps at the onset of winter with a force that included war elephants. The strategic surprise was, complete Roman forces were still positioned to defend against a coastal approach, leaving northern Italy vulnerable to Hannibal's audacious maneuver. As evening settled over their first camp on Italian soil, an unusual tranquility pervaded the atmosphere. Men sat in circles, sharing food and wine obtained from local villages, recounting the hardships they had overcome, honoring the memory of those who had not survived the crossing. The elephants, those few who had endured, were given special care extra feed, thorough examinations by handlers, warm blankets for the night. These animals had become symbols of the army's resilience, their very presence a reminder of the extraordinary journey completed. Hannibal moved through the camp, accepting the gratitude of his men with quiet dignity. He knew that while a significant victory had been achieved in crossing the Alps, the true test still lay ahead. The campaign against Rome would require all the cunning, courage, and determination that had brought them through the mountains. But tonight, at least, was for rest and recovery, for drawing deep breaths of warmer air, for sleeping without the bite of alpine cold. As the camp settled for the night, the sounds of men finding their way to well-earned rest created a gentle rhythm. Conversations softened, laughter faded, breathing deepened and slowed. The background murmur of the nearby river provided a soothing constant, its waters flowing from the very mountains they had conquered, carrying their story onward toward the sea. Now, as you listen to this tale of extraordinary determination, feel your own breathing finding a steady, peaceful rhythm. Like the soldiers in Hannibal's army reaching the safety of the Italian plains, allow your body to release any tension it holds. Notice how your shoulders can soften, how your limbs can feel both heavy and comfortable against the surface supporting you. The journey across the Alps was marked by constant movement, constant vigilance, constant effort. But now, like those weary soldiers, you can embrace stillness, surrendering to the deep rest that follows accomplishment. Each breath you take brings you deeper into this restful state. Each exhalation carries away any remaining tension or concerns. Imagine the starlight that shone over Hannibal's camp that first night in Italy, countless points of light in a velvet sky, unchanging despite all the human drama unfolding beneath them. These same stars shine tonight, offering the same serene constancy, the same gentle reminder of our place in the vastness of time and space. Allow your awareness to expand outward like the night sky, becoming spacious enough to hold all experiences with the same accepting presence. The story of Hannibal's crossing reminds us that even the most formidable barriers can be overcome, mountains can be crossed, hardships endured, seemingly impossible goals achieved. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you this sense of possibility, of the remarkable capacity within the human spirit to persevere through challenge. The historical significance of Hannibal's achievement extends far beyond the military surprise he gained. His crossing of the Alps has become a metaphor for audacity in the face of overwhelming odds, for leadership that inspires ordinary people to extraordinary feats, for the triumph of careful planning combined with adaptability when plans must change. These themes flow through history like the rivers flowing from the Alps, sometimes underground and unseen, sometimes breaking forth with tremendous power, but always moving, always shaping the landscape they pass through. In the quiet darkness behind your closed eyelids, you might imagine those ancient mountains, still standing after all these centuries, their peaks touched by moonlight, their valleys filled with the soft sounds of night creatures. The paths that Hannibal's army traveled have long since changed, altered by weather and time, but the mountains remember. They have witnessed countless human journeys, some famous like Hannibal's, others known only to those who made them, each leaving its subtle mark on the eternal stone. As your mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep, between the historical tale and your own thoughts, allow these transitions to happen naturally, effortlessly. Like Hannibal's army descending from harsh peaks to gentler foothills, your consciousness can move gradually toward the restorative depths of sleep. There is no need to force this journey. It unfolds at its own perfect pace. The sound of your breathing might remind you of the gentle night breezes that move through Hannibal's camp, bringing the sense of Italian soil and vegetation so different from the sterile cold of the high Alps. With each breath, you too can notice subtle changes, how your body becomes increasingly heavy, how your thoughts become less distinct, how the boundary between your awareness and the surrounding darkness softens and blurs. Throughout history, sleep has been the great equalizer claimed by kings and commoners alike, by generals like Hannibal, and by the soldiers who followed him, by those who changed the course of history, and by those who lived quiet lives far from fame. In sleep, we all surrender to the same fundamental rhythm of existence, the same cyclical journey from consciousness to unconsciousness and back again. The elephants in Hannibal's army, Those remarkable creatures who endured so much would have settled into sleep with the same biological necessity that now draws you toward rest. Imagine their massive forms at ease, sides rising and falling with deep, slow breaths, their day's journey complete. Like them, you have traveled your own path today, faced your own challenges, and now deserve the complete renewal that only sleep can provide. As Hannibal planned his campaign against Rome, he understood the importance of rest, of allowing his men and animals to recover their strength. In the same way, you can embrace sleep as essential preparation for whatever tomorrow may bring, knowing that this natural cycle of activity and rest has sustained humanity throughout our long history. The stars that watched over Hannibal's camp continue their own ancient journeys across the night sky, moving with imperceptible slowness from horizon to horizon. Your awareness can now drift with the same unhurried pace, unconcerned with destination, simply experiencing the gentle flow from one moment to the next, from wakefulness toward the deeper waters of sleep. The legacy of Hannibal's crossing extended far beyond his own lifetime, becoming a benchmark against which other military expeditions would be measured for centuries to come. Even the Romans, his dedicated enemies, recognized the brilliance of his achievement. As you drift closer to sleep, your own experiences today become memory, integrating with all that came before, creating the continuous narrative of your life. The soldiers who survived the Alpine crossing carried those memories throughout their lives: the biting cold, the treacherous paths, the moments of despair followed by triumph. Yet in sleep, even those intense experiences would have temporarily faded, replaced by the perfect peace of deep rest. Your own mind now welcomes this same peace, this same release from all concerns and considerations. The rhythm of your breathing has likely slowed now, becoming deeper, more regular, like the steady flow of those rivers descending from the Alps. Each breath carries you further from the waking world, further into the landscape of sleep, where healing and renewal take place without any conscious effort on your part. Hannibal's journey changed the course of history, altering the relationship between Rome and Carthage, influencing military strategy for generations to come. Yet even this momentous crossing was ultimately absorbed into the greater flow of time, becoming part of the tapestry of human experience that stretches both behind and ahead of us. As you release into sleep, you too become part of this timeless flow, participating in the most natural and necessary of human rhythms. The Alps still stand, silent witnesses to countless human stories. The stars still trace their ancient paths across the night sky. Rivers still flow from mountain heights to distant seas. And people still find their way to sleep each night, surrendering to the restorative darkness, trusting in the cycle that brings each day to its natural conclusion and prepares the way for tomorrow's dawn. Rest now, as Hannibal's weary soldiers rested on Italian soil after their incredible journey. Let go of effort, of planning, of consideration. Allow your breathing to find its own perfect rhythm. Allow your mind to drift without direction. Allow sleep to approach at its own pace, knowing that you have done all that needed to be done today, and that tomorrow will arrive in its own good time, bringing new experiences, new challenges, new opportunities. Sleep comes now, like a gentle mist rising from the valleys, enveloping everything in its soft embrace. Resistance fades, awareness dims, consciousness releases its hold, and you drift into the profound peace that has awaited travelers on life's journey since time immemorial. Sleep well, sleep deeply, carried on the currents of this ancient human river toward the restorative depths where renewal awaits. In the ancient capital of Japan, nestled among mountains that change their hues with the passing seasons, lie gardens that have whispered their secrets for centuries. The gardens of Kyoto stand as living testaments to a philosophy that sees profound meaning in the arrangement of stones, the flow of water, and the careful cultivation of plants. These are not merely spaces of beauty, but rather carefully composed landscapes that invite contemplation, reflection, and a deeper understanding of existence itself. The story of Kyoto's gardens begins over 1,000 years ago, when the city was established as Japan's imperial capital in 794 CE. Known then as Heian-kyo, the capital of peace and tranquility, it was laid out in a grid pattern modeled after the great Chinese capital of Chang'an. As the seat of the imperial court, Kyoto became the center of Japanese culture, art, and spirituality, creating fertile ground for the development of a uniquely Japanese approach to garden design. The earliest gardens in Kyoto were influenced by Chinese traditions, particularly those described in poetry and painting from the Tang dynasty. These gardens were designed for aristocrats and members of the imperial court, places where they could stroll, compose poetry, and host elegant gatherings. Water was a central element, with large ponds representing the sea, and carefully placed islands evoking mythical lands from Buddhist cosmology. One such garden from this period that still exists today is Sawa Pond in the Daikakuji Temple. Originally part of Emperor Saga's villa in the early 9th century, this large pond with its islands and surrounding landscape exemplifies the spacious, nature-inspired aesthetic of Heian period gardens. Walking along its shores, you might imagine nobles in their multi-layered silk robes, the sound of flutes and string instruments drifting across the water as they composed verses inspired by the beauty before them. As Buddhism deepened its influence in Japanese culture, particularly Zen Buddhism, which arrived from China in the 12th century, the philosophy and aesthetics of gardens began to transform. Zen monks, seeking to create environments conducive to meditation and the pursuit of enlightenment, developed a new approach to garden design. These gardens weren't meant merely for pleasure or aesthetic appreciation, but as tools for spiritual practice. The 14th and 15th centuries saw the creation of some of Kyoto's most iconic Zen temple gardens. Among them, Ryoanji Temple's rock garden stands as perhaps the most famous example of Karasan-sui, or dry landscape gardens. Completed around 1499, this seemingly simple arrangement of 15 stones set on a bed of carefully raked white gravel represents the essence of Zen aesthetics, minimalism, asymmetry, and profound depth beneath apparent simplicity. At Ryoanji, one sits on the wooden veranda of the abbot's quarters, contemplating the arrangement of stones. Some say they represent islands in a sea, others see them as mountain peaks emerging from clouds. The garden refuses any single interpretation, instead inviting the viewer into a state of mushin, or no mind, where conceptual thinking gives way to direct experience. The longer one gazes, the more the boundaries between observer and observed begin to dissolve. Not far from Ryoanji lies another masterpiece of Zen garden design, the Silver Pavilion, or Jinkakuji. Built by Shogun Ashikaga Yoshimasa as a retirement villa in the late 15th century, its gardens reflect the aesthetic principle of wabi, finding beauty in simplicity, imperfection, and the marks of time. Here, the sea of silver sand, a meticulously shaped expanse of white sand with a perfectly formed sand cone called the moon viewing platform, creates a landscape that captures and transforms moonlight into a meditation on impermanence and beauty. The moss gardens of Saihoji, known affectionately as Kokedera or Moss Temple, present yet another facet of Kyoto's garden traditions. Originally established in the 8th century and redesigned in the 14th by the Zen monk Muso Saseki, this garden features over 120 species of moss, covering its grounds in a tapestry of subtle green hues. The garden is designed in 2 levels, a lower section with a heart-shaped pond surrounded by moss-covered islands, and an upper section featuring a dry rock garden. Before entering, visitors participate in the copying of sutras, a meditative practice that prepares the mind for experiencing the garden's tranquility. As the seasons cycle through Kyoto, each garden reveals different aspects of its character. Spring brings the delicate pink of cherry blossoms and the vibrant azaleas. Summer offers lush greenery and the cooling presence of water features. Autumn transforms the landscape with the fiery reds and golds of maple leaves. And winter, perhaps most beloved by Zen practitioners, strips the gardens to their essential structures as a dusting of snow highlights the shapes of stones and branches against a white canvas. The philosophy behind these gardens emerged from an intricate weaving of native Shinto beliefs, Buddhist principles, and Chinese Taoist concepts. In Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion, natural features like unusual rocks, ancient trees, and waterfalls were seen as dwellings of kami, or divine spirits. This reverence for nature's inherent sacredness influenced how garden designers approach their materials, treating each stone, plant, and water element as possessing its own spirit and dignity. Buddhist ideas, particularly those from Zen, added layers of meaning. The concept of emptiness, or shunyata, found expression in the negative spaces between garden elements, which were considered as important as the elements themselves. The impermanence of all phenomena, or mujo, was reflected in gardens designed to highlight seasonal changes and the subtle transformations of light and shadow throughout the day. From China came principles of geomancy and the philosophy of yin and yang, the complementary forces that create balance in the universe. Garden designers carefully considered the flow of qi, or life energy, ensuring its harmonious movement through the landscape. Mountains and stones were seen as yang elements, solid, vertical, actively reaching toward heaven. Water and flat expanses represented yin, receptive, horizontal, connected to earth. The interplay between these forces created gardens of profound harmony. The designers of Kyoto's greatest gardens were not merely landscapers, but spiritual adepts, philosophers, and artists. Many were Zen monks who understood garden creation as a form of spiritual practice. Muso Soseki, who designed or influenced many of Kyoto's temple gardens in the 14th century, was also a poet, calligrapher, and one of Japan's most important Zen masters. For him and others like him, creating a garden was not separate from the pursuit of enlightenment. It was one expression of it. Kobori Enshu, a 17th century tea master, garden designer, and Buddhist monk, further developed the connection between garden aesthetics and the way of tea. His designs for temple gardens and tea house settings emphasized rustic simplicity and the beauty of natural materials weathered by time. Walking through a garden path designed by Enshu was meant to prepare the mind for the tea ceremony, gradually transitioning from the ordinary world to a space of heightened awareness and presence. The influence of these gardens extended far beyond their temple walls. The aesthetic principles they embodied, simplicity, suggestion rather than statement, appreciation of imperfection, permeated Japanese culture, influencing poetry, painting, architecture, and even daily life. The concept of miyabi, or refined elegance, and yugen, mysterious depth, found their visual expression in these carefully composed landscapes. As we explore these gardens across time, we find that they were never static creations. Each garden has evolved over centuries, with trees growing, stones settling, and moss spreading across surfaces. Some gardens have been meticulously maintained according to original designs, while others have transformed through natural processes and the visions of successive caretakers. Yet all retain a sense of timelessness, as if the arrangement of elements speaks to something unchanging beneath the flux of existence. When you visit a Kyoto garden today, you become part of this living tradition. Sitting on a veranda overlooking a rock garden, following a winding path through a moss-covered landscape, or standing before a waterfall cascading over carefully placed stones, you participate in the same contemplative experience that has moved visitors for centuries. The garden speaks in a language beyond words, inviting you to simply be present with what is before you, the play of light on water, the texture of stone, the gentle movement of leaves in the breeze. As the ancient tradition of Kyoto's gardens continued to evolve through the centuries, they became increasingly refined expressions of Japan's deepest philosophical insights. By the Edo period, 1868, garden design had reached new heights of sophistication. The strolling gardens of this era invited visitors on journeys of discovery, with each turn in the path revealing a new vista, a perfect composition of nature arranged to evoke contemplation and wonder. One such masterpiece is Kenroku-en in neighboring Kanazawa, considered among Japan's most beautiful gardens. Its name means Garden of the Six Sublimities, referring to spaciousness, seclusion, artifice, antiquity, abundant water, and broad views, all qualities that create balance and harmony. As you walk its winding paths, you might notice how your breathing naturally slows to match the garden's peaceful rhythm, your steps becoming more measured and mindful. The modern era brought new challenges to Kyoto's garden traditions. The Meiji Restoration of 1868 ended Japan's isolation policy and opened the country to Western influence. Some temple gardens fell into neglect as Buddhist institutions lost government support, yet the enduring power of these spaces ensured their preservation, and by the early 20th century, scholars and artists from around the world were discovering the profound beauty and philosophical depth of Japanese gardens. In 1994, UNESCO recognized the cultural significance of these treasures by designating many of Kyoto's temple gardens as World Heritage Sites. Today, these gardens remain living museums, carefully maintained by gardeners who inherit techniques passed down through generations. Each rake of gravel, each pruning of a pine branch, each arrangement of moss is performed with mindfulness and respect for tradition. The garden called Ryoanji continues to offer its enigmatic arrangement of stones, a puzzle with no solution yet perfectly complete. At Daisen-in, a small temple within the Daitoku-ji complex, the dry landscape garden represents the journey of life from the tumultuous rapids of youth to the broad, tranquil ocean of wisdom that comes with age. As you contemplate these meaningful arrangements, allow your thoughts to flow like water, finding its natural course, neither forced nor constrained. The oldest remaining garden in Kyoto is found within the Byodo, in Temple Complex in Uji, just south of the city. Its paradise garden, designed in the 11th century, was created to represent the pure land of Buddha Amida Western Paradise, where souls would be reborn among lotus blossoms. The garden centers around a pond with the Phoenix Hall reflected in its waters, creating a mirror image that suggests the interpenetration of heavenly and earthly realms. As evening falls across this ancient landscape, the boundary between water and sky becomes increasingly indistinct, just as the boundary between wakefulness and sleep grows gently blurred. Take a deep breath now, and imagine yourself sitting on the veranda of a temple overlooking a garden of raked gravel. The afternoon sun casts long shadows from carefully placed stones, creating patterns that shift imperceptibly as the light changes. The air carries the faint scent of incense and moss. From somewhere distant comes the soft, resonant tone of a temple bell, its vibrations rippling outward like circles in still water. As twilight approaches in the garden, notice how the colors begin to soften. The vivid greens of moss become deeper, more subdued. The white gravel takes on a bluish hue in the fading light. This transition from day to evening in a Japanese garden is called tasogare. Who is there? A poetic reference to the mysterious quality of this liminal time when distinctions blur and the mind naturally turns inward. Breathe deeply again, feeling the cool evening air fill your lungs. As you exhale, release any tension you've been carrying. In a Zen garden, each element is allowed to be exactly as it is. The crooked pine is not straightened, the weathered stone is not polished. This acceptance of things, as they are called sonomama in Japanese, extends to us as well. In this moment, you are exactly as you should be, perfectly complete, just as you are. The night garden has its own quiet beauty. In summer, the gentle glow of stone lanterns might illuminate a path, or the flicker of fireflies create living constellations among the shadowed trees. Moonlight transforms the landscape, turning ordinary elements into something otherworldly. The white sand of a dry garden glows with an inner luminosity, while the dark silhouettes of stones seem to float upon its surface. During the Heian period, aristocrats would hold moon viewing parties in their gardens, composing poetry as they sipped sake and contemplated the moon's reflection in still ponds. This practice of tsukimi celebrated the autumn full moon in particular, seen as the most beautiful of the year. The moon in Japanese aesthetics represents impermanence waxing and waning, appearing and disappearing behind clouds, yet also constancy in its eternal return. Like the gentle rhythm of your breathing now, becoming slower and deeper with each cycle. Water in a Japanese garden is never still for long. It flows from high points to low, over smooth stones and fallen leaves, gathering in pools before continuing its journey. The sound of moving water, whether the dramatic plunge of a waterfall or the subtle trickle of a stream, provides a natural lullaby, a constant yet ever-changing melody that soothes the mind. As you listen to water finding its path, feel your thoughts settling, no longer needing to rush or strive. In Japanese garden design, the concept of meaningful space between things is as important as the elements themselves. This empty space is not truly empty, but full of possibility, like the restful pause between breaths. The carefully placed stones in a garden are meaningful, but equally important are the spaces between them, the unoccupied areas that allow each element to be fully appreciated. As your body relaxes more deeply, notice the spaciousness growing within you, a peaceful emptiness that is completely at rest. The changing seasons bring new dimensions to Kyoto's gardens. In winter, a dusting of snow might outline each branch of a maple tree, each ripple in a field of raked gravel. This season of apparent dormancy reveals the essential structure of things, the underlying patterns normally hidden by abundance. There is wisdom in this quietude, this drawing inward. Your body understands this rhythm too, your breath growing quieter, your thoughts more distant as you drift toward the renewal that sleep provides. The ancient gardeners of Kyoto understood that beauty is found not in perfection but in the natural flow of growth and decay. Cherry blossoms are treasured precisely because their spectacular blooming lasts only a few fleeting days. Moss grows slowly over decades, gradually softening harsh edges and creating seamless transitions between stone and earth. This gentle acceptance of impermanence semino no aware, the pathos of things reminds us that our own moments of awareness are precious gifts to be savored rather than grasped. In the garden of your mind now, let thoughts come and go like clouds reflected in a pond, neither pursued nor rejected. The Zen concept of mushin, no mind, describes this state of relaxed attention, where the boundaries between observer and observed begin to dissolve. The garden is not separate from the one who experiences it. Both exist in a relationship of mutual creation. As your awareness grows more diffuse, you might notice that you are not so much looking at a garden as becoming one with it. The gardens of Kyoto remind us that peace is not something to be achieved through effort, but discovered in the simple act of being present. Each carefully placed stone has found its perfect resting place. Each moss-covered bank has settled into its natural contours. Each twisted pine branch reaches toward the light in its own unique way. Nothing strives, yet everything fulfills its nature completely. As night deepens across the ancient capital, imagine the thousands of gardens nestled among its temples and homes, each one a small universe of harmony and balance. From the famous rock garden of Ryoanji to countless private courtyards unknown to tourists, these spaces continue their silent teaching through the darkness. The lesson they offer is always the same. Be still, be present, allow things to be as they are. Your breathing has found its natural rhythm now, deep and regular like gentle waves upon a shore. With each exhale, you settle more completely into restfulness. The borders of your awareness have grown soft and permeable, like the edge of a garden pond reflecting stars. Thoughts appear and dissolve without disturbance, like ripples that fade into stillness. In Japanese aesthetics, there is a quality called yugena mysterious depth, a hint of the profound that lies beyond what can be easily expressed. It is found in the mist rising from a garden at dawn, in the half-hidden path that disappears around a mossy bend, in the layers of mountains fading into distant haze. This quality reminds us that some truths can only be approached indirectly through suggestion rather than statement. Sleep, too, comes not through direct effort but by allowing yourself to be carried gently into its depths. The garden has been our guide on this journey toward rest, showing us the way of non-striving, of natural being. Like a carefully placed stepping stone across a stream, each image has led you further along the path toward deep and restorative sleep. The lessons of these ancient landscape shamani, acceptance, the beauty of impermanence, continue to work within you even as conscious thought gives way to dreaming. As you drift now between wakefulness and sleep, imagine one final garden scene, a single lantern illuminating a stone path, its light growing more distant as you follow the way into peaceful darkness. The path winds between ancient trees, their branches creating patterns against the night sky. Somewhere ahead lies a simple tea house, its paper windows glowing with warm light. This is the destination toward which all gardens lead, a place of perfect tranquility, of complete acceptance. The masters who created Kyoto's greatest gardens understood that their art was not merely aesthetic but spiritual, a way of revealing the inherent order and beauty of the universe. Whether through carefully raked patterns in gravel, the balanced arrangement of stone groupings, or the gentle guidance of water's flow, these gardens speak a language that resonates beyond thought, touching something timeless within us. Allow this timeless wisdom to carry you now, like a leaf on a garden stream, into the depths of restful sleep. Your breath is the gentle breeze that stirs pine needles, your heartbeat the distant temple drum marking the passage of time. The gardens of Kyoto have stood for centuries, and will remain when you wake, their stones unmoved, their patterns intact, their quiet beauty a reminder of the peace that is always available when we remember to simply be. Rest now in this knowledge, settling like evening mist in a mountain valley, becoming heavier and more complete with each breath. The garden within you is perfectly at peace, requiring nothing, complete in its emptiness. Sleep comes naturally to this landscape, like shadows lengthening at day's end, like lotus blossoms closing as night falls across ancient waters. Good night. Rest well. Be at peace. In the gentle valleys of ancient Greece, where olive trees sway in the warm Mediterranean breeze and mountains rise majestically toward the heavens, there began a tradition that would echo through the millennia. As you settle in and prepare for rest, let us journey back nearly 3,000 years to a time when gods were believed to walk among mortals and sacred competitions united the fractured Greek world. Imagine the sunlight filtering through the leaves of ancient olive groves, casting dappled shadows on dusty pathways leading to Olympia. This sanctuary, nestled in the northwestern Peloponnese, between the flowing waters of the Alpheus and Cladius rivers, would become the most celebrated site of athletic competition in the ancient world. The air there carries the scent of wild herbs and sun-warmed stone, and the sounds of nature blend harmoniously with the distant murmurs of pilgrims arriving from all corners of the Greek world. Long before the first recorded Olympic Games in 776 BCE, the site of Olympia was already sacred ground. Archaeological evidence suggests that the area had been a place of worship since prehistoric times, with cults dedicated to earth goddesses and later to the titan Cronus. But it was Zeus, king of the gods, who would ultimately reign supreme at Olympia, transforming the sanctuary into his most important cult center in mainland Greece. The origins of the Olympic Games themselves are shrouded in myth and legend, stories passed down through generations of Greeks who saw in these contests not merely athletic events but sacred rituals honoring the divine. Several founding myths circulated in ancient times, each attributing the games to different heroes or gods. One of the most enduring legends credits Heracles, not the more famous son of Zeus, but an earlier mythic figure known as the Idaean Heracles, with establishing the games to honor his father Zeus. Another tale speaks of King Pelops, who defeated King Oenomaus in a chariot race to win the hand of his daughter Hippodamia. In victory, Pelops was said to have established the games to thank the gods for his triumph. Indeed, the region of the Peloponnese where Olympia lies takes its name from this mythical king, Peloponnesus, the island of Pelops. Yet another legend tells of Zeus himself instituting the games to celebrate his victory over his father Cronus for control of the world. The wrestling match between father and son was commemorated, so the story goes, by athletic contests that honored the struggle and ultimate triumph. Whatever their true origins, by the time of the first recorded Olympic Games in 776 BCE, the competitions had already evolved into an established tradition centered around worship of Zeus. This date marks not the beginning of the Games, but simply the point at which the Greeks began keeping official records of the victors. As you breathe deeply and feel your body growing heavier, envision ancient Olympia not as ruins but as a vibrant religious sanctuary. At its heart stood the Temple of Zeus, a magnificent Doric structure that would eventually house one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus created by the sculptor Phidias in the 5th century BCE. Standing over 40 feet tall, this seated figure of the god portrayed him in majesty, his skin crafted from ivory and his robes from gold, his expression both serene and authoritative as he watched over the sacred contests held in his honor. Surrounding the temple was a sacred grove called the Altis, filled with treasuries, altars, and statues dedicated by city-states in gratitude for Olympic victories or divine favor. Here, too, stood the ancient wild olive tree from which branches were cut to create the kotinos, the simple olive wreath that served as the most coveted prize in the ancient world. The earliest Olympic Games were far simpler than they would later become. The first recorded competition consisted of a single event, the stade race, a sprint of approximately 200 meters, or 600 ancient feet, that took its name from the unit of measurement used to define it. The track itself was simply a straight path of packed earth, with stone markers indicating the starting and finishing lines. Runners would position themselves at the starting line, their toes pressed into grooves carved in the stone, an ancient precursor to the starting blocks used by modern sprinters. The first recorded Olympic victor was a cook named Koroibos from the city of Elis, who won this inaugural foot race. His name began the long list of Olympic champions that would be meticulously recorded and celebrated in Greek culture. These victors achieved a kind of immortality, their names and deeds remembered long after their mortal lives had ended. For the first 13 Olympiads, this single foot race remained the sole competition, but gradually, over the centuries that followed, the program expanded to include a wider array of athletic contests. In 724 BCE, a second foot race was added, the dialos, or double stade, which required runners to sprint to the end of the track and back again. 4 years later, in 720 BCE, came the dolichos, a longer distance race of approximately 24 stades, testing the endurance of the athletes as they circled the track multiple times under the hot Greek sun. As you allow your thoughts to drift with these ancient athletes circling the track, feel the rhythm of their footfalls matching the steady rhythm of your own breathing. In and out, around and around, a circular path that leads gradually toward deeper relaxation. The ancient Olympic Games were held every 4 years, creating a cycle known as an Olympiad that became an important unit for tracking time throughout the Greek world. This 4-year interval was carefully calculated to align with the second full moon following the summer solstice, typically falling in late July or early August, the hottest season in Greece. The Games thus coincided with a time when agricultural work often slowed, allowing rural citizens the opportunity to make the journey to Olympia. Unlike our modern Olympics, which last just over 2 weeks, the earliest games were confined to a single day. As more events were added, the festival gradually expanded to 5 days, with athletic competitions interspersed with religious ceremonies, sacrifices, and communal feasts. The holiness of the occasion was paramount. These were not secular sporting events, but sacred rituals honoring Zeus and demonstrating the excellence that mortals could achieve through dedication and discipline. In 708 BCE, wrestling and the pentathlon joined the Olympic program. The pentathlon combined 5 events: the stade race, long jump, discus throw, javelin throw, and wrestling, testing the all-around athletic ability of the competitors. Ancient Greek wrestling differed somewhat from modern forms, with victory achieved by forcing an opponent to touch the ground with his back, hips, or shoulders 3 times. Imagine the athletes, their bodies gleaming with olive oil and dusted with fine sand, grappling under the watchful eyes of the judges and the statue of Zeus himself. The long jump of this era bore little resemblance to the modern event. Athletes carried stone or metal weights called halteres, swinging them forward as they jumped and backward upon landing to increase their momentum and distance. The rhythmic movement of these weights, forward and back, parallels the natural rhythm of your breathing now, forward with the inhale, back with the exhale, each cycle bringing deeper calm. In 680 BCE, equestrian events were introduced to the Games, beginning with the Tethrypon, a race of 4-horse chariots that covered 12 circuits of the hippodrome. Unlike other Olympic events, the chariot races were not contests of physical prowess, but of wealth and prestige, as the victors were not the charioteers themselves, but the owners of the horses. This allowed women to claim Olympic victories despite being barred from competing in or even attending the Games, as they could own the horses that carried charioteers to victory. The most famous female Olympic victor was Caniska of Sparta, a princess who became the first woman to win at the Olympic Games when her horses were victorious in the 4-horse chariot race in 396 BCE. Her achievement was commemorated with a bronze statue of a chariot and horses at Olympia, a rare honor for a woman in the ancient world. As the competition program expanded, so too did the sacred character of the Games. Before any athletic contest began, athletes were required to take solemn oaths before the statue of Zeus Horkios, Zeus of the Oaths. swearing that they had trained for 10 months as required and would compete honorably according to the rules. False oaths were believed to invite divine punishment, adding a spiritual weight to the proceedings that transcended mere physical competition. As your body grows heavier and your mind more tranquil, envision the procession of athletes moving slowly toward the Temple of Zeus, the early morning light casting long shadows across the sanctuary. Their footsteps fall softly on the sacred ground as they approach the imposing bronze statue of Zeus Horkios, his hand raised holding thunderbolts, his expression stern yet just. One by one, each competitor takes his place before the god, speaking the ancient oath with reverence, promising to honor both divine and human law in the contest to come. This solemn ceremony reminds us that for the ancient Greeks, the Olympic Games were never solely about physical prowess, but about honoring the gods through the display of arete, excellence in all its forms. By pushing the boundaries of human achievement, Greek athletes believed they drew closer to the divine, their disciplined bodies becoming vessels for expressing the highest human virtues. As we pause in our journey through Olympic history, allow yourself to drift peacefully, carried by these ancient rhythms of competition and devotion, effort and rest. Like the sacred truce that suspended conflicts throughout the Greek world during the Olympic Games, grant yourself now a period of perfect peace, a suspension of all striving, as you prepare to continue our exploration of these ancient games in your deepening state of relaxation. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let us continue our journey through the sacred grounds of ancient Olympia, where time seems to slow and the boundaries between past and present grow pleasantly blurred. The Olympic Games continued to evolve and expand, reaching their pinnacle during the classical period of Greek civilization. By the 5th century BCE, the Olympic program had grown to include boxing, an event known for its intensity and regarded as one of the most dangerous competitions. Unlike modern boxing, ancient Greek boxers wrapped their hands with soft leather thongs called hemantes, which were meant not to cushion blows, but to protect the striker's hands. Later, these wraps would evolve into the more dangerous sphera, harder leather bands that increased the impact of each strike. There were no rounds, no weight classes, and matches continued until one competitor acknowledged defeat or could no longer continue. In 520 BCE, the pancration was added to the Olympic program, combining elements of boxing and wrestling into what some consider an early form of mixed martial arts. The name derives from the Greek words pan, all, and kratos, power or strength, aptly describing this test of complete fighting prowess. In the pancration, almost everything was permitted: striking, grappling, joint locks, and chokeholds, with only eye gouging and biting expressly forbidden. Matches were often brutal affairs that ended only when one competitor signaled submission by raising an index finger. Throughout these competitions, the only reward for victory was a simple crown of wild olive branches, cut from the sacred tree at Olympia, with a golden sickle by a boy whose parents were both still living. This apparent simplicity of the prize belied its true value. Olympic victors returned to their home cities as heroes, often granted free meals for life, exemption from taxes, front row seats at theaters and other public events, and sometimes even having statues erected in their honor. As your breathing grows deeper and more rhythmic, imagine the olive crown being placed upon the head of a victorious athlete, his exhaustion giving way to exultation as the crowd cheers his achievement. The simplicity of this verdant circle contrasts with the complexity of emotions it represents: years of training, moments of doubt, and finally, triumph witnessed by gods and mortals alike. The purity of competition at Olympia was guarded by officials known as Hellenodikai, or judges of the Greeks. Initially, there was only one such judge, but as the games expanded, so too did their number, eventually reaching 10. These officials, chosen from the citizens of Elis, underwent rigorous training for 10 months before the games. They wore purple robes to signify their authority and carried switches to maintain order and discipline errant athletes. Their decisions were final, though appeals could be made to the Olympic Council with a hefty financial penalty for unsuccessful challenges. The Hellenodici enforced the strict requirements for Olympic participation. Only freeborn Greek males were permitted to compete, with women forbidden not only from participating but even from watching the competitions on pain of death. The sole exception to this rule was the priestess of Demeter, who was accorded a place of honor at the games. Despite these restrictions, the games served as a powerful unifying force in the fractured Greek world, bringing together competitors and spectators from cities that were often at war with one another. This unity was ensured by the sacred truce known as the Ikacheria, which declared Olympia a zone of peace and guaranteed safe passage for all travelers to and from the games. Heralds would travel throughout the Greek world announcing the forthcoming games and the truce, which initially lasted for 1 month but eventually extended to 3. While the truce did not halt existing conflicts entirely, it did prohibit armies from entering Elis or interfering with travelers heading to Olympia. The religious significance of this truce was paramount. Violating it was considered an offense against Zeus himself. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts more tranquil, envision the roads leading to Olympia filled with travelers from across the Greek world. Some come to compete, others to witness the sacred contests, and still others to engage in the diplomatic, commercial, and cultural exchanges that flourished alongside the religious festival. Poets recite newly composed works, philosophers engage in debates, artisans display their crafts, and merchants exchange exotic goods from distant lands. The games are not merely athletic competitions, but a celebration of Greek identity and achievement in all its forms. By the time the games reached their zenith, the festival had expanded to 5 days. A typical Olympic schedule began with swearing of oaths and preliminary judging, followed by competitions for trumpeters and heralds, contests for boys, then various foot races, combat sports, and equestrian events, interspersed with religious processions, sacrifices, and communal feasts. The culmination was a grand sacrifice of 100 oxen to Zeus, followed by a banquet for all Olympic victors in the Prytaneum, or Town Hall of Olympia. The centerpiece of this religious aspect was the magnificent Temple of Zeus, completed around 456 BCE. Within this temple stood the colossal statue of Zeus, created by the sculptor Phidias, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This seated figure of the god, over 40 feet tall, was crafted from ivory and gold over a wooden frame. Zeus was portrayed holding a small statue of Nike, goddess of victory, in his right hand and a scepter, topped with an eagle in his left. Visitors reported that the statue was so imposing that it seemed as if Zeus would shatter the roof of the temple should he stand up. As your consciousness drifts peacefully between wakefulness and sleep, imagine standing before this awe-inspiring figure, the scent of incense filling the air, the golden gleam of the statue catching the limited light that enters through the temple doors. The face of Zeus, serene yet powerful, gazes down upon you with an expression of divine benevolence. In this sacred moment, the boundary between the human and divine realm seems to thin, creating a sense of connection to something greater than yourself, a feeling of being part of an unbroken chain of human experience stretching back through the millennia. The ancient Olympic Games continued for nearly 12 centuries, with the last recorded celebration occurring in 393 CE. Their end came with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire, when Emperor Theodosius I banned all pagan festivals. The sanctuary at Olympia fell into disuse and was eventually buried by earthquakes and floods, its location lost to memory until archaeologists began excavating the site in the 19th century. Yet the spirit of these ancient games never truly vanished. As your breathing deepens and your mind quiets, consider how the modern Olympic Games, revived in 1896, draw inspiration from these ancient contests. Though vastly different in scale and character, they share with their ancient predecessors an ideal of peaceful competition, excellence, and international unity that transcends political differences. Now, as you hover at the threshold of sleep, let the deeper meanings of the ancient Olympics settle gently into your consciousness. Beyond the physical competitions, these games represented core values of Greek civilization: the pursuit of excellence, the importance of balance between mind and body, the connection between human striving and divine favor, and the possibility of immortality through deeds worthy of remembrance. The Greek concept of arete, excellence of any kind, infused the Olympic competitions with meaning beyond mere victory. By pushing themselves to their physical limits, athletes demonstrated the heights of human potential, inspiring others to excellence in all areas of life. This pursuit of excellence was balanced by the Greek ideal of sophrosyne, moderation, self-knowledge, and harmony, reflecting the belief that true greatness came from balance rather than excess. With each slow, deep breath you take now, imagine embracing this ancient wisdom, finding your own perfect balance between effort and ease, ambition and acceptance, activity and rest. Like the rhythmic alternation of the Olympic cycle, 4 years of preparation leading to brief moments of intense competition, followed again by years of patient training, your body knows the natural rhythm of exertion and recovery, wakefulness and sleep. The olive trees that grow in Olympia stand as living links to this ancient past. Some are said to be descendants of those very trees that provided victory crowns for ancient champions. As your awareness shifts increasingly toward the interior landscape of approaching sleep, envision these gnarled olive trees, their silver-green leaves rustling in a gentle evening breeze, their roots reaching deep into the same soil where ancient athletes once competed. The timelessness of these trees mirrors the timelessness of sleep itself, a state as ancient as consciousness, experienced by every human who has ever lived. The night sky above Olympia, now as then, is scattered with stars that have witnessed countless Olympic festivals. These same celestial lights guided travelers along dark roads to witness the games, their eternal presence a reminder of the divine realm that the Greeks believed existed beyond the visible world. As your eyelids grow heavier, imagine these stars as benevolent guardians of your rest, their soft light creating a canopy of peace above you as you sink deeper into tranquility. The flowing waters of the Alpheus River, which still winds its course near the ruins of Olympia, speaks to the constant yet ever-changing nature of existence. Just as no one steps into the same river twice, each moment of consciousness flows naturally into the next, carrying you gently toward the shores of sleep. Listen now to the soft murmur of these ancient waters, their sound blending harmoniously with the rhythm of your breathing, creating a lullaby as old as time itself. In the peaceful sanctuary of Olympia, time itself seemed to follow a different rhythm, governed not by the frenetic pace of daily concerns, but by the stately progression of sacred ceremonies and athletic contests. As you release the concerns of your day, allow your internal sense of time to shift and slow, expanding into the spaciousness that exists between thoughts, between breaths, between moments of awareness. The Olympic truce, which created a pocket of peace in a world often torn by conflict, reminds us of our own ability to create islands of tranquility within ourselves, regardless of external circumstances. As you prepare for sleep, declare your own internal truce, a suspension of worries, plans, and mental striving. Like the ancient Greek states laying down their weapons to honor Zeus, you now lay down the burdens of consciousness to honor the sacred need for rest. The ancient athletes approached their competitions with a sense of reverence, understanding that their physical prowess was a gift to be offered to the gods. In the same spirit, you might now offer your consciousness to the mystery of sleep, not grasping for it desperately, but surrendering to it willingly, trustingly, with gratitude for this natural cycle of renewal. Imagine now that you are one of the countless pilgrims who journeyed to Olympia over the centuries, finally arriving at your destination after days or weeks of travel. Feel the profound sense of relief and release as you reach this sanctuary, this place set apart from ordinary concerns. Just as those ancient travelers could finally rest from their journey, you too can now rest from the journey of your day, allowing your body to settle deeply into support, your mind to quiet, your awareness to soften and expand. The sacred olive crown awarded to victors symbolized not just triumph, but transformation. The athlete who received it became something more than he was before, touched by a moment of transcendence and connection to the divine. Sleep offers its own kind of transformation, a passage from one state of being to another, from the active engagement of wakefulness to the receptive mystery of dreams and deep rest. As sleep draws nearer with each breath, envision the ancient Olympic flame that burned continuously at the altar of Hestia in Olympia, its light a constant presence throughout the games. This eternal flame represented the enduring presence of the divine amid the transient activities of mortals. Within you burns your own eternal flame, the consciousness that observes your thoughts, feelings, and sensations without being limited by them. As you drift towards sleep, this flame does not extinguish but shifts its quality, illuminating the inner landscapes of dreams rather than the outer world of waking life. The legacy of the ancient Olympic Games endures not just in the modern sporting event that bears its name, but in the timeless ideals it embodied: the possibility of peace amid conflict, the celebration of human excellence, and the creation of meaning through dedication to something greater than oneself. As you release the last tethers of wakefulness, carry these ancient values with you into the realm of sleep, allowing them to inform your dreams and perhaps, when you awaken, your approach to the new day. Now, as consciousness gently dissolves into the welcoming embrace of sleep, imagine yourself standing one last time in ancient Olympia, the warmth of the setting sun on your face, the distant sound of olive leaves rustling in the breeze, the sense of standing on ground made sacred by countless generations who came before you seeking excellence, connection, and meaning. This ground supports you still, a foundation as solid and enduring as the ideals that gave birth to the Olympic Games nearly 3,000 years ago. Sleep now, and dream of olive crowns and peaceful sanctuaries, of human striving and divine grace, of competitions long concluded yet somehow eternally ongoing in the timeless realm where past and present merge, where effort gives way to ease, and where, like an ancient athlete after the games, you can finally rest, victorious simply in the act of being present for your own unique journey through this human experience we all share. As the warm Egyptian sun cast its golden glow across the ancient delta of the Nile, a group of French soldiers worked in the summer heat, their shovels and picks striking against the earth with rhythmic precision. The year was 1799, and these men were not ordinary soldiers. They were part of Napoleon Bonaparte's grand expedition to Egypt, an ambitious campaign that blended military conquest with scientific discovery in ways that would forever change our understanding of the ancient world. Among the fortifications being built near the town of Rashid, known to Europeans as Rosetta, a young French officer named Pierre-François Bouchard supervised the renovation of an old fort called Fort Julien. The soldiers, wiping sweat from their brows as they worked under the relentless Mediterranean sun, had no idea that their labor would soon unearth one of history's most significant archaeological discoveries. It happened almost by accident. As the soldiers were demolishing an ancient wall to strengthen the defenses, someone noticed something unusual among the rubble, a large slab of granodiorite, a dark stone with a pinkish-gray complexion, covered in what appeared to be 3 distinct types of writing. This stone, broken and incomplete, yet remarkably well preserved, would come to be known as the Rosetta Stone. Bouchard, recognizing that this might be of interest to the scientists who had accompanied Napoleon's military expedition, had the stone carefully transported to the scholars' headquarters. Napoleon's campaign in Egypt was unique for its time. Alongside his 40,000 troops marched 167 scientists, scholars, engineers, and artists, collectively known as the Commission des Sciences et des Arts. This academic legion included mathematicians, astronomers, naturalists, engineers, and linguists, all tasked with studying and documenting the ancient civilization of Egypt. When the stone arrived at their headquarters in Cairo, excitement spread quickly among the savants, as they were called. The stone bore 3 scripts. The uppermost was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. The middle section was written in Demotic, a later form of Egyptian script, and the bottom portion contained ancient Greek. The scholars immediately recognized the potential significance of this discovery. For centuries, the meaning of Egyptian hieroglyphs had remained a mystery, a lost language that had resisted all attempts at translation. But here, potentially, was a key that might unlock this ancient code. The Greek text on the stone was translatable and revealed that the inscription contained a decree issued in 196 BCE on behalf of King Ptolemy V. The decree was written in 3 scripts so that it could be read by priests who could read hieroglyphs, government administrators who used Demotic, and Greek-speaking rulers who had governed Egypt since Alexander the Great's conquest. If the 3 texts contained the same message, as scholars believed they did, then the stone could provide the long-sought bridge between known and unknown ancient languages. Word of the discovery spread through the scholarly community with growing excitement. The stone measured about 3 feet 9 inches high, 2 feet 4 inches wide, and 11 inches thick, weighing approximately 1,680 pounds. Despite its imposing physical presence, what made it truly monumental was the potential it held for unlocking a civilization that had been silent for nearly 2 millennia. However, the French scholars' time with the stone would be short-lived. In 1801, British forces defeated the French in Egypt, and under the terms of the Treaty of Alexandria, the stone, along with many other antiquities collected by the French, became the property of the British Crown. The Rosetta Stone began its journey to London, where it would eventually find its home in the British Museum, where it remains to this day, visited by millions who stand before it with the same sense of wonder that those French soldiers must have felt when they first unearthed it from the Egyptian soil. As the stone settled into its new home in London, scholars from across Europe began the painstaking work of translation. The Greek portion was relatively straightforward to translate, but connecting these known words to their hieroglyphic and demotic counterparts would prove far more challenging than anyone had anticipated. The stone had presented a tantalizing opportunity, but the path forward would require patience, insight, and imagination. The early 19th century was a time of intense scholarly competition and nationalism, particularly between Britain and France. With the Rosetta Stone now in British hands, scholars from both nations raced to be the first to crack the code of the hieroglyphs. The intellectual prestige attached to such an achievement was enormous, representing not just scholarly acclaim but national honor as well. Among those who undertook this challenge was Thomas Young, an English physicist and physician with a brilliant, wide-ranging mind. Young had already made significant contributions to understanding the nature of light and vision, but his interests extended to languages as well. Between 1814 and 1819, Young made substantial progress with the Demotic script and identified the phonetic values of several hieroglyphs. He recognized that hieroglyphs sometimes represented sounds rather than concepts. a crucial insight that would later prove key to decipherment. Yet the full translation remained elusive. The hieroglyphic script was complex, combining ideograms, symbols representing ideas, pictograms, symbols representing objects, and phonetic characters representing sounds. Furthermore, the hieroglyphic portion of the Rosetta Stone was badly damaged, with only 14 lines remaining, many of them incomplete. This limited the direct comparisons that could be made with the Greek text. Across the English Channel, a young French scholar named Jean-François Champollion was developing a passionate interest in ancient Egypt. Born in 1790, Champollion was a linguistic prodigy who had mastered Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, Syriac, Chaldean, Persian, and Coptic by his teenage years. Coptic would prove especially valuable, as it was the final stage of the Egyptian language, still used in the liturgy of the Egyptian Christian Church. Champollion believed that understanding Coptic was essential to deciphering hieroglyphs, suspecting it represented the same language in its latest form. As you imagine this intellectual quest unfolding across Europe, in the lamplit studies of London and the libraries of Paris, picture the scholars poring over copies of the inscriptions. Sheets of translation spread across their desks, the quiet rustle of papers and the scratch of pens, the only sounds breaking the scholarly silence. This was a different kind of exploration than Napoleon's military campaign, but no less adventurous, a journey into the depths of human communication and the mysteries of time. The story of the Rosetta Stone reminds us that great discoveries often happen by chance, a soldier's pick striking stone at just the right moment, but understanding their significance requires the patient, dedicated work of many minds over many years. As night falls and the first stars appear in the sky, much like the distant points of light that guided ancient Egyptian astronomers, we can reflect on how knowledge is passed from one generation to the next, sometimes hidden for centuries before being revealed again. As your breath slows and your body relaxes, imagine the ancient scribes who carefully carved those symbols into the hard stone surface, their hands guided by traditions already ancient in their time. They could never have known that their work would one day become the key to resurrecting their forgotten language, or that people in lands they never knew existed would one day stand in quiet reverence before their creation. The journey to decode the Rosetta Stone was just beginning, a scholarly adventure that would span decades and transform our understanding of ancient civilization. But for now, as your mind drifts toward the gentle shores of rest, picture that moment of discovery. The sunlight glinting off the dark stone as it emerged from centuries of silence, ready at last to speak again to those patient enough to listen to its whispered secrets. In the quiet libraries of Paris, as soft lamplight illuminated ancient texts and carefully drawn copies of Egyptian inscriptions, Jean-François Champollion pursued his lifelong obsession. While the Rosetta Stone itself remained in London, detailed copies of its inscriptions circulated among European scholars, becoming the focus of intense study and speculation. Champollion, with his remarkable linguistic abilities and deep knowledge of Coptic, was uniquely positioned to unravel the mystery that had confounded scholars for centuries. The path to understanding hieroglyphs was not straightforward. Since the last hieroglyphic inscription had been carved in the 5th century CE, and the last person able to read them had died soon after, nearly 400 years had passed, during which the meaning of these symbols had been completely lost. Many earlier scholars had approached hieroglyphs as purely symbolic, believing each sign represented a complete idea rather than a sound. This misconception had hindered progress for generations. Thomas Young in England had made significant strides by 1819, correctly identifying the phonetic values of several hieroglyphs in foreign names. He recognized that when Egyptian scribes needed to write foreign names like Ptolemy or Cleopatra, they would use hieroglyphs phonetically, that is, to represent sounds rather than concepts. This was a crucial insight. But Young, accomplished as he was in many fields, did not pursue it to its logical conclusion. Champollion, however, dedicated his entire being to this single puzzle. Born in Figeac, France, in December 1790, he had shown an extraordinary aptitude for languages from childhood. By the age of 16, he had declared his intention to decipher the Egyptian hieroglyphs, a goal that would define his life's work. What separated Champollion from other scholars was not just his linguistic brilliance, but his holistic approach to ancient Egyptian culture, studying its art, religion, and geography alongside its writing systems. Picture Champollion in his study, surrounded by books in multiple languages, maps of ancient Egypt pinned to the walls, and copies of inscriptions spread across his desk. His health was often poor, and he would work through the night when seized by a new idea, his intensity matched only by his methodical patience. The quiet scratch of his pen, the occasional rustling of paper, and the soft ticking of a clock would be the only sounds accompanying his deep concentration. By 1822, Champollion had developed a more comprehensive understanding of how hieroglyphs functioned. The breakthrough came when he began studying the names of pharaohs written inside oval loops called cartouches. Working with inscriptions from another monument, the Philae obelisk, Champollion noticed similarities between the cartouches on the obelisk and those on the Rosetta Stone. This comparison allowed him to identify the hieroglyphs spelling out the name Ptolemy. Building on this foundation, Champollion obtained a copy of an inscription from the temple at Abu Simbel, which contained a cartouche he suspected spelled the name Ramesses. If he could confirm this, it would prove that the phonetic principle was used not just for foreign Greek names, but for native Egyptian names as well, a crucial test of his developing theory. On the 14th of September, 1822, as autumn light filtered through the windows of his study, Champollion experienced what he would later describe as a moment of blinding insight. After intense analysis of the cartouches, he suddenly saw the pattern that had eluded so many for so long. He realized that hieroglyphs functioned as a complex system that included both ideographic signs, representing ideas, and phonetic signs, representing sounds, and crucially, that the phonetic use extended beyond just foreign names. The story goes that Champollion rushed to his brother's office at the Académie des Inscriptions at Belles Lettres, burst through the door crying, "Je tiens l'affaire, I've got it," and promptly collapsed from the emotional and physical exhaustion of his breakthrough. Whether this dramatic scene unfolded exactly as described or has been embellished over time, the essence remains true. After years of dedicated study, Champollion had found the key to unlocking the voice of ancient Egypt. 1 month later, Champollion presented his findings in his famous Lettre à Monsieur Dacier, addressed to Bon Joseph Dacier, the secretary of the Academy. In this letter, he outlined his discovery of the phonetic principles of hieroglyphic writing and demonstrated how they could be applied to read royal names and titles. This publication marked the official beginning of the decipherment of hieroglyphs, though years of painstaking work remained to develop a complete understanding of the script. The scholarly world received Champollion's breakthrough with a mixture of excitement and skepticism. Thomas Young, while acknowledging Champollion's progress, maintained that his own earlier work had laid the essential groundwork. National rivalries between Britain and France intensified the debate, with some British scholars reluctant to concede that a Frenchman had succeeded where they had not. Yet as Champollion continued to refine and expand his system, successfully reading more and more texts, the validity of his approach became undeniable. In 1824, Champollion published his Précis du système hiéroglyphique, a more comprehensive explanation of his decipherment system. This work firmly established his reputation as the founder of modern Egyptology. His achievement was not merely technical but profound in its implications. Suddenly, the temples, tombs, and monuments of Egypt were no longer mute witnesses to a forgotten past, but living texts waiting to be read. Imagine the magnitude of this achievement. A civilization that had been silent for nearly 1.5 millennia could speak again. The hieroglyphs that had decorated Egyptian monuments like beautiful but inscrutable decorations were now revealed as a sophisticated writing system conveying the thoughts, beliefs, and histories of an ancient people. Prayers to gods, proclamations of pharaohs, astronomical observations, medical treatments, literary works, and everyday records of commerce all became accessible through Champollion's key. Despite his success, Champollion had never visited Egypt, having worked entirely from copies and drawings of inscriptions. This changed in 1828, when he led a scientific expedition to Egypt, finally seeing with his own eyes the monuments whose texts he had labored so long to understand. For 15 months, Champollion and his team traveled the length of Egypt, from the Mediterranean to the Second Cataract of the Nile, documenting inscriptions and testing his decipherment system against original texts. Picture Champollion standing before the towering columns of Karnak Temple, the massive statues of Abu Simbel, or the enigmatic Sphinx at Giza, experiencing a profound connection with the ancient scribes whose words he had learned to read. After years of studying Egypt from afar, he was now walking in the footsteps of the very people whose language he had resurrected. The Egyptian sun, the same that had warmed the stonecutters as they carved the hieroglyphs thousands of years earlier, now illuminated their work for this dedicated scholar who had traveled so far to see them. The desert winds that had once carried the voices of ancient Egyptians now whispered around temples where Champollion could read the stories carved in stone, stories of kings and gods, of wars and peace, of a civilization's hopes and fears preserved across millennia. As you rest and listen to this story, imagine the peaceful silence of the Egyptian desert at night, the same stars overhead that the ancient astronomers studied with such care. The Milky Way, which they called the Celestial Nile, stretches across the darkened sky, a river of stars mirroring the life-giving river below. The ancient Egyptians found meaning and pattern in this celestial landscape, just as scholars like Champollion found meaning and pattern in the hieroglyphs that had seemed impenetrable for so long. Take a deep, slow breath and consider how the story of the Rosetta Stone teaches us about the value of patience. Champollion dedicated his life to understanding hieroglyphs, working methodically year after year, building his knowledge like the ancient Egyptians built their monuments, stone by stone, with precision and purpose. Sometimes our most meaningful achievements require this same gentle persistence, this willingness to move forward steadily without rushing the process. The regular rise and fall of your breath echoes the rhythm of the Nile's annual inundation, which brought fertility and renewal to the land of Egypt for thousands of years. This natural cycle was so essential to Egyptian life that they based their calendar on it, dividing the year into 3 seasons: Akhet, inundation; Peret, growth; and Shemu, harvest. As you continue to breathe deeply and evenly, feel yourself flowing with these ancient rhythms, connected to the same natural patterns that have sustained life since time immemorial. In the century and a half following Champollion's breakthrough, other ancient scripts also yielded their secrets. Cuneiform, the wedge-shaped writing of Mesopotamia; Linear B from ancient Greece; and Maya glyphs from Central America were all deciphered using approaches inspired by the Rosetta Stone's example. Each decipherment opened new windows into the human past, revealing the thoughts, beliefs, and experiences of people who had been silent for millennia. In our modern world of instant communication and machine translation, it can be difficult to imagine the patience required for these scholarly achievements. Champollion worked for decades without computers, without databases, without the ability to quickly search for patterns or compare texts. His tools were his own memory, his notebooks, and his remarkable capacity to recognize connections between seemingly disparate elements. There is something profoundly peaceful in contemplating this kind of dedicated focus, this ability to silence distractions and attend completely to the task at hand. As your body relaxes more deeply, imagine walking slowly along the banks of the Nile as the sun sets, painting the landscape in gentle hues of gold and amber. The river flows calmly, steadily, as it has for countless millennia, carrying its life-giving waters from distant mountains to the Mediterranean Sea. Ancient Egyptians understood the river as a symbol of continuity amidst change, of renewal and regeneration. Its predictable rhythms provided stability in an uncertain world, much as our own steady breathing can anchor us in moments of rest and reflection. The hieroglyphs that adorn temple walls and papyri often include images drawn from nature: birds in flight, flowering plants, flowing water. These symbols were not merely decorative but meaningful, connecting written language to the living world. As you drift toward sleep, you might imagine these hieroglyphs floating gently through your mind, beautiful in their elegant simplicity, carriers of ancient wisdom across the centuries. In the quiet halls of museums around the world, Egyptian artifacts continue to speak to us through their hieroglyphic inscriptions. The words of poets, priests, scribes, and pharaohs reach across time, reminding us of our shared humanity. They too experienced joy and sorrow, hope and fear, love and loss. They too gazed at the stars with wonder, watched the seasons change, and pondered the mysteries of existence. Through the patient work of scholars like Champollion, their voices have been restored to the human conversation. Your breathing is slower now, deeper and more rhythmic. With each gentle exhale, you might release any remaining tension in your body, allowing yourself to settle more completely into restfulness. The ancient Egyptians practiced mindfulness in their own way, with prayers and meditations focused on the present moment, on the miracle of existence. Their hieroglyphs for life, the Ankh symbol, and for breath recognize the sacred connection between breathing and living, the same connection you honor with each tranquil breath you take now. The night deepens around you, wrapping you in its peaceful embrace. Stars wheel slowly overhead, following the same celestial patterns that ancient Egyptian astronomers recorded in their temple ceilings and tomb paintings. Time seems to expand in these quiet moments, connecting us to those who came before and those who will come after. The hieroglyphs that were silent for so long now whisper their ancient wisdom, reminding us that even what appears lost can sometimes be found again. The Rosetta Stone story is ultimately one of connection between languages, between cultures, between past and present. The stone itself served as a bridge, linking the known to the unknown, the familiar to the mysterious. As you rest now, you too become a kind of bridge, connecting conscious thought to the deeper wisdom of dreams, the activity of day to the renewal of night. This transition is as natural as the flowing Nile, as inevitable as the changing seasons that the ancient Egyptians observed and honored. In ancient Egyptian belief, the sun god Ra journeyed through the underworld each night in his solar boat, facing challenges and obstacles before being reborn at dawn. This cycle of descent and return, of darkness followed by new light, reflected their understanding of life's patterns. As you drift towards sleep, you follow a similar path, releasing consciousness for a time to be renewed through rest. The hieroglyph for horizon, a circle between two mountains, symbolized this transition point between states, this threshold between different ways of being. Allow your thoughts to become like hieroglyphs painted on papyrus, gentle impressions that don't demand your immediate attention. They can wait until morning, preserved perfectly for when you wish to return to them. For now, there is only the peaceful current of breath carrying you gently towards sleep's waiting shore. The ancient Egyptians believed that dreams could bring messages from the divine realm, insights and wisdom not accessible during waking hours. As you prepare to enter this dream space, imagine what gifts of understanding might await you there. The stars continue their stately procession across the night sky, as they have for billions of years before human eyes first gazed upon them, before the first hieroglyph was carved, before the Rosetta Stone bridged worlds of understanding. These eternal lights have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the slow evolution of languages, the patient work of scholars seeking meaning in ancient symbols. Their constancy is reassuring, a reminder that beneath the apparent chaos of experience lies pattern and order. As your consciousness grows quieter, imagine the peaceful silence of the desert at night, the soft coolness that follows day's heat. The ancient Egyptians understood the importance of balance between light and darkness, sound and silence, activity and rest. Their concept of Maat encompassed order, truth, and harmony, the proper relationship between all elements of existence. Your body knows this wisdom too, finding its natural equilibrium as you settle more deeply into tranquility. The hieroglyphs for sleep in ancient Egyptian combined symbols for a house and the night sky, recognizing sleep as a shelter, a protected space of rest beneath the stars. As your awareness grows dimmer, feel yourself entering this shelter, this sanctuary, where renewal occurs beyond the reach of conscious thought. The Egyptians believed that each night, the soul could journey beyond the confines of the body, exploring realms unavailable to waking perception. Your own spirit, unburdened now by thought or effort, is free to wander in its own gentle way. The story of the Rosetta Stone reminds us that some puzzles require time to solve, that understanding often comes not in a flash of insight, but through patient attention and accumulated knowledge. As you drift now at the edge of sleep, there's no need to solve anything, no need to understand or analyze. Like the Nile flowing without effort toward the sea, you can simply allow yourself to be carried by the current of increasing restfulness. The ancient Egyptians often buried their dead with copies of what they called the Book of Going Forth by Day, texts we now know as the Book of the Dead. These were not morbid documents, but hopeful ones, maps for the soul's journey into new states of being. Your own journey towards sleep has something in common with these ancient pathways, a letting go of one state to enter another, a transition guided by natural wisdom older than civilization itself. Sleep now approaches like evening shadows lengthening across the desert, gentle and inevitable. The hieroglyphs have shared their story, the ancient voices have spoken their piece, and now there is only the quiet rhythm of your breath, the soft weight of your body at rest, the gradual releasing of thought into the welcoming darkness of sleep. The Rosetta Stone has long since revealed its secrets, and you too can reveal yourself to the healing mysteries of deep rest, carried on the tranquil current of the night toward renewal, restoration, and dreams as ancient as the stars themselves. In the northern reaches of the Indian subcontinent, nestled between towering mountain ranges, lies a valley of extraordinary beauty. Kashmir, often called paradise on earth, holds within its embrace a collection of gardens so exquisite they seem to exist between the realms of dreams and reality. The Mughal gardens of Kashmir stand as living monuments to a dynasty's vision of paradise brought to earth, a testament to the harmony that can exist between human artistry and natural splendor. The story of these magnificent gardens begins in the 16th century, during the golden age of the Mughal Empire. The Mughals, descendants of Genghis Khan and Timur, had established a vast empire across the Indian subcontinent. They brought with them Persian cultural influences, including the concept of the Paradise Garden or Chahar Bagh, a four-quartered garden that symbolized the four rivers of paradise described in the Quran. Emperor Jahangir, the fourth Mughal ruler, first visited Kashmir in 1620. Upon witnessing the valley's breathtaking beauty, he is said to have exclaimed, "If there is a paradise on earth, it is here, it is here, it is here." His words would become forever associated with Kashmir, and his deep appreciation for this landscape would inspire the creation of gardens that would endure for centuries. The natural features of Kashmir provided the perfect canvas for the Mughal vision. The valley floor, rich with fertile soil, was watered by the Jhelum River and countless streams flowing down from the surrounding Himalayas. The climate was moderate, allowing for a diverse range of plants to flourish. Most importantly, the natural slope of the land allowed for the creation of terraced gardens with flowing water, a central element in Mughal garden design. Imagine, if you will, standing at the entrance of Shalimar Bagh, perhaps the most famous of the Mughal gardens. Commissioned by Emperor Jahangir for his beloved wife Nur Jahan in 1619, this garden epitomizes the Mughal ideal. As you enter, you're greeted by the sight of long, straight waterways that divide the garden into four quarters. Water, the essence of life, flows through channels carved from stone, creating a symphony of gentle sounds as it cascades from one terrace to another. These gardens were not simply places of beauty but carried deep symbolic meaning. The flowing water represented the rivers of paradise, while the careful arrangement of trees and flowers symbolized the order and harmony of the universe. The terraced design, with its three distinct levels, represented the traditional Islamic concept of life: the lower level for mortals, the middle for royalty, and the upper level symbolizing paradise itself. The Shalimar Bagh spans an area of approximately 31 acres, divided into three terraces ascending the mountainside. The lowest terrace, known as the Diwan-i-Am, or public audience hall, was where the common people could gather. The middle terrace, Diwan-i-Khas, was reserved for the nobility and guests of the emperor. The uppermost terrace, the Zenana, or ladies' garden, was a private space for the royal harem, shielded from public view. Water flows throughout the garden in channels lined with polished black marble, designed to reflect the sky and surrounding flowers. The channels feed into larger pools where fountains dance and lotus flowers bloom. The sight of water flowing continuously through the garden creates a sensation of perpetual movement, yet paradoxically instills a profound sense of peace in all who witness it. The planting scheme of these gardens was as thoughtful as their architectural design. Chinar trees, with their broad canopies and distinctive maple-like leaves, provided shade along the walkways. These magnificent trees, some now over 400 years old, turn a brilliant crimson in autumn, creating a spectacle of color that contrasts dramatically with the evergreen cypress trees planted in formal rows, pointing skyward like sentinels guarding the garden. Flowers were chosen not only for their beauty, but for their scent as well. The gardens were designed to engage all the senses, creating a fully immersive experience. Roses, jasmine, and lavender perfumed the air, while fruit trees offered both visual beauty and sweet harvests. In spring, thousands of tulips would carpet the terraces in vibrant color, a tradition that continues today with Kashmir's famous Tulip Festival. Emperor Shah Jahan, who succeeded Jahangir, continued his father's love affair with Kashmir. He expanded Shalimar Bagh and commissioned another spectacular garden, Nishat Bagh, or Garden of Joy. Built in 1633 by Asif Khan, brother of Nur Jahan, Nishat Bagh is perhaps the most dramatically situated of all Kashmir's gardens. Nishat Bagh cascades down 12 terraces, each representing one of the zodiac signs. From its highest point, visitors are treated to a breathtaking panoramic view of Dal Lake shimmering in the sunlight, with the mountains rising beyond. The garden's design ingeniously frames this natural vista, incorporating the lake and mountains as extensions of the garden itself, a masterful blending of designed and natural landscapes. As you would walk along the central canal of Nishat Bagh, the sound of water would accompany every step. The canal features 26 fountains, their spray catching the light to create miniature rainbows on sunny days. Flanking the pathways, stone benches inlaid with intricate designs invite visitors to sit and absorb the tranquility of their surroundings. Here, time seems to slow, allowing for contemplation and peace. The Mughal gardeners understood the power of water not just as a symbol or a visual element, but as a means of creating a microclimate. In the heat of summer, the flowing water and fountains would cool the air, while the shade of ancient trees created comfortable spaces for relaxation and social gatherings. These gardens were living examples of environmental engineering, centuries before such concepts were formally recognized. The stonework throughout these gardens speaks to the incredible craftsmanship of the era. Pavilions with delicate latticework, known as jalis, filtered sunlight to create patterns that shifted across the floors throughout the day. These pavilions served as venues for poetry, recitals, musical performances, and philosophical discussions, cultural activities highly valued in the Mughal court. Let us now turn our attention to Chashma Shahi, the smallest of the three main Mughal gardens of Kashmir. Its name means royal spring, named for the natural spring that was discovered by the Sufi saint Rupa Bhawani. Shah Jahan had this garden built in 1632, specifically around this spring, whose waters were renowned for their purity and healing properties. Though smaller in scale than its counterparts, Chashma Shahi possesses an intimate charm that is all its own. The garden descends in 3 terraces, with the spring water flowing through each level. The uppermost terrace houses a pavilion where the emperor himself would sit to enjoy the view of Dal Lake. It is said that this water was so prized that it would be transported in silver containers to Delhi for the emperor when he was away from Kashmir. As evening approaches in these gardens, the setting sun casts a golden glow across the terraces. The lengthening shadows of the chinar trees stretch across lawns, and the water in the channels and pools reflects the changing colors of the sky. It is in these moments, as day transitions to dusk, that the gardens reveal another dimension of their beauty, a quality of serene magic that has captivated visitors for centuries. The Mughal gardens of Kashmir stand as a remarkable achievement of landscape design, blending Persian, Central Asian, and Indian elements into something uniquely beautiful. They represent a philosophy that sees gardens not merely as decorative spaces, but as reflections of paradise, places where the divine order of the universe can be contemplated and experienced. As we continue to explore these magnificent gardens in the Valley of Kashmir, allow yourself to imagine the gentle sound of water flowing through channels of polished stone, the soft rustling of leaves in ancient chinar trees, and the delicate fragrance of roses and jasmine carried on a mountain breeze. These sensations have welcomed visitors to the gardens for centuries, offering moments of tranquility and wonder in a setting of unparalleled beauty. As twilight settles over the Valley of Kashmir, the Mughal gardens take on a different character. The vibrant colors of daytime flowers soften in the fading light, while the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine begins to perfume the cooling air. The sound of flowing water becomes more pronounced in the evening stillness, creating a gentle lullaby that soothes the senses. Let us continue our journey through these remarkable gardens, exploring their deeper meanings and the legacy they have left to the world. The design principles that shaped the Mughal gardens were not merely aesthetic but deeply philosophical. The Persian concept of Chahar Bagh, or four-quartered garden, represents the 4 rivers of paradise described in Islamic scripture: water, milk, honey, and wine. In the earthly interpretation, these became channels of flowing water intersecting at right angles, dividing the garden into 4 equal parts that symbolize the cardinal directions and the 4 corners of the world. This geometric precision was not accidental, but reflected the Mughal belief in a divinely ordered universe. The straight lines and perfect symmetry represented human understanding of cosmic order, while the living elements, the plants, flowers, and trees embodied the ever-changing, organic nature of life itself. In this way, the gardens became a physical manifestation of the harmony between order and nature, permanence and change, the heavenly and the earthly. The terraced design of Kashmir's gardens was a brilliant adaptation of Persian garden concepts to the mountainous landscape of the valley. Each descending level created a different perspective, unveiling new vistas and experiences as visitors moved through the space. This multi-leveled approach also created natural zones for different types of plants, with sun-loving flowers on open terraces and shade-tolerant species beneath the canopy of ancient trees. During the reign of Emperor Aurangzeb in the late 17th century, another magnificent garden was added to Kashmir's landscape, Verinag. Located at the southeastern end of the Kashmir Valley, Verinag is built around the octagonal spring that forms the source of the Jhelum River. Legend has it that the great Hindu sage Nila drank from this spring, turning its waters from white to blue. The Mughals enclosed this sacred spring within an octagonal stone basin and surrounded it with an arcaded walkway of exceptional craftsmanship. The water from this spring is remarkably clear, with a slight blue tint that gives depth to its crystalline appearance. Standing at the edge of the basin, one can observe the gentle movement of water as it bubbles up from the depths, beginning its long journey as the Jhelum River, which will eventually flow through the whole of Kashmir Valley. There is something profoundly meditative about witnessing the birth of a river, this point where Earth gives forth water in an endless cycle that has continued for millennia. The Mughals understood water not just as a visual or symbolic element, but as a dynamic force that could transform a garden experience. They developed sophisticated hydraulic systems that controlled the flow, creating different effects throughout their gardens. In some places, water would cascade dramatically down carved chutes called shadars, creating a shimmering curtain of white. In other areas, it would flow silently through narrow channels, reflecting the sky above. Some fountains were designed to create a fine mist, cooling the air on hot summer days, while others shot powerful jets high into the air, catching the sunlight to create rainbows. This mastery of hydraulic engineering was especially impressive given that it was achieved without modern pumps or equipment. The gardens relied on gravity and the natural pressure of water flowing downhill from mountain springs and streams. The precise calculation of gradients ensured that water flowed at just the right speed, not so fast as to cause erosion, not so slow as to become stagnant. Stone-lined channels were laid with such precision that many still function today, hundreds of years after their construction. Achai Bagh, another lesser-known but equally beautiful Mughal garden in Kashmir, exemplifies this hydraulic ingenuity. Here, water flows through a series of small pools connected by narrow channels, creating a rhythmic sound as it moves from one level to the next. Stone spouts shaped like lotus flowers or animal heads direct the flow, adding both visual interest and a musical quality to the water's movement. Sitting beside these channels, one can close the eyes and be lulled by the consistent, gentle sound, a natural form of what we might now call white noise, perfect for inducing a state of relaxation. The relationship between the gardens and the surrounding landscape was carefully considered. While the gardens themselves were enclosed spaces, defined by walls and formal structures, they were positioned to incorporate views of the natural world beyond their boundaries. From carefully placed pavilions, visitors could gaze out at the shimmering expanse of Dal Lake, the rolling foothills, or the distant snow-capped peaks of the Himalayas. These framed vistas created what landscape designers call borrowed scenery, incorporating the broader landscape into the garden experience. This integration of designed and natural landscapes reflects the Mughal appreciation for natural beauty. Unlike some other formal garden traditions that sought to completely control and reshape nature, the Mughal approach in Kashmir worked with the existing topography and views, enhancing rather than replacing the natural features of the land. The result was a series of gardens that felt both deliberately designed and perfectly at home in their setting, as if the mountains, lake, and valley were extensions of the garden itself. The plant selection in these gardens was as thoughtful as their architectural elements. The Mughals introduced many new species to Kashmir, including certain varieties of cherries, apples, and pears that would become important to the region's agriculture. Flowers were chosen not just for their visual appeal, but for their symbolic meanings in Persian and Indian traditions. Roses, with their beauty and fragrance, represented divine love and spiritual attainment. Lotus flowers, emerging perfect and unstained from muddy waters, symbolized purity and enlightenment. Cypress trees, with their evergreen nature and upright form, represented eternity and aspiration toward heaven. As seasons changed, the gardens transformed with them. Spring brought a riot of color as thousands of tulips, irises, and daffodils carpeted the terraces. Summer saw the roses in full bloom, their petals releasing perfume into the warm air. Autumn transformed the chinar trees into towers of flame as their leaves turned brilliant shades of red and gold. Even winter had its own quiet beauty, with the elegant structure of the gardens revealed beneath a blanket of snow, the dark water flowing between white banks. The seasonal progression was not merely tolerated but celebrated in Mughal garden design. Unlike some garden traditions that strive for year-round consistency, the Mughals embraced the changing face of nature, seeing in it a reflection of life's own cycles. A garden in spring represented youth and new beginnings. Summer embodied maturity and fulfillment. Autumn suggested the beauty that can come with age and the letting go of attachments. Winter spoke of rest and renewal. Visiting the same garden in different seasons offered entirely different experiences, teaching the lesson that change itself can be beautiful. The gardens served not only as places of beauty, but as venues for court life and cultural activities. Poetry, recitals, musical performances, philosophical discussions, and diplomatic meetings all took place within these verdant settings. The emperor and his court would sometimes spend entire seasons in Kashmir, conducting affairs of state from garden pavilions while enjoying the cool mountain air. The gardens thus became extensions of the court, spaces where politics, art, and nature intermingled. Imagine an evening in Shalimar Bagh during the height of the Mughal era. Lamps would be lit along the water channels, their flames reflected and multiplied in the still pools. Musicians might play the santoor, a traditional Kashmiri instrument, its dulcimer-like tones floating across the terraces. Court poets would recite new verses inspired by the garden's beauty, while attendants moved quietly among the guests, offering refreshments. The emperor himself might be seated in the black marble pavilion on the upper terrace, discussing matters of state with his advisors or simply contemplating the scene before him, the interplay of light and shadow. The sound of water, the scent of flowers, all combining to create a moment of perfect harmony. For the royal ladies, often restricted by the conventions of purdah, female seclusion, the gardens offered rare opportunities to enjoy the outdoors within the privacy of the zenana sections. These areas were designed to be shielded from public view, allowing women to move freely without veils. Here, away from the formal constraints of court life, princesses and ladies-in-waiting could stroll among the flowers, sit by flowing streams, and enjoy the sensory pleasures of the garden. The gardens were also practical spaces where medicinal herbs and fruits were grown. The Mughal interest in botany went beyond aesthetics. They were keen observers of plants' properties and uses. Gardens often included sections dedicated to herbs used in Unani medicine, a traditional system brought to India by the Mughals. Fruits grown in the gardens were not just ornamental but provided fresh produce for the royal table. In this way, the gardens blended beauty and utility, pleasure and purpose. As the sun sets over the valley of Kashmir, casting long shadows across the terraced gardens, one can almost feel the weight of history in these ancient spaces. The same mountains that watch over us watched over Emperor Jahangir as he strolled through Shalimar with his beloved Nur Jahan. The same waters that flow through stone channels today refreshed weary travelers centuries ago. There is a profound sense of continuity in these gardens, a thread that connects us to those who came before. As twilight deepens and stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, the gardens take on a quality of tranquil mystery. The sound of water becomes more pronounced in the evening stillness, creating a gentle rhythm that seems to slow the heart and calm the mind. The scent of night-blooming flowers intensifies, carried on cool breezes that flow down from the mountains. In these moments, as day transitions to night, one can perhaps come closest to understanding the Mughal vision, gardens as pathways to paradise, spaces where the divine might be glimpsed in the perfection of nature shaped by human hands. Now, as our exploration of these magnificent gardens continues, allow your breathing to find its own natural rhythm, matching perhaps the steady flow of water through ancient channels. Let your thoughts drift like lotus petals on still pools, reflecting both the sky above and the depths below. The gardens have witnessed centuries come and go, seasons change and return, empires rise and fall, yet they remain, teaching us lessons of beauty, harmony, and peace if we are willing to listen. As night fully embraces the valley of Kashmir, the Mughal gardens transform into spaces of deep tranquility. Moonlight silvering the surface of still pools, the gentle whisper of leaves stirring in the night breeze, the continuous soothing melody of water flowing through ancient channels, all combine to create an atmosphere of profound peace. Let us continue our journey through these gardens as they guide us toward rest and reflection. The legacy of the Mughal gardens extended far beyond their original creators. After the decline of the Mughal Empire in the 18th century, the gardens fell into a period of neglect. Many of the pavilions crumbled, water channels became blocked, and plants grew wild without the careful attention of royal gardeners. Yet even in this state of romantic decay, they maintained a certain beauty, a testimony to the strength of their original design and the resilience of nature itself. In the 19th century, the gardens found new caretakers in the Dogra rulers who controlled Kashmir. Maharaja Ranbir Singh and later rulers undertook restoration work, clearing channels and repairing structures. Though their approach sometimes differed from the original Mughal vision, their efforts ensured that the gardens survived into the modern era. Later, after India gained independence in 1947, the gardens came under the protection of the Archaeological Survey of India and the Department of Horticulture, who continued to maintain them today. One particularly beautiful feature of these gardens that has endured through centuries is the interplay between light and water. During the day, sunlight dances on the surface of pools and fountains, creating patterns of brightness that shift and change with the hours. At night, traditionally, floating oil lamps would be set adrift on the water, their soft glow reflected and multiplied in the dark surface. Today, during special events, this practice continues, creating a magical landscape of floating light that seems to hover between earth and sky. Take a deep breath now and imagine yourself seated on a marble bench beside one of the long water channels in Shalimar Bagh. Feel the smooth, cool stone beneath you, worn slightly by centuries of visitors who came before. Notice how your breathing naturally slows in this peaceful setting, matching perhaps the steady, continuous flow of water passing before you. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more connected to this ancient place, this moment suspended in time. The historical journey of these gardens mirrors our own internal journeys. Just as the gardens have experienced periods of creation, neglect, and renewal, so too do our own lives cycle through periods of growth, challenge, and rejuvenation. The gardens teach us that beauty can emerge from difficulty, that renewal is always possible, and that there is value in both careful design and natural evolution. As you rest here, allow these gentle lessons to settle into your awareness like fallen petals floating on still water. The sound of water has been our constant companion throughout this exploration of Kashmir's Mughal gardens. This is no accident. Water is the life-giving element that makes all else possible. Listen closely to its various voices, the gentle splash of fountains rising and falling in their eternal dance, the almost imperceptible murmur of water flowing through narrow stone channels, the more dramatic music of cascades as water steps down from one terrace to another. Each has its own rhythm, its own song, its own way of speaking to something deep within us. Feel how your body responds to these sounds, how muscles you didn't even realize were tense begin to soften and release. Your shoulders dropping slightly, your jaw relaxing, the space between your eyebrows smoothing. Water has this effect on us. It speaks to our deepest selves, reminding us that we too are largely composed of this flowing element, that we too can be fluid, adaptable, finding our way around obstacles with grace. The night air in Kashmir carries the mingled fragrance of flowers, earth, and water. Breathe it in deeply, allowing it to fill your lungs completely before slowly releasing it. With each inhalation, imagine drawing in the essence of these gardens, their beauty, their harmony, their peace. With each exhalation, feel yourself letting go of any tension or worry that you might be carrying, releasing it as easily as a chinar tree releases its leaves in autumn, trusting in the natural cycle of letting go and renewal. Above the gardens, the night sky of Kashmir opens like a vast dome studded with stars. In the clear mountain air, free from the light pollution of modern cities, the stars appear extraordinarily bright and numerous. The same stars that guided Mughal caravans across mountain passes centuries ago now shine down upon us, constant, unchanging points of light that have witnessed the entire history of these gardens, from their creation to this present moment of quiet contemplation. The Mughals, like many cultures before and since, saw in the ordered movement of celestial bodies a reflection of divine harmony. The same mathematical principles that governed the layout of their gardens, proportion, symmetry, geometry, could be observed in the wheeling patterns of stars across the night sky. Looking up at this canopy of stars, one can sense this profound connection between the micro scale of a garden and the macro scale of the cosmos, between the human act of creation and the vast creative forces of the universe. As night deepens, the temperature in the valley gradually falls. The cool air flows down from the surrounding mountains like water seeking its lowest level, pooling in the gardens and around the lake. This gentle chill makes one appreciate the warmth of a shawl drawn close around the shoulders, the comfort of being sheltered yet connected to the natural world. There is deep contentment in such simple pleasures, warmth against coolness, stillness amid gentle movement, silence punctuated by the soft sounds of nature. Now, as your breathing continues its steady rhythm, allow your awareness to expand to include the entirety of these magnificent gardens. From the highest terrace with its commanding views, down through successive levels, each with its own character and beauty, to the lowest point where the garden meets the natural landscape beyond its walls. Feel yourself held within this carefully designed space, supported by centuries of human care and creativity, cradled in the lap of the Kashmir Valley itself. The light of the moon casts long shadows from the ancient chinar trees, creating patterns across stone pathways and lawns. These patterns shift almost imperceptibly as the moon continues its journey across the night sky, marking the passage of time in the gentlest possible way. There is no hurry here, no urgency, only the slow dance of light and shadow that has played out night after night, year after year, century after century, regardless of who was there to witness it. The gardens have witnessed emperors and empresses, courtiers and commoners, visitors from far-flung lands and local Kashmiris. Each person who has walked these paths has brought their own story, their own perspective, their own moment in time. The gardens have welcomed them all, offering the same gifts of beauty, tranquility, and harmonious design to each according to their capacity to receive. And now they offer these same gifts to you as you rest here in this moment, breathing quietly. Present to the experience. With each breath now, feel yourself sinking more deeply into a state of relaxation, the weight of your body supported perfectly, whether you're lying down or seated comfortably. The tension in your muscles continuing to release, one area at a time. Your mind growing quieter, less concerned with analyzing or categorizing, more receptive to simply experiencing the sensory richness of imagined gardens. The boundaries between history and present, between the gardens and yourself, between wakefulness and dreams, all becoming softer, more permeable. Imagine now that you are walking very slowly along one of the straight pathways that divide the garden into its quarters. With each step, you feel more at ease, more at peace. The path seems to extend before you into infinite distance, yet there is no need to reach any particular destination. The journey itself is all that matters. This moment, this step, this breath. The sound of water accompanies you, sometimes to your right, sometimes to your left, a constant companion on your journey. As you continue this gentle walk through the moonlit garden, notice how your thoughts begin to float like petals on water, arising, drifting for a moment, then settling or dissolving. There is no need to follow them or develop them into stories. They can simply come and go against the backdrop of your awareness, like clouds passing across the face of the moon, temporarily dimming its light but never extinguishing it. The philosophical heart of these gardens lies in their integration of opposites, the formal and the natural, the permanent and the ephemeral, movement and stillness, light and shadow. In creating spaces that harmonize these seemingly contradictory elements, the Mughal garden designers reflected a profound understanding of the nature of reality itself, the unity that underlies apparent duality, the complementary nature of forces that seem opposed. As you rest here, allow this wisdom to permeate your consciousness, bringing a deeper sense of balance and acceptance. Feel how the garden holds both structure and freedom, how the precise geometry of its layout creates a framework within which nature can express itself organically. In the same way, our lives benefit from having both direction and spontaneity, both purpose and playfulness. The gardens teach us that these are not mutually exclusive, but mutually enhancing, that true harmony comes from embracing both sides of life's essential dualities. The Mughal gardens of Kashmir stand as enduring monuments to a vision of paradise made manifest on earth. Yet they are not static monuments of stone and water, but living, breathing spaces that continue to evolve with the seasons and the years. Each spring brings new growth, each autumn a letting go, each winter a period of rest and renewal. The cycle continues, as it has for centuries, a testament to the resilience of beauty and the enduring power of harmonious design. As you breathe deeply now, imagine that each inhalation draws in the essence of these magnificent gardens, their beauty, their harmony, their peace. And with each exhalation, let yourself sink more deeply into a state of complete relaxation, where the boundaries between wakefulness and sleep become as fluid as the water flowing through ancient channels, as permeable as the mist that rises from Dal Lake in the early morning. The stars continue their slow wheeling overhead, marking the passage of night hours. The water continues its journey through the gardens, flowing from fountain to channel to pool in an endless cycle. The flowers and trees continue their silent communion with earth and sky, rooted in one element while reaching toward another. And you, resting here in this imagined paradise, continue your journey toward the realm of dreams, carried along as gently as a fallen petal floating on still water. There is no need to resist this natural drift toward sleep. Just as the gardens surrender to the coming of night, allowing darkness to transform their appearance but not their essence, you too can surrender to the approach of sleep, knowing that your essence remains unchanged. The garden will still be here when you return, its beauty undiminished, its lessons of harmony and balance waiting to be rediscovered. As your consciousness begins to shift from the realm of waking to the realm of dreams, the images of the garden may begin to transform, becoming more fluid, more magical. Fountains might rise higher than physically possible, flowers might bloom in colors never seen in nature, pathways might lead to destinations unknown in the waking world. This is the Garden of Dreams now, where the mathematical precision of Mughal design meets the boundless creativity of the sleeping mind. The sound of water remains your anchor, a continuous thread connecting these different states of consciousness. Let it carry you forward, its gentle rhythm matching the steady beat of your heart, its flowing movement echoing the continuous cycle of breath. There is profound safety in this connection to the elements, to the natural world, to the accumulated wisdom embodied in these ancient gardens. Now, as sleep approaches like twilight deepening into night, know that you are held in perfect safety. The same mountains that embrace the valley of Kashmir embrace you. The same stars that have watched over these gardens for centuries watch over you. The same cycles of renewal and rest that govern the natural world govern your own need for sleep and rejuvenation. The Mughal gardens of Kashmir have shared their story with you, a story of beauty created through vision and perseverance, of harmony achieved through the thoughtful integration of opposite forces, of legacy that transcends the rise and fall of empires. As you drift towards sleep, carry these gentle lessons with you into your dreams, allowing them to work their transformative magic in the depths of your unconscious mind. Sleep now comes as naturally as night follows day, as winter follows autumn, as still pools reflect the sky above. There is no effort required, nothing to achieve or accomplish. Simply allowing yourself to be carried on the current of breath, floating downstream toward the ocean of sleep, trusting in the journey and in your own capacity for renewal through rest. The gardens remain, eternal in their beauty, steadfast in their lessons, waiting to be rediscovered when you awaken. But for now, let them fade gently into the background of awareness as sleep draws its soft veil across your consciousness, bringing the perfect peace that comes with complete surrender to the natural rhythms of body and mind, of earth and sky, of flowing water and still pools reflecting stars. Sleep well, dream deeply, and know that like the Mughal gardens themselves, you too will be renewed through this cycle of rest and awakening, made more vibrant, more alive, more capable of experiencing beauty in all its forms. The gardens have shared their gift of tranquility with you. Now it is time to receive the gift of sleep, the ultimate restoration, carrying you gently into tomorrow on currents as soft and inevitable as water flowing through paradise gardens under a canopy of stars. As you settle in and prepare to drift into peaceful slumber, let us journey back nearly 2,000 years to ancient Rome, to one of the most magnificent architectural achievements of the Roman Empire, the Grand Thermae Antoninianae, better known today as the Baths of Caracalla. Imagine yourself standing in the heart of imperial Rome, in the early 3rd century CE. The empire stretches across 3 continents, from the misty shores of Britain to the sun-scorched deserts of Egypt. Rome itself pulses with life as the center of this vast domain, home to nearly 1 million souls from all corners of the known world. The city hums with activity. Merchants hawk their wares, senators debate in marble halls, and everywhere, the sound of water flowing through the empire's ingenious aqueduct system. It is within this vibrant metropolis that Emperor Caracalla, born Lucius Septimius Bassianus and later known as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, commissioned one of the most ambitious building projects of his time. Construction of the massive bathing complex began around 212 CE, shortly after Caracalla had secured his position as sole emperor through the murder of his brother Geta. Perhaps seeking to distract the populace from this fratricidal beginning to his reign, or simply wishing to cement his legacy through monumental architecture as many Roman emperors did, Caracalla ordered the creation of baths that would surpass all others in size and splendor. The chosen site covered approximately 25 acres, 100,000 square meters, on the small Aventine Hill, nestled between the ancient Appian Way and what would later become the Aurelian Walls. Before construction could even begin, existing structures had to be demolished, the terrain leveled, and foundations laid that could support the immense weight of the planned complex. This preparatory work alone was a marvel of Roman engineering and organization. The scale of this undertaking was truly staggering. Thousands of laborers, craftsmen, engineers, and artists were employed in the project. Massive quantities of materials were sourced from throughout the empire. Fine marble from Greece and North Africa, granite from Egypt, precious metals and rare stones from distant provinces, all brought to Rome via a complex network of sea and land routes that showcased the empire's logistical prowess. By 216 CE, just 4 years after construction began, the main bathing chambers were completed and opened to the public, though work on the extensive grounds and outer buildings would continue for several more years. The speed with which this enormous complex rose from the ground speaks to the remarkable efficiency of Roman construction techniques and the virtually unlimited resources the emperor could command. Let us now approach these baths as a visitor might have in the year 220 CE, when the complex stood complete in all its glory. As you draw near, the sheer scale of the structure comes into focus. The main building rises to a height of nearly 40 meters, 130 feet, its imposing brick walls punctuated by large windows that flood the interior with light. The rectangular central block stretches approximately 220 by 114 meters, 720 by 375 feet, surrounded by extensive gardens, exercise yards, and subsidiary buildings that together form a complex over 330 by 330 meters, 1,080 by 1,080 feet, larger than many entire towns of the period. Unlike the austere governmental buildings of Rome, the baths of Caracalla presented a welcoming face to visitors. Wide, sweeping staircases led up to multiple entrances, with the main access point on the northeast side of the complex. Here, Romans of nearly all social classes could enter for a modest fee, or sometimes for free during imperial festivals or when an emperor or wealthy patron covered the cost for the day. As you pass through the entrance, you find yourself in a vast, open courtyard, the Palaestra, where young men exercise under the Mediterranean sun, practicing wrestling, discus throwing, and other athletic pursuits. Some jog along the colonnaded edges of the yard, while others gather in small groups, conversing about politics, philosophy, or the latest chariot races at the Circus Maximus. The air carries a pleasant mixture of scents. The earthy aroma of dust from the exercise grounds mingles with the delicate fragrances of flowering plants in the surrounding gardens and the distant smell of wood smoke from the enormous furnaces that heat the bathing chambers. The constant murmur of hundreds of voices echoes against the high walls, occasionally punctuated by shouts from the athletes or the sudden laughter of a group of friends reuniting for their daily visit to the baths. Moving past the palestra, you enter the northeastern wing of the main building, where you find the apoditerium, the changing rooms where visitors disrobe and store their clothing and valuables in niches watched over by attendants. Here, the social nature of the baths becomes apparent as people from different walks of life, merchants, artisans, minor officials, and even the occasional senator, prepare for the bathing ritual, exchanging greetings and catching up on the latest news and gossip. Roman bathing was not merely about cleanliness, but followed a ritualistic progression designed to cleanse both body and mind. From the apoditerium, bathers typically moved first to the tepidarium, a moderately heated room where the body could gradually adjust to the increasing temperatures to come. The tepidarium of the baths of Caracalla was a wonder of architectural design. Its vaulted ceiling soared overhead, supported by massive columns of polished granite. The walls gleamed with marble panels in various hues: honey-colored giallo antico from Tunisia, deep green serpentine from Greece, and rich purple porphyry from Egypt's eastern desert. Between these panels, niches held bronze and marble statues of gods, emperors, and mythological figures, their forms seeming almost to move in the shifting light that poured through the clerestory windows high above. Underfoot, intricate mosaics depicted marine scenes: dolphins dancing among waves, sea nymphs riding fantastical creatures, and Neptune commanding his watery realm. These images rippled and shimmered as light reflected off the shallow pools of water that collected on portions of the floor from the humid air. Here in the tepidarium, with its gentle warmth enveloping you, conversations flowed as freely as the water that burbled softly in fountains placed throughout the chamber. Philosophers debated with students, businessmen negotiated deals, and friends shared the latest news from the frontiers of the empire. Unlike the Forum or Senate House, the baths provided a more relaxed atmosphere where social boundaries, while not erased, became somewhat more permeable. After spending time in the tepidarium, allowing your body to adjust to the warmth and your mind to unwind from the pressures of Roman daily life, you would proceed to the heart of the bathing complex, the caldarium. This was the hottest room, similar to modern saunas, where intense heat opened the pores and induced profuse sweating to purge impurities from the body. The engineering required to create and maintain the caldarium's environment was one of the greatest achievements of Roman technology. Beneath the floor lay the hypocaust system, a space supported by thousands of short brick pillars through which hot air from the furnaces circulated. This heated the floor to such a degree that bathers had to wear special wooden clogs to avoid burning their feet. The walls contained hollow spaces, tubuli, through which the hot air also flowed, creating an early form of radiant heating that kept the entire chamber at a constant high temperature. Managing these heating systems required a small army of slaves and workers who labored in the praefurnium, the furnace rooms beneath the baths. Here, teams worked around the clock, feeding the voracious fires with tons of wood brought daily to the complex. The coordination of fuel supply, the regulation of temperatures, and the maintenance of the complex water systems that served the baths represented a remarkable feat of Roman engineering and organization. In the steamy confines of the caldarium, with its domed ceiling rising nearly 35 meters, 115 feet above, the social atmosphere shifted. Conversation became more subdued as bathers focused on the purifying effects of the intense heat. Attendants circulated, offering services such as massage or the application of various oils and scraping tools used to clean the skin. For many Romans, this was not merely a cleaning process, but a health treatment, believed to balance the body's humors and prevent or cure various ailments. After sufficient time in the caldarium's embrace, bathers would move to the frigidarium, the final major chamber in the bathing sequence. Here, in stark contrast to the previous rooms, cool air and cold pools awaited to close the pores and invigorate the body after the enervating heat of the caldarium. The frigidarium of the baths of Caracalla was perhaps the most spectacular space in the entire complex. At its center lay an enormous pool, measuring approximately 50 by 20 meters, 164 by 66 feet, filled with cold, clear water from one of Rome's aqueducts. The pool was deep enough for swimming, and many Romans considered this a crucial part of a complete education. The saying, "He can neither swim nor read," was used to describe someone completely uncultured. Above the frigidarium soared an immense cross-vaulted ceiling supported by 8 massive granite columns, each 12 meters, 40 feet high, and weighing approximately 50 tons. These architectural marvels had been quarried in Egypt, transported down the Nile, across the Mediterranean, up the Tiber River, and finally hauled overland to the construction site. A journey of thousands of kilometers that demonstrated the empire's logistical capabilities. Light flooded into the frigidarium through large windows set high in the walls, creating patterns that danced across the water's surface and reflected onto the richly decorated walls and ceiling. Mosaics covering the upper portions of the walls depicted athletic competitions, mythological scenes, and aquatic imagery, while the lower sections were clad in marble of various colors, polished to a mirror-like finish. Here in the frigidarium, as your body cooled and refreshed itself in the invigorating waters, the social aspect of the baths reached its peak. Floating in the vast pool or reclining on marble benches around its perimeter, Romans from various walks of life mingled, conversed, and formed the connections that helped bind together their complex society. Political alliances were forged, business deals struck, friendships deepened, and the latest poems or philosophical treatises discussed and critiqued. This social melding was one of the most important functions of the imperial baths. While Roman society remained highly stratified, the baths provided a space where the boundaries between classes could be temporarily blurred. Here, a skilled artisan might find himself swimming alongside a minor aristocrat, or a merchant could engage in conversation with a military officer newly returned from the frontiers. Women had their own designated bathing times or sections within the complex, allowing them similar opportunities for social interaction outside the confines of the home. Beyond the main bathing chambers, the tepidarium, caldarium, and frigidarium, the baths of Caracalla offered a remarkable array of additional facilities that transformed the complex from a simple bathing establishment into a comprehensive center for leisure, culture, and physical wellness. As we continue our journey through this ancient marvel, let us explore these spaces and the sophisticated systems that made it all possible. Flanking the central bathing block were 2 identical palestra, large open-air exercise yards surrounded by colonnaded porticos. These spaces were dedicated to physical fitness, a value deeply embedded in Roman culture due to its connection to military preparedness. Here, men would exercise before bathing, engaging in wrestling, boxing, ball games, and various athletic activities. Trainers were available to provide instruction, while others simply watched from the shade of the porticos, enjoying the displays of physical prowess. Adjacent to the palaestrae were the exedrae, large semicircular halls that housed libraries containing both Latin and Greek texts. In these quiet spaces, scholars, students, and literary enthusiasts could retreat from the more boisterous activities of the baths to read, study, or engage in philosophical discussions. The presence of these libraries within the bathing complex underscores the Roman connection between physical and intellectual cultivation, the ideal of mens sana in corpore sano, a sound mind in a sound body. The vast complex also featured a natatio, an enormous open-air swimming pool measuring approximately 50 by 20 meters, 164 by 66 feet. Unlike the indoor frigidarium pool, this swimming area was exposed to the sky, allowing bathers to enjoy the warm Mediterranean sunshine. Surrounded by statues of nymphs, sea creatures, and athletic heroes, the Natatio offered a refreshing respite during Rome's hot summer months. The gentle sounds of water splashing and children's laughter would fill this space, creating an atmosphere of carefree leisure. Throughout the complex, numerous smaller chambers served specialized functions. They were rooms for massage and various health treatments, where skilled practitioners applied oils, unguents, and therapeutic techniques. Other rooms were dedicated to depilation, an important aspect of Roman grooming, while still others functioned as resting areas where bathers could relax between the different stages of the bathing ritual. The baths of Caracalla also featured a series of meeting rooms and social halls where various collegia, professional associations or social clubs, could gather for meetings and communal meals. These spaces further enhanced the complex's role as a social hub, weaving together the diverse threads of Roman urban life. Beneath the visible splendor of the baths lay an equally impressive infrastructure that made everything possible. The hypocaust system that heated the floors and walls of the warm rooms represented one of Rome's most sophisticated engineering achievements. This underfloor heating system consisted of a raised floor supported by thousands of small brick pillars, pilae, creating a space through which hot air from the furnaces could circulate. The walls contained hollow spaces formed by tubuli, rectangular terracotta pipes, through which the hot air also flowed, creating radiant heat that warmed the chambers from all sides. Maintaining the proper temperature in each room required constant attention from specialized slaves who worked in the prefurnium, the furnace rooms located in the substructures of the baths. Here, teams worked in shifts around the clock, feeding the fires with an estimated 10 tons of wood per day. Different chambers required different temperatures, necessitating a carefully coordinated system of dampers and flues to direct the hot air precisely where needed. Even more impressive than the heating system was the complex's water management infrastructure. Water reached the baths via a dedicated branch of the Aqua Marcia aqueduct, arriving at a constant rate of approximately 15,000 to 0 cubic meters per day, enough to fill several Olympic swimming pools. This water first entered a series of settling tanks where impurities could sink to the bottom, ensuring that only clean water reached the bathing chambers. From these settling tanks, the water was distributed throughout the complex through a network of lead pipes of varying diameters, regulated by bronze valves and stopcocks that allowed the bath attendants to control the flow to different areas as needed. The engineering precision required to maintain appropriate water pressure throughout this system was remarkable, especially considering that it operated solely through gravity flow. The drainage system was equally sophisticated. Wastewater from the baths flowed through underground channels into Rome's famed sewer system, the Cloaca Maxima, which carried it ultimately to the Tiber River. The constant flow of fresh water into the complex and wastewater out of it maintained hygienic conditions that were unparalleled in the ancient world. The operation of the baths of Caracalla required a small army of workers. Beyond the furnace attendants, there were water engineers who maintained the hydraulic systems, custodians who cleaned the facilities, attendants who guarded bathers' belongings, massage therapists, personal trainers, food vendors, and administrative personnel who oversaw the complex's finances and daily operations. Many of these workers were slaves owned by the imperial administration, while others were freedmen or free citizens employed for their specialized skills. Estimates suggest that several hundred people worked at the baths each day, serving thousands of visitors. Entry fees were kept deliberately low, around 1 quadrans, the smallest Roman coin, to ensure that most citizens could afford access. On special occasions, such as imperial birthdays or anniversaries, entry might be made completely free as a gift to the people, with the costs covered by the emperor or wealthy patrons seeking public favor. The baths typically opened around midday and remained operational until sunset, though the exact hours varied seasonally. Oil lamps provided some illumination, but the architecture was cleverly designed to maximize natural light through clerestory windows, light wells, and strategically placed reflective surfaces of polished marble and metal. The architectural decoration of the Baths of Caracalla represented the height of Roman luxury. While the underlying structure was built of brick-faced concrete, Rome's revolutionary building material that allowed for unprecedented spans and forms, this utilitarian core was concealed beneath a skin of opulent materials, gathered from throughout the empire. Floors were covered with intricate mosaics depicting mythological scenes, marine life, athletic competitions, and geometric patterns. Some of these mosaics were composed of tiny tesserae less than a centimeter square, requiring extraordinary skill and patience to create. The most elaborate floor designs were found in the central bathing chambers and social areas, while simpler patterns adorned the service corridors and secondary spaces. The lower portions of walls were clad in marble panels of various colors, chosen not only for their beauty but also for symbolic meaning. White marble from Luna, modern Carrara, represented purity. Green porphyry from Laconia suggested the fresh growth of nature. Red porphyry from Egypt evoked imperial power. And yellow giallo antico from North Africa brought warmth and sunlight into the interior spaces. These marbles were cut into thin panels and attached to the walls with bronze clamps, a technique that allowed for efficient use of these precious materials. Above the marble dados, walls were decorated with frescoes depicting landscapes, gardens, mythological narratives, and scenes from daily life. These paintings created the illusion of expanded space and brought vibrant color into the bathing chambers. In some areas, the walls featured stucco reliefs, sculptural elements molded from a mixture of lime and marble dust that added texture and dimension to the decorative scheme. The most lavish ornamentation was reserved for the ceilings. Coffered domes and vaults were adorned with gilded stucco work, painted celestial scenes, and elaborate geometric patterns. In the main chambers, the vast height of the ceilings, reaching up to 35 meters, 115 feet, created an overwhelming sense of grandeur that reminded visitors of the empire's power and the emperor's generosity in providing such magnificent facilities. Throughout the complex, freestanding sculptures and relief carvings enhanced the decorative program. The exact number of sculptures that once adorned the Baths of Caracalla is unknown, but it likely numbered in the hundreds. These works depicted gods, heroes, athletes, and imperial figures, creating a visual program that celebrated both Roman virtues and the divine forces believed to provide health and prosperity. Some of the most famous sculptures ever discovered in Rome came from the Baths of Caracalla. The Farnese Hercules, a massive marble statue standing over 3 meters, 10 feet tall, was found here in 1546 during Renaissance excavations. The Farnese Bull, an enormous sculptural group depicting the punishment of Dirce, was also discovered in the Baths, along with numerous other masterpieces now housed in museums throughout Europe. These findings suggest that the original decorative program of the Baths included works of the highest artistic quality, many of them copies of famous Greek originals. The artistic splendor of the Baths served multiple purposes. Beyond pure aesthetic enjoyment, the imagery reinforced cultural values, celebrated imperial power, and provided educational examples of mythology and history for a largely illiterate population. The decorative program also created a multi-sensory environment that enhanced the bathing experience, surrounding visitors with beauty that nourished the spirit as the warm waters soothed the body. Daily life at the Baths of Caracalla followed certain rhythms and patterns. For most Romans, a visit to the baths was an afternoon activity, typically beginning after the midday meal and business hours. A full bathing circuit might take 2 to 3 hours. though many visitors stayed longer to enjoy the social and recreational aspects of the complex. The bathing ritual itself followed a progression designed to cleanse and invigorate both body and mind. Upon arrival, visitors would store their clothing in the apoditerium, keeping only their bathing implements, oils, strigils, curved metal tools used to scrape oil and dirt from the skin, towels, and perhaps sandals with wooden soles to protect their feet from hot floors. Most bathers then proceeded to the exercise yards to work up a sweat through physical activity before entering the bathing chambers. After exercising, they would move through a sequence of increasingly warm rooms, from the tepidarium to the caldarium, perhaps with stops in specialized chambers like the laconicum, a dry heat room similar to a modern sauna, or the sudatorium, a steam room. In these heated spaces, the body would sweat profusely, opening the pores and releasing impurities. Attendants or slaves might apply scented oils to the skin, which would mix with sweat and dirt. This mixture would then be scraped away with strigils, collecting the residue in small vessels. Some bathers would receive massages to relax muscles and stimulate circulation, while others might undergo more specialized treatments like cupping or the application of medicinal plasters. The bathing sequence concluded with a plunge in the cold waters of the frigidarium or the outdoor natatio, which closed the pores and invigorated the body after the enervating heat of the warmer chambers. This hot-to-cold progression was believed to have significant health benefits, strengthening the constitution and preventing various ailments. Roman medical writers like Galen and Celsus recommended regular bathing as an essential component of a healthy lifestyle. Throughout this process, the social element remained paramount. Unlike modern spas, which often emphasize private relaxation, Roman bathing was inherently communal. Friends visited the baths together, discussing the events of the day as they moved through the various chambers. Strangers struck up conversations, sharing news and opinions on topics ranging from the latest gladiatorial games to philosophical questions or political developments. The baths served as Rome's informal information network, where news traveled rapidly through conversation. Before the age of mass media, this person-to-person exchange represented the primary way that ordinary citizens learned about events beyond their immediate neighborhood. A rumor starting in the caldarium might spread throughout the city by evening, sometimes reaching even the imperial palace. For ambitious Romans, the baths provided crucial networking opportunities. Clients could meet patrons, merchants could forge business connections, and those seeking political advancement could cultivate relationships with influential figures. Unlike the formal setting of the forum, the relaxed atmosphere of the baths facilitated more natural interactions across social boundaries, though significant class distinctions remained even in this setting. Women had access to the baths, though typically at different hours than men or in separate facilities. Some smaller baths in Rome maintained entirely separate women's sections, but the baths of Caracalla likely operated on a schedule that allocated certain hours for women's use. During these periods, the atmosphere and activities would have been similar to men's bathing, with women socializing, exercising, and enjoying the therapeutic qualities of the various chambers. Beyond bathing and exercise, visitors to the baths of Caracalla could enjoy a wide range of amenities. Food vendors operated in designated areas, offering light meals and snacks to hungry bathers. Entertainment was often available, with musicians performing in certain chambers and public readings or recitations occurring in the exedrae. Games of chance, particularly dice, were popular among some groups, despite official disapproval of gambling. For those seeking intellectual stimulation, the libraries provided access to a wide range of literature, while philosophical discussions and impromptu lectures might take place in the porticos surrounding the palestra. Art enthusiasts could admire the sculptures and decorative elements, and those with spiritual inclinations might offer prayers at small shrines dedicated to health-giving deities like Asclepius or Hygeia. The baths of Caracalla, remained in active use for over 300 years, serving as a cornerstone of Roman daily life through the reigns of many emperors. As the sun sets on our journey through this ancient marvel, let us explore how these magnificent thermal complexes weathered the passage of time while allowing the gentle rhythms of Roman bathing to lull you toward peaceful slumber. The grand complex survived the tumultuous 3rd century, a period when the empire faced numerous crises, military threats along distant frontiers, economic challenges, and a rapid succession of emperors who rarely held power for more than a few years. Through these troubled times, the baths continued to function, their operations maintained by the bureaucratic apparatus that administered Rome's public works. The endurance of institutions like the Baths of Caracalla during periods of political instability speaks to how deeply these facilities were embedded in Roman culture and daily life. During the reign of Emperor Diocletian, 284 to 305 CE, a period of relative stability returned to the empire. Diocletian himself commissioned a new bathing complex in Rome that exceeded even the Baths of Caracalla in scale. Nevertheless, Caracalla's baths remained popular, with both complexes serving different regions of the ever-growing city. As the 4th century dawned, Rome could boast nearly 1,000 bathing establishments of various sizes, from small neighborhood balnea to the colossal imperial thermae. The adoption of Christianity as the empire's official religion in the late 4th century led to subtle changes in bathing culture. Some Christian writers expressed concern about the moral dangers of communal bathing, particularly regarding nudity and potential licentiousness. However, many prominent Christians, including St. Augustine, continued to visit the baths regularly, seeing no inherent conflict between their faith and this aspect of Roman culture. The baths gradually evolved to accommodate changing sensibilities, with more emphasis placed on modesty in some sections. As the 5th century progressed, the Western Roman Empire faced mounting challenges. In 410 CE, the Visigoth king Alaric sacked Rome, the first time the city had fallen to an external enemy in nearly 800 years. During this traumatic event, many public buildings were damaged or looted, though the Baths of Caracalla appear to have survived relatively intact. Their massive walls and secure location may have offered some protection from the worst of the destruction. A more significant blow came in 537 CE during the Gothic War, when invaders deliberately cut the aqueducts that supplied water to Rome. Without the constant flow of fresh water, the baths could no longer function as intended. The massive pools emptied, the hypocaust systems went cold, and for the first time in over 3 centuries, silence fell over the once bustling chambers. Imagine now the Baths of Caracalla as they stood in these twilight years. The grand halls empty of bathers, sunlight still streaming through the high windows to illuminate the colorful marbles and mosaics, now gathering dust. The occasional visitor might wander through the abandoned complex, footsteps echoing off the vaulted ceilings that once reverberated with the sounds of conversation and laughter. There is a certain tranquility in this image, a peaceful quality to these majestic spaces reclaimed by silence. As you breathe deeply and allow your body to relax more fully, picture the gradual transformation of the baths in the centuries that followed. Nature began a slow reclamation of the site. Seeds carried by birds took root in cracks between bricks. Vines climbed the massive walls, their tendrils seeking sunlight. Rainwater pooled in the former natatio, creating a haven for frogs and aquatic plants. The complex began a gentle transition from human architecture to a unique ecosystem where columns served as perches for birds and fallen marble slabs created sheltered spaces for small mammals. Through the Middle Ages, the abandoned baths stood as a reminder of Rome's former glory. Local residents sometimes quarried the site for building materials, carrying away marble panels and metal fixtures to repurpose in churches and palaces. Yet the immense size of the complex ensured that much remained in place, too massive to be easily dismantled. Let your mind drift now to the Renaissance, when interest in classical antiquity reawakened. Scholars and artists began to visit the ruins of the baths of Caracalla, measuring the remaining structures and attempting to reconstruct their original appearance through drawings and models. Michelangelo himself studied the innovative vaulting techniques used in the baths, drawing inspiration that would later influence his design for the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. As you sink deeper into comfort, imagine the gentle excavations that began in the 16th century, as Renaissance popes sought to uncover the artistic treasures of ancient Rome. It was during this period that some of the most famous sculptures from the baths were discovered: the Farnese Hercules, the Farnese Bull, and other masterpieces that now grace museums throughout Europe. Each unearthed statue revealed another facet of the complex's original splendor, another thread connecting the present to the distant past. Breathe slowly and deeply as you envision the baths as they appear today. A magnificent archaeological site where visitors can walk among the towering ruins and marvel at the skill of ancient Roman engineers and architects. The massive walls still stand, reaching toward the sky like silent sentinels. The floor mosaics, protected by centuries of accumulated soil, have been carefully uncovered and preserved, their intricate patterns still vivid after nearly 2 millennia. The hypocaust pillars still support fragments of the once heated floors, allowing modern visitors to understand how this ingenious system functioned. In some chambers, portions of the marble facing or stucco decoration remain, offering glimpses of the original opulence that once surrounded Roman bathers. As your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, consider how the legacy of the baths of Caracalla extends far beyond their physical remains. The concept of public bathing as both hygienic practice and social institution spread throughout the Roman Empire, influencing cultures from Britain to North Africa, from Spain to the Middle East. Even after the fall of Rome, this tradition continued in various forms. The hammams of the Islamic world evolved from Roman bathing practices, maintaining the progression from warm to hot to cold chambers and the emphasis on bathing as both physical purification and social gathering. In regions like Turkey, North Africa, and the Middle East, this tradition continues today, offering a direct connection to practices that would have been familiar to visitors to the baths of Caracalla. Let your thoughts drift peacefully, like steam rising from warm waters, as you consider how elements of Roman bathing culture have been reinterpreted in modern wellness practices. The contemporary spa, with its various treatment rooms, swimming pools, and social spaces, owes much to the model established by Roman thermae. The sauna, the steam room, the hot tub, all have ancient predecessors in the chambers of complexes, like the baths of Caracalla. As you relax more deeply, imagine the countless individuals who passed through these baths during their 3 centuries of operation. The senators and slaves, merchants and soldiers, scholars and artisans. Each carried their own hopes, worries, and dreams as they moved through the same chambers, followed the same bathing rituals, and participated in the same social exchanges. Though separated by time, we share with them the fundamental human experiences of seeking cleanliness, health, relaxation, and connection with others. The gentle flow of water has always held a special power to soothe the human spirit. Close your eyes and listen for the echoes of water sounds that once filled the baths of Caracalla, the steady splash of fountains in the frigidarium, the soft lapping of waves against the edges of the Natatio, the occasional playful splash from swimmers enjoying the cool embrace of the pools. Water flows through the story of these baths, just as it once flowed through their chambers. The aqueducts brought clear mountain water from distant sources, a precious resource that made possible not just physical cleanliness, but an entire culture of wellness and leisure. This water journeyed many miles, passing through valleys and over hills, channeled by the careful engineering of Roman builders who understood its vital importance. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts become more peaceful, envision the play of light that once animated these spaces throughout the day. Morning sunlight would stream through the eastern windows, gradually warming the cool chambers. As midday approached, light would pour down from clerestory windows and oculi, illuminating the swirling steam in the heated rooms and creating dappled patterns on the colorful marble floors. In late afternoon, the golden light of the setting sun would cast a warm glow through western-facing windows, signaling to bathers that evening approached. This gentle progression of light through the bathing chambers mirrored the natural rhythms of the day, connecting those inside to the passage of time, even as they immersed themselves in the timeless ritual of bathing. There is wisdom in this harmony with natural cycles, a lesson about finding balance that still resonates today. Your breathing has perhaps slowed now, becoming deeper and more regular, like the steady rhythm of waves on a tranquil shore. The weight of your body seems to melt into supportive comfort, just as Romans once allowed the warm waters of the Caldarium to support their tired limbs after a day of activity in the bustling city. The baths of Caracalla stood as monuments to an ideal. That physical well-being, social connection, intellectual growth, and aesthetic appreciation could be woven together into a single experience accessible to people from many walks of life. Though the empire that built them has long passed into history, this holistic approach to wellness remains profoundly relevant. As you drift towards sleep, carried on gentle currents of historic imagery, imagine yourself walking slowly through quieting chambers of the ancient baths. The busy sounds of daytime visitors gradually fade, replaced by the subtle music of water moving through pipes, the soft crackle of fires being banked for the night, the distant call of birds settling in the surrounding gardens. Evening has come to the baths of Caracalla. Attendants move through the vast spaces, extinguishing oil lamps and checking that all is in order. The pools reflect the last golden rays of sunlight, their surfaces becoming increasingly still as the final bathers depart. A profound peace settles over the complex, the peace of purpose fulfilled, of bodies refreshed, of conversations shared, of a community bound together through daily ritual. This same peaceful quality embraces you now as sleep approaches. Your breathing follows ancient rhythms, the rise and fall of your chest as natural and necessary as the flow of water through the baths. Your thoughts become like those lazy wisps of steam that once rose from the warm pools, formless, drifting, gradually dissolving into the quiet air. The wisdom of the baths invites you to release the tensions of the day, just as Romans once released their daily concerns upon entering these sanctuaries of well-being. Feel any remaining tightness melting away from your muscles, like a bather easing into warm, mineral-rich waters after a long day in the Forum. The architecture of sleep begins to form around you, not of brick and concrete and marble, but of comfort and stillness and serenity. The vaulted ceiling of consciousness grows dimmer and more distant as your awareness turns inward, guided by the gentle pulse of your own heartbeat. The ancient Romans understood the healing power of transitions, from the busy street to the quiet sanctuary of the baths, from the cool air of the Apoditerium to the gentle warmth of the Tepidarium, from the intense heat of the Caldarium to the refreshing cool of the Frigidarium. Each threshold crossed was a step in a journey toward balance and renewal. Now you stand at the threshold of sleep, that most natural and restorative of transitions. Beyond lies a realm of dreams, perhaps, not so different from those experienced by ancient bathers as they floated in the waters of the Natatio, gazing up at the open sky above. their bodies weightless and their minds free to wander. As the last echoes of the baths of Caracalla fade into the quiet night of history, allow yourself to drift further into tranquility. The grand arches and vaults of these ancient chambers have sheltered your imagination for a time, offering glimpses of a world both distant and familiar. A world where the simple pleasures of warm water, gentle light, and human connection were elevated to an art form. Now, like a bather completing the circuit of the baths and preparing to return home refreshed and renewed, you can release the images of columns and pools, of mosaics and statues, of steam and sunlight. They have served their purpose, guiding you toward the deep relaxation that precedes sleep. The stars that once shone above the open courtyards of the baths of Caracalla still shine tonight, constant companions through the centuries. As sleep approaches, imagine those same stars watching over you, their light traveling across vast distances just as the stories of ancient Rome have traveled across time to reach us today. The breath that fills your lungs now is part of the same air once breathed by emperors and citizens who visited these baths nearly 2,000 years ago. This connection across time reminds us that beneath the differences of culture and circumstance, we share the same fundamental needs for comfort, cleanliness, community, and rest. Sleep now approaches like evening shadows lengthening across the palestra, gradually darkening the bright mosaics of consciousness. The warm waters of dreams await, ready to carry you gently through the night until morning light once again illuminates the world, just as it once streamed through the high windows of the baths of Caracalla, beginning another day in the eternal city. Nestled within the sun-baked landscape of northwestern New Mexico lies a remarkable testament to human ingenuity and cosmic curiosity. Chaco Canyon, with its amber-hued cliffs and wide open skies, was once home to one of the most advanced pre-Columbian civilizations in North America. Tonight, as you settle in, let us journey back through time to explore the world of the ancestral Puebloans, once known as the Anasazi, who transformed this arid wilderness into a center of culture, commerce, and celestial observation. Around 850 CE, as Europe was navigating the early Middle Ages and the Mayan civilization was flourishing in Central America, the people of Chaco Canyon began construction on what would become an extraordinary network of ceremonial and residential structures. These were not simple dwellings, but rather massive, carefully planned buildings that would stand as monuments to their creators' understanding of both the earth beneath their feet and the heavens above their heads. The ancestral Puebloans chose this seemingly inhospitable canyon for reasons that speak to their deep connection with the natural world. The canyon's orientation, running along an east-west axis, created a natural corridor that aligned perfectly with the paths of the sun, moon, and stars. This location was no accident, but rather a deliberate choice by a people who observed the cosmos with reverence and precision. Imagine, if you will, the canyon at dawn. The first golden rays of sunlight spilling over the eastern rim, illuminating the desert landscape with a warm, amber glow. The air is still cool from the night, carrying the gentle scent of sage and juniper. In this moment, you might glimpse the world as the Chacoans once did a realm where earth and sky engaged in a constant, sacred dialogue. The great houses of Chaco Canyon stand as silent witnesses to this ancient wisdom. Pueblo Bonito, the largest of these structures, contained over 600 rooms and rose 4 stories high, its D-shaped design carefully oriented to capture the movements of celestial bodies. Its walls, built of carefully shaped sandstone blocks, create precise alignments with the seasonal positions of the sun. During the winter and summer solstices, the equinoxes, and other astronomically significant days, sunlight would stream through specific openings, casting luminous patterns across inner walls and floors, a calendar of light written in architecture. The Chacoans were not merely passive observers of the heavens. They were active interpreters who wove their astronomical knowledge into every aspect of their society. Their calendar, like those of many ancient peoples, was not merely a way to mark time, but a sacred understanding of cosmic rhythms that governed planting, harvesting, ceremonial cycles, and the very fabric of their spiritual lives. What makes the achievements of these desert astronomers all the more remarkable is the environment in which they flourished. Chaco Canyon receives less than 10 inches of rainfall annually. The soil is thin and alkaline. Summer temperatures soar, while winter nights plunge below freezing. Yet in this challenging landscape, they built a civilization that not only survived, but created monumental architecture and developed sophisticated knowledge systems. The ancestral Puebloans constructed an elaborate network of roads that stretched outward from Chaco Canyon like spokes from a wheel, connecting distant communities across the Colorado Plateau. These roads, up to 30 feet wide and stretching for hundreds of miles, were remarkably straight-built, not for practical transportation, but as ceremonial pathways that physically expressed their understanding of how the world was ordered. Many of these roads aligned with significant astronomical directions, particularly the cardinal points and the extreme rising and setting positions of the sun and moon. Perhaps most fascinating is the Sunday Dagger site atop Fajada Butte, a tall, isolated landform rising from the canyon floor. Here, the Chacoans place 3 large stone slabs that channel sunlight into patterns that mark the solstices and equinoxes with remarkable precision. As the sun moves across the sky, a narrow beam of light, the dagger, slides across a spiral petroglyph carved into the rock face behind the slabs. On the summer solstice, the dagger perfectly bisects the center of the spiral, while on the winter solstice, 2 daggers appear on either side of the carving. The people who created these wonders were keen observers, tracking the complex cycles of the sun, moon, and visible planets without telescopes or written mathematical notation. They passed their knowledge through oral tradition, apprenticeship, and the very structures they built. Their great houses served as observatories, calendars, and ceremonial spaces where the community could gather to mark the turning of cosmic cycles. As evening deepens around us, picture the Chacoan astronomers standing on the rooftops of their great houses, their silhouettes etched against the twilight sky. The air grows still as darkness falls, and one by one, the stars emerge overhead first, the brightest points of light. Then gradually, the full tapestry of the night sky unfolds in all its splendor. Without the veil of modern light pollution, the Milky Way would have arched overhead like a luminous river, its misty light bright enough to cast faint shadows. These patient observers would have watched the slow dance of the stars, noting how certain bright points, the planets Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, moved differently from the fixed stars around them. They tracked the phases of the moon with careful attention, understanding how its cycles influenced both the natural world and human activities. The astronomical knowledge of the Chacoans was not separate from their spiritual understanding of the world. For them, the movements of celestial bodies were expressions of divine order, and their observations were a form of reverence. Their great houses were not merely functional buildings, but cosmic instruments, carefully aligned to resonate with the rhythms of the universe. As night falls completely now, the canyon would have been illuminated only by starlight, and perhaps the gentle glow of small cook fires. In the quiet darkness, the connection between earth and sky would have seemed most palpable. The great stone buildings standing as human-made echoes of the cosmic architecture above. The knowledge preserved in the stones of Chaco Canyon tells us that these ancient people understood complex astronomical cycles, including the 18.6-year lunar standstill cyclia, subtle shift in the moon's rising and setting positions that requires generations of careful observation to recognize. Their buildings served as both observatories and as records of their knowledge, stone texts that could be read by those trained in their meaning. As you rest now, imagine yourself beneath the vast desert sky of Chaco Canyon, the same stars that guided the ancestral Puebloans twinkling overhead. Feel the connection that stretches across centuries, linking us to these patient observers who found meaning and order in the movements of celestial bodies. Their legacy reminds us that human curiosity and wonder have always reached toward the stars, seeking to understand our place in the cosmic order. In our next part, we will explore how the Chacoans translated their astronomical observations into architectural marvels, creating a landscape that mirrored the heavens and preserved their knowledge for future generations. But for now, rest beneath the gentle canopy of stars, feeling the slow, steady rhythm of the Earth's turning, just as the ancient astronomers once did in the quiet nights of Chaco Canyon. As you continue to rest, let us delve deeper into the remarkable world of Chaco Canyon, where ancient wisdom was etched in stone and adobe. The great houses that rise from the canyon floor represent far more than mere shelter. They are celestial instruments, cosmic maps, and sacred spaces where heaven and earth converge in perfect harmony. Pueblo Bonito, whose name means beautiful village in Spanish, stands as the crown jewel of Chacoan architecture. Its massive D-shaped structure spans more than 3 acres, containing hundreds of rooms arranged in a gentle curve that embraces the southern sky. The walls, some standing over 30 feet tall, were constructed of carefully shaped sandstone blocks, each one placed with precision and purpose. The masonry itself tells a story of mathematical understanding and patient craftsmanship. The Chacoans created distinctive banded patterns in their stonework, alternating larger and smaller stones to create walls that were both beautiful and structurally sound. Within the sheltering embrace of these walls, the ancestral Puebloans created special rooms known as kiva circular, semi-subterranean chambers that served as ceremonial spaces. These sacred rooms connected the community to both the earth below and the sky above. The Great Kiva at Casa Rinconada, nearly 60 feet in diameter, features subtle architectural elements that align with the cardinal directions and solar positions. Small niches are placed at precise intervals around its circumference, and during certain times of the year, shafts of sunlight would illuminate specific areas, marking the passage of the seasons. The alignment of these structures was no accident. Modern archaeoastronomer scientists who study how ancient peoples understood and used astronomical phenomena confirmed that numerous sightlines and architectural features throughout Chaco Canyon correspond to solar, lunar, and stellar events. North-south alignments are accurate to within a fraction of a degree, despite the Chacoans having no magnetic compass or modern surveying equipment. Imagine the patience and dedication required to achieve such precision. Generation after generation of Chacoan astronomers would have observed the night sky, tracking the movement of celestial bodies across the seasons and years. They would have marked the positions where the sun rose and set at solstices and equinoxes, noting how these points shifted along the horizon. Without written records, they preserved this knowledge through oral tradition and encoded it directly into their architecture. The buildings themselves became a form of cultural memory, storing and transmitting astronomical knowledge across generations. Young apprentices would learn to read the messages contained in stone alignments and light patterns, continuing the tradition of cosmic observation that sustained their community's relationship with the heavens. Beyond the great houses, the Chacoans transformed the entire landscape into an astronomical instrument. Across the canyon and surrounding mesas, they placed shrines and markers at locations that created significant sightlines. From specific observation points, astronomical events could be tracked by noting where celestial bodies rose or set in relation to distant features on the horizon. These horizon calendars allowed the Chacoans to anticipate important seasonal transitions and prepare for ceremonial occasions. The famous Great North Road stretches from Chaco Canyon almost perfectly northward for over 50 miles. This massive construction, wider than many modern highways, wasn't primarily a transportation route. Its careful alignment with true north suggests it served a ceremonial purpose, perhaps connecting Chaco to the direction associated with ancestral origins in Puebloan cosmology. Some researchers believe it may have been built to symbolically link the earthly realm of Chaco with the celestial pole, around which the night sky appears to rotate. Water, precious in this arid landscape, was managed with the same careful attention the Chacoans gave to their astronomical observations. They constructed sophisticated systems of dams, canals, and catchment basins to harvest and distribute rainfall. These engineering works were integrated with their understanding of seasonal patterns, allowing them to anticipate and prepare for the summer monsoon rains that brought life-giving moisture to their crops. The Chacoans' agricultural practices were similarly guided by their celestial knowledge. By tracking the positions of the sun, moon, and stars, they could determine the optimal times for planting and harvesting. In this harsh desert environment, where conditions could vary dramatically from year to year, this cosmic calendar provided crucial guidance for survival. Fields of corn, beans, and squash, the sacred triad of crops, would have stretched across areas where precious water could be directed. As the sun traces its daily arc across the canyon, shadows shift and transform the landscape. Inside the great houses, light moves across walls and floors in patterns that change with the seasons. At certain times of year, dramatic displays occur, sunlight streaming through precisely placed windows or doorways to illuminate specific features or spaces. These moments were likely occasions for community gathering and ceremony, times when the connection between the earthly and celestial realms was most palpable. The night sky above Chaco would have been ablaze with stars, the Milky Way forming a luminous band stretching overhead. Without modern light pollution, the Chacoans would have seen thousands of stars, their positions and patterns intimately familiar after lifetimes of observation. They recognized constellations, groupings of stars that formed meaningful patterns, though their interpretations would have differed from our modern ones, reflecting their own cultural understanding of the cosmos. Particular attention was paid to bright stars like Sirius and Aldebaran, and to distinctive star clusters like the Pleiades. The heliacal rising of certain stars, when they first become visible on the eastern horizon just before dawn, after a period of absence marked important calendar points. The Pleiades, known as the Seven Sisters in many cultures, rises before the sun in early summer, heralding the approach of the growing season. The moon's complex cycle received special attention from Chacoan astronomers. Unlike the sun's regular annual pattern, the moon's behavior is more variable, with its rising and setting positions shifting dramatically over an 18.6-year cycle. Remarkably, architectural alignments at Chaco demonstrate awareness of this long-term lunar pattern, suggesting that astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted across multiple generations. This long-term perspective reflects a fundamental aspect of ancestral Puebloan worldviewing, understanding that human life unfolds within much larger cosmic cycles. Their architecture embodied this perspective, designed not just for the present moment but for generations to come. Some features of their buildings only reveal their astronomical significance over decades of observation, a testament to the depth of their temporal awareness. As twilight settles over the canyon in our imagination, picture the community gathering in plazas and kivas as the first stars appear. Perhaps there are gentle sound-soft voices, the distant call of a night bird, the whispering of a breeze through juniper branches. The smell of pinyon pine smoke drifts through the air as small fires provide warmth against the desert night's growing chill. In these evening gatherings, knowledge would be shared through stories, songs, and ceremonies. Elders would pass down their understanding of the sky's patterns to younger members of the community, ensuring the continuity of astronomical tradition. Complex concepts were encoded in narrative form, making abstract knowledge accessible and memorable. The material culture of the Chacoans reflects their cosmic awareness as well. Pottery featured spiral motifs reminiscent of celestial movement, while rock art throughout the region includes symbols for the sun, moon, and stars. Some petroglyphs appear to record specific astronomical events, such as the supernova of 1054 CE, which created what we now call the Crab Nebula. Chacoan observers would have witnessed this dramatic celestial event as a new star appearing suddenly in the daytime sky, shining brightly for weeks before gradually fading. As you rest more deeply now, imagine the rhythm of life in Chaco Canyona, rhythm attuned to the movements of celestial bodies. Days begin with the first light of dawn breaking over the eastern canyon rim and end with the sun slipping below the western horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold, orange, and purple. The moon waxes and wanes, sometimes dominating the night sky with silvery brilliance, other times absent, leaving the stars to shine undiminished. Seasons pass, marked by the changing position of sunrise and sunset along the horizon. Winter brings shorter days and colder temperatures. Summer brings intense heat and the promise of rain. Through it all, the great houses stand as anchors in time and space, their walls and windows framing views of a living sky that speaks to those who know how to listen. In our next part, we will explore the spiritual dimensions of Chacoan astronomy and the daily lives of these remarkable desert dwellers. But for now, rest peacefully as the stars wheel silently overhead, following the same ancient paths they traced when the astronomers of Chaco Canyon first raised their eyes to the heavens, seeking understanding in the cosmic dance above. As we enter the final chapter of our journey through Chaco Canyon, feel yourself settling more deeply into relaxation. The ancient wisdom of the ancestral Puebloans continues to resonate across the centuries, speaking to us of harmony, balance, and connection. Their story invites us to breathe more slowly, to find our own rhythm in the greater patterns that surround us. The spiritual life of the Chacoan people was inseparable from their astronomical observations. For them, the cosmos was not a distant realm to be studied objectively, but a living presence woven into the fabric of daily existence. Each sunrise was a renewal, each sunset a transition, each star a being with purpose and meaning. As you breathe gently now, imagine this world view, where the boundaries between earth and sky, between the mundane and the sacred, dissolve into a seamless whole. Within the ceremonial kivas, spiritual leaders would gather to connect with these cosmic forces. The circular shape of these chambers represented the horizon, with the sky opening above through a central smoke hole. This architecture created a microcosm of the universe, a sacred space where the community could harmonize with celestial rhythms. As participants entered by climbing down a ladder from above, they symbolically descended from the sky world into the earth, embodying the connection between these realms. The seasonal ceremonies that took place in these spaces aligned with astronomical event solstices, equinoxes, and lunar phases that marked the turning of the great wheel of time. Through dance, song, prayer, and ritual, the people of Chaco Canyon expressed their gratitude for cosmic gifts and renewed their relationship with the heavens above and the earth below. Breathe deeply now, feeling your own connection to this ancient wisdom. Feel how your body settles more heavily with each breath, how your thoughts become quieter, more peaceful. Just as the Chacoan astronomers found meaning in the steady movements of stars, you too can find tranquility in the gentle rhythm of your breathing. The daily life of the canyon's inhabitants flowed with the natural cycles of day and night, waxing and waning moon, changing seasons. Dawn would bring a gradual awakening as golden light spilled across the landscape, warming the stone walls of the great houses. Women ground corn on metates, the steady, gentle sound creating a soothing cadence that echoed through the morning air. Children helped tend small gardens where beans, squash, and herbs grew in carefully tended plots. Artisans crafted beautiful pottery, their hands shaping clay with practiced movements, creating vessels adorned with geometric patterns that echoed celestial motions. Others worked with turquoise, jet, and shell, creating ornaments that captured the colors of sky and water, earth and night. These treasures would be traded along networks that stretched for hundreds of miles, connecting Chaco to distant communities. As the sun reached its zenith, activity might slow during the heat of midday. People sought the cool shelter of interior rooms, perhaps resting, perhaps working on indoor tasks. The afternoon would bring renewed activity as the harsh light softened, casting longer shadows across the canyon floor. The community might gather to share meals, stories, and news. And as evening approached, feel how your own body welcomes the quiet transition toward rest. Your breathing has found its natural, peaceful rhythm now. Your thoughts drift more slowly, like clouds moving gently across the vast desert sky. The people of Chaco were not isolated from the wider world. Archaeological evidence reveals extensive trade networks that brought exotic materials to the Kenyan macaw feathers from Mexico, seashells from the Pacific coast, copper bells from regions far to the south. These treasures speak of cultural connections that spanned great distances, facilitated by shared understanding of celestial navigation and the canyon's role as a center of knowledge and ceremony. For approximately 4 centuries, Chaco Canyon flourished as a center of culture and cosmic knowledge. But around 1150 CE, the great houses were largely abandoned, their inhabitants dispersing to smaller communities throughout the region. The reasons for this change remain the subject of scholarly debate. Environmental challenges, including an extended drought, likely played a role, as did evolving social and political dynamics. Yet the knowledge developed at Chaco was not lost. It continued in the traditions of descendant Puebloan peoples, the Hopi, Zuni, Acoma, and others who maintain cultural connections to their ancestral Puebloan forebears. Many of these communities continue to practice forms of astronomy that echo Chacoan traditions, observing solstices and equinoxes, and incorporating celestial knowledge into their ceremonial cycles. As you drift closer to the edges of sleep, know that this ancient wisdom continues to resonate in our modern world. The stars that guided the Chacoan astronomers still wheel overhead each night. The sun still marks the seasons with its journey across the sky. The moon still waxes and wanes in its eternal dance with our planet. Feel how the world grows quieter around you now. Your breathing has become deeper, more regular. Each exhalation releases any remaining tension, allowing your body to become heavier, more settled. Your thoughts drift like wispy clouds across the vast blue sky of your mind. The legacy of Chaco Canyon reminds us of our place in the greater cosmic ordera lesson, as relevant today as it was 1,000 years ago. In our busy modern lives, we often lose sight of these larger patterns, but they continue nonetheless, steady and reliable as the turning of the earth. Imagine now the night sky above Chaco Canyon, vast and brilliant with stars. The Milky Way arches overhead like a luminous river of light, its misty brightness reflected in the still waters of a small pool. The air is cool and fragrant with the scent of sage and pinyon pine. A gentle breeze whispers through the juniper trees, their dark silhouettes standing against the star-filled horizon. In this peaceful setting, let your awareness expand outward, beyond the boundaries of your ordinary concerns. Just as the Chacoan astronomers found meaning by observing the greater patterns of the cosmos, you too can find tranquility by connecting with something larger than yourself. Your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, like waves on a distant shore, in and out, rise and fall. Each breath bringing you closer to the peaceful realm of sleep, where dreams wait like stars to reveal their gentle wisdom. The great houses of Chaco Canyon stand empty now, their walls silent under the desert sun. Yet they continue to speak to those who visit with open hearts and minds. Archaeologists, descendants of the builders, and curious travelers all find meaning in these ancient structures. Each solstice and equinox, people gather at Chaco to witness the same alignments that amazed their predecessors centuries ago, proof that some connections transcend time. As you rest even more deeply now, picture the night gradually giving way to dawn at Chaco. The eastern sky lightens, stars fading as the first hint of sunlight appears. This eternal cycle of darkness and light, of rest and renewal, continues regardless of human concerns, offering a perspective that both humbles and comforts. Your body has found its natural state of rest now. Your thoughts drift more slowly, more distantly, like clouds dissolving into the endless blue of a desert sky. Each breath carries you closer to the peaceful realm of dreams. The wisdom of Chaco Canyon reminds us that we are part of something greater, a cosmic dance that has continued for billions of years and will continue long after our brief moment on Earth has passed. There is peace in this knowledge, a settling of the spirit that comes from recognizing our place in the greater order of things. As sleep draws nearer, know that the same stars that guided the ancient astronomers of Chaco Canyon still shine above, following their eternal paths across the night sky. The same moon still traces its complex journey, waxing and waning in endless cycles. The same sun still marks the seasons with its steady journey along the horizon. Your breathing has found the perfect rhythm now, steady and deep. Your body feels heavy and comfortable, settled into its natural state of rest. Your thoughts have become soft whispers, gentle echoes fading into stillness. The desert night has always invited contemplation, its vast silence and brilliant stars offering perspective on our human concerns. For the astronomers of Chaco Canyon, the night sky was both calendar and sacred text, a source of practical knowledge and spiritual insight. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you this ancient wisdom, the understanding that we find our truest peace when we align ourselves with the greater rhythms of the universe. Rest now, as countless generations have rested beneath the same stars. Allow your consciousness to merge with the gentle flow of time that has carried humanity forward since our earliest days. The astronomers of Chaco Canyon have long since returned to the earth from which they came, but their legacy continues in the structures they built and the knowledge they preserved. As you release the last tethers of wakefulness, know that you too are part of this great continuity linked to both past and future by the eternal constants of sun, moon, and stars. Sleep approaches now, a gentle darkness like the desert night, full of mystery and promise. Rest peacefully beneath the same stars that watched over Chaco Canyon. Dream of ancient wisdom and timeless harmony. Allow the gentle rhythm of your breathing to carry you into sleep, where perhaps you too might glimpse the cosmic order that the desert astronomers once mapped in stone and light. Sleep now, beneath the canopy of stars. Sleep while the earth turns slowly on its axis. Sleep joined to the ancient rhythms that have guided humanity since time immemorial. Sleep, and perhaps dream of Chaco Canyon, where for a brief, shining moment, a remarkable civilization reached toward the stars and found both meaning and mystery in the endless dance of the cosmos. In the quiet darkness of the northern night, beneath a canopy of stars that glittered like ice crystals across the vast heavens, the saga of the Vikings began. Their story of exploration and discovery unfolds like the gentle waves that carried their ships across uncharted waters. a testament to human curiosity and courage that still whispers to us through the mists of time. Our journey begins in the late 8th century, when the people of Scandinavia, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden gazed outward from their fjord-carved homelands. These were not merely warriors as popular imagination often portrays them, but farmers, traders, craftspeople, and above all, sailors of extraordinary skill. The term Viking itself comes from the Old Norse word vikingur, meaning one who goes on expeditions, usually by sea. And expedition they did, venturing forth in their remarkable longships, vessels so perfectly designed they remain marvels of nautical engineering even today. Picture these longships, graceful and strong, their wooden hulls gleaming with sea spray as they rode the swells of the North Atlantic. Typically between 60 and 80 feet in length, they were narrow enough to navigate rivers, yet sturdy enough to cross open oceans. Their shallow draft allowed them to beach directly on shore, while their symmetrical design meant they could reverse direction without turning around. Above, a single square sail of wool or linen caught the wind, while below, rows of oarsmen could propel the ship when the winds failed. At the prow, an intricately carved dragon or serpent head warded off evil spirits and struck fear into the hearts of enemies. The Vikings' mastery of shipbuilding was matched only by their navigational skills. Without compasses or sextants, they relied on the sun and stars, the flight patterns of birds, the color and movement of the sea, and even the smell of approaching land. They developed a remarkable sun shadow board, a wooden disc with a central gnomon that allowed them to determine direction with surprising accuracy. They also carried ravens aboard their ships, releasing them when they believed land might be near. If the birds did not return, the Vikings knew they had found somewhere to perch. The first significant outward expansion of the Vikings was to the British Isles in the late 8th century. But our story truly begins with their westward journey across the North Atlantic, a tale of incremental discovery spanning generations. This saga of exploration would eventually lead them to become the first Europeans to set foot on North American soil, nearly 500 years before Columbus would claim to have discovered the New World. The initial stepping stone in this westward journey was the Faroe Islands, a small archipelago lying approximately halfway between Norway and Iceland. Norse settlers arrived there around 825 CE, finding the islands uninhabited save for a few Irish monks who had sought solitude in this remote corner of the world. The Vikings established farms on the grassy slopes, raised sheep, and created outposts that served as way stations for further exploration. From the Faroes, the Vikings gazed further westward, where rumors spoke of a larger land shrouded in mist and ice. According to the Landnámabók, or Book of Settlements, a Norwegian named Nadad was the first Norseman to sight Iceland, having been blown off course while sailing to the Faroes. He climbed a mountain, saw no signs of human habitation, and named the land Snaeland, or Snowland, before departing. Soon after, another Viking explorer named Garðar Svavarsson circumnavigated the island, confirming it was indeed a substantial new territory. But it was Flóki Vilgerðarsson who gave Iceland its lasting name. Setting sail from Norway with his family and livestock, Flóki carried 3 ravens aboard his ship. After making landfall, he released them one by one. The first flew back to the ship, the second up into the air and back to the ship, but the third flew forth in the direction of land, showing Flóki which way to sail. Upon arrival, Flóki and his crew were so enchanted by the abundant fishing that they neglected to gather sufficient hay for their livestock, which perished during the harsh winter. Standing on a fjord in the spring, Flóki observed drift ice floating on the water, and in his disappointment named the country Ísland, Iceland. Despite Flóki's initial setback, word of this new land spread throughout Scandinavia. The Viking Age coincided with a period of population pressure in Norway, where arable land was scarce and fiercely controlled by local kings. Iceland, with its vast open spaces and absence of an established power structure, beckoned to those seeking freedom and opportunity. The settlement of Iceland began in earnest around 874 CE with Ingolfur Arnason, traditionally regarded as the first permanent Norse settler. According to the sagas, as Ingo Elefar's ship approached the island, he cast his high-seat pillar-scarved wooden posts from his ancestral home into the sea, vowing to settle wherever they washed ashore. After searching for 3 years, he found them on a peninsula that he named Reykjavik, Smoke Bay, for the steam rising from its geothermal springs. Today, this site remains Iceland's capital city. What followed was the landnam, or land-taking. A 60-year period during which Vikings from Norway, the British Isles, and other Scandinavian territories migrated to Iceland. By 930 CE, most of the arable land had been claimed by an estimated 20,000 settlers. These pioneers brought with them not only their livestock, tools, and supplies, but also their cultural traditions, language, and social structures. The settlers of Iceland established a unique form of governance, the Althing, considered by many historians to be the world's first parliamentary system. Each summer, chieftains and free men from across the island gathered at Ingvellir, a natural amphitheater formed by the boundary of the North American and Eurasian tectonic plates. There, they settled disputes, established laws, and maintained the social fabric of their new society without the presence of a king or central authority. Life in Iceland was challenging. The short growing season and volcanic soil limited agriculture, while the harsh winters tested even the hardiest souls. Yet the Vikings adapted, developing a pastoral economy based on sheep and dairy farming, supplemented by fishing and the gathering of wild resources. They built longhouses of turf and stone, using the earth itself as insulation against the bitter cold. Inside these homes, they gathered around the central hearth to share meals, craft tools, and textiles, and most importantly, to tell stories. These stories, the sagas, would preserve the memory of the settlement period and the explorations that followed. Passed down orally for generations before being committed to parchment in the 12th and 13th centuries, the Icelandic sagas are remarkable historical documents that blend fact and fiction, history and mythology. They tell of family feuds and honor, love and betrayal, and heroic voyages to distant shores. Through these tales, we glimpse the Viking worldview, their values, and their understanding of the lands they discovered. As the settlement of Iceland reached its natural limits, restless eyes again turned westward. Tales circulated of a mysterious land glimpsed beyond the western horizon, and soon, new chapters would be added to the Vikings' remarkable saga of exploration. In the quietude of their turf longhouses, as the northern lights danced across the winter sky and the wind whispered ancient secrets across the lava fields, the Icelandic settlers dreamed of what might lie beyond the edge of their known world. Little did they know that their descendants would soon embark on the greatest voyage of discovery the Viking Age would ever know, journey to a land they would call Greenland, and beyond it, to the shores of North America itself. The embers of the hearth fire glow softly, casting warm light on faces intent on the storyteller's words. Outside, the wind carries the scent of the sea, that same sea that had brought them here and would soon carry the boldest among them even further into the unknown. The first chapter of our saga draws to a close, but the Viking journey of discovery has only just begun. As the warmth of summer returned to Iceland and the days stretched long into the night, our saga continues with the tale of a man whose fiery temperament matched his blazing red hair and beard. Eric Thorvaldsson, better known as Eric the Red, would write the next chapter in the Viking saga of westward exploration. Extending their reach across the frigid waters of the North Atlantic to a new land he would call Greenland, Eric was born in Norway around 950 CE, the son of Thorvald Osvaldsson. When Thorvald was exiled from Norway for manslaughter, the family relocated to northwestern Iceland. History suggests that Eric inherited not only his father's red hair but also his propensity for conflict. By his early 30s, Eric had established a farm in Iceland, married a woman named Theodhild, and fathered several children, including a son named Leif, who would one day surpass even his father's considerable fame. The sagas tell us that Eric's volatile nature soon led to trouble. A dispute with a neighbor escalated to violence, resulting in several deaths. He was temporarily banished from his settlement, moving to the island of Oxney, but peace eluded him there as well. After a new quarrel led to more bloodshed, the Althing pronounced a more severe punishment, a 3-year exile from Iceland entirely. Instead of returning to Norway or settling in the British Isles, Eric made a fateful decision. He would sail west, toward a land rumored to exist beyond the horizon. In 982 CE, he set forth into the unknown with a small crew of loyal companions. After a perilous journey across nearly 200 miles of open ocean, they reached the southeastern coast of a vast new territory, the world's largest island. This land had been glimpsed before. The sagas mention a Norwegian named Gunnbjorn Ulfsson who, blown off course decades earlier, had sighted distant skerries or rocky islands off its coast. Another explorer, Snæbjørn Galti, had briefly visited around 978 CE, but attempted no settlement. It was Eric who would become this land's first true colonizer, and more importantly, its greatest promoter. For 3 years, Eric explored the southwestern coast of this new land. He discovered deep fjords cutting into the coastline, with valleys that were surprisingly green and fertile during the brief summer months. Sheltered from the harshest Arctic winds, these fjords offered potential sites for settlement. He ventured inland, noting the massive ice sheet that covered much of the interiora, glistening, ancient dome of white that stretched beyond sight or comprehension. Along the coast, he observed seals, walruses, and whales in abundance, promising rich hunting grounds. The waters teemed with fish, while the valleys offered grazing land for livestock. When his exile ended in 985 CE, Eric returned to Iceland with enticing tales of this green land he had discovered. The name was deliberately misleading, clever marketing ploy. While the coastal fjords did indeed feature meadows and shrublands during summer, much of the land remained locked in ice year-round. Nevertheless, Eric's enthusiastic descriptions painted a picture of opportunity and abundance. His timing was fortuitous. Iceland, now settled for over a century, faced increasing pressure on its limited resources. Powerful chieftains controlled the best lands, while volcanic eruptions had damaged other areas. Eric's promises of vast open territories appealed to those struggling to thrive in Iceland. He assembled a fleet of 25 ships filled with would-be settlers, their families, livestock, and all the tools and supplies needed to establish a new colony. Of these 25 ships, only 14 completed the treacherous journey. The others were lost to storms or forced to turn back. Still, approximately 450 to 500 people arrived with Eric to found the first European settlement in Greenland. They established 2 main colonies, the eastern settlement in modern Qaqortoq, where Eric built his own farm, Brattahlid, and the smaller western settlement near present-day Nuuk. Between these colonies stretched nearly 300 miles of inhospitable coastline, navigable only during the brief summer months. Life in Greenland proved even more challenging than in Iceland. The growing season was shorter, the winters harsher, and the isolation more profound. The settlers built farms similar to those in Iceland, with turf-walled longhouses providing insulation against the biting cold. They raised cattle, sheep, and goats in the coastal meadows, growing hay to sustain their livestock through the long winters. They supplemented their diet by hunting seals and caribou, fishing the fertile waters, and collecting birds' eggs from the towering cliffs. The Greenland colonies maintained a tenuous connection to Europe through occasional trading ships that brought timber, iron, and other necessities in exchange for valuable Arctic products: walrus ivory, polar bear pelts, live gerfalcons for royal hunts, and narwhal tusks sold as unicorn horns with supposed magical properties. These luxury goods made the dangerous journey worthwhile for European merchants, though years might pass between trading vessels. Despite the challenges, the Greenland colony survived and even thrived for a time. At its peak in the 12th century, it boasted a population of perhaps 5,000 people spread across hundreds of farms. The settlers built churches and even a cathedral at Gardar, the seat of a bishop appointed by the Pope. Stone ruins of these structures stand today, testament to their builders' determination to replicate European civilization in this remote corner of the world. But our saga continues with events that unfolded much earlier, during the initial settlement period. For it was from Greenland that the Vikings would make their most remarkable discovery, a land even further west, across the stormy waters of what we now call the Davis Strait. The story begins with another accidental discovery. Around 986 CE, shortly after the establishment of the Greenland colony, an Icelandic merchant named Bjarni Herjolfsson set sail from Iceland to join his father, who had accompanied Eric to Greenland. Bjarni, an experienced sailor but unfamiliar with the route, encountered foul weather. Blowing off course and becoming lost in fog and storms, he and his crew sighted an unknown coastline covered with forests. Bjarni did not land. His primary concern was finding his father in Greenland, not exploring new territories. He correctly deduced that the forested land was not his destination and turned northward, eventually reaching Greenland after sighting 2 more unknown lands. When he recounted his experience at Brattahlid, Eric's farm, his decision not to investigate these mysterious shores was met with criticism. The Vikings were natural explorers, and the thought of passing by new lands without setting foot on them seemed a wasted opportunity. For 15 years, the tantalizing possibility of this forested land to the west remained just a story told around hearth fires on cold Greenland nights. But around the year 1000 CE, interest in Bjarni's discovery was rekindled by none other than Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red. Leif, now a grown man of about 30, had recently returned from Norway, where he had been converted to Christianity by King Olaf Tryggvason. Charged with bringing the new faith to Greenland, Leif had also developed a reputation as a capable sailor and leader. The sagas describe him as wise, strong, and a man of striking appearance, prudent and fair in all his dealings. Intrigued by Bjarni's tales, Leif purchased the merchant's ship and assembled a crew of 35 men for a westward expedition. Among them may have been a German companion named Tyrkir, who had been with the Eriksson family since Leif's childhood. With provisions for a long journey and the collective knowledge of generations of Norse seafarers, they set sail from Brattahlid around 1001 CE, following the route Bjarni had described in reverse. Their journey took them first to a barren land of flat stones that Leif named Helluland, or Slabland, most likely the southern tip of Baffin Island in modern Canada. Continuing south, they reached a forested coastline with white beaches and named it Markland, or Forest Land, probably today's Labrador. The Vikings, coming from the largely treeless landscapes of Iceland and Greenland, would have viewed these forests as an incredibly valuable resource. Still, they did not linger but pressed onward, driven by curiosity about what further wonders might await. After 2 more days at sea, they sighted a new land and put ashore on an island north of the mainland. Crossing to the mainland, they found a location that surpassed their expectation as a place of mild climate, abundant resources, and natural beauty. Here they decided to overwinter, establishing a small settlement of temporary shelters that the sagas call Leif's Booths. This place, which they named Vinland, would become the furthest extent of Viking exploration, a milestone in human history as the first documented European contact with North America. Here, where the tall pines whispered in the breeze and wild grapes or berries grew in abundance, where salmon leapt in the rivers and game roamed the forests, the Norse had found a land of plenty unlike anything in their experience. As autumn painted the forests in brilliant hues of red and gold, the Norse explored the surrounding territory, gathering samples of the natural riches, timber, wild grapes, or perhaps berries, and specimens of the native grasses and self-sown wheat they discovered growing in the clearings. They built more substantial shelters for the coming winter, structures that combined Norse building techniques with local materials. The exact location of Vinland has been debated by historians and archaeologists for centuries. The most compelling evidence points to northern Newfoundland, specifically L'Anseau Meadows, where the remains of a Norse settlement were discovered in 1960 by Norwegian explorer Helge Ingstad and his archaeologist wife Anne Stein Ingstad. Carbon dating of artifacts from this site confirms a Norse presence around 1000 CE, aligning perfectly with the time frame of Leif's voyage as described in the sagas. The settlement at L'Anseau Meadows included 8 buildings, including a forge where iron nails were produced from bog iron, a carpentry workshop, and living quarters. The structures followed traditional Norse designs, with wooden frames and turf walls providing insulation. Physical evidence recovered includes a bronze pin used for fastening cloaks, a stone oil lamp, and a spindle whorl for spinning wool everyday items that connect these archaeological remains to the world of the sagas. As winter yielded to spring and the land awakened with new life, Leif and his crew prepared to return to Greenland. They loaded their ship with timber and other valuable resources to bring back to the resource-poor colony. On the return journey, Leif rescued a group of shipwrecked sailors, earning him the nickname Leif the Lucky. He returned to Brattahlid with tales of a bountiful land that captured the imagination of the Greenland settlers. The Vinland sagas tell us that Leif himself never returned to North America, instead managing his father's estate after Eric's death. But his discovery would inspire others to follow in his wake, including his siblings and extended family. These subsequent voyages would bring the Vikings into contact with the indigenous inhabitants of North America people they called Skraelings, encounters that would range from peaceful trade to violent confrontation. As we pause to rest in our narrative journey, picture the Norse explorers on that first autumn in Vinland. Imagine them standing on the shore as the sun sets over an unknown continent, their ship drawn up on the beach behind them, the scent of pine forests filling the air. Before them stretches a vast wilderness teeming with resources, a land their people would visit but never fully claim. Behind them lies the sea route back to Greenland, Iceland, and the familiar shores of Scandinavia. Their moment of discovery standing at the edge of a new world, the first Europeans to set foot on North American soilies, a quiet pivot point in human history. No monuments marked their arrival, no crowds witnessed their achievement. Just the whisper of wind through unfamiliar trees, the cry of unknown birds, and perhaps the weight of destiny resting lightly on their shoulders as they gazed westward into lands no European had ever seen. In the soft glow of the setting sun, these Norse explorers could not know that their travels formed the furthest reach of their culture's remarkable expansion across the North Atlantic. Their discoveries, forgotten by Europe for centuries, would one day be confirmed by modern archaeology, rewriting our understanding of when the Old World first encountered the New. As night falls on ancient Vinland, our tale pauses. The saga of exploration stretching onward through time like the wake of a longship across the boundless sea. The stars wheel slowly overhead as our saga continues, their gentle light connecting us to those Norse explorers who navigated by these same celestial bodies a millennium ago. The discovery of Vinland by Leif Erikson around the year 1000 CE opened a new chapter in the Viking story of exploration, one that would bring further expeditions, attempted settlements, and the first documented encounters between Europeans and the indigenous peoples of North America. Word of Leif's discoveries spread through the small Greenland colony, igniting the imagination of its inhabitants. Among those most intrigued was Thorvald Eriksson, Leif's brother, who yearned to explore Vinland more thoroughly than Leif had done. Around 1002 CE, borrowing Leif's ship and guided by his directions, Thorvald set sail with a crew of 30 men. Upon reaching Leif's booths in Vinland, Thorvald and his crew settled in for the winter. When spring awakened the land with new growth and longer days, they began exploring the coastline, marveling at the dense forests that came down to the white sandy shores. So different from the treeless expanses of Greenland and Iceland, they found the land beautiful and resource-rich, with protected harbors and navigable waterways that would have appealed to these seafaring people. During their explorations, Thorvald's party discovered 3 skin boats on a beach, each sheltering 3 indigenous people whom the Norse called Skraelings. In an act of unprovoked aggression that the sagas recount without judgment, but modern readers recognize as tragic, Thorvald's men killed 8 of them, while 1 escaped. This violent first contact would have far-reaching consequences, for the surviving individual alerted others. Later, as Thorvald's ship sailed along the coast, they were approached by numerous skin boats filled with warriors seeking retribution. The Norse defended themselves with shields as arrows rained down upon them. In this skirmish, Thorvald received a fatal wound from an arrow that found its mark beneath his arm. Before dying, he advised his men to return to Greenland, but not before remarking on the beauty of the land where he would be laid to rest. "I have found a good place. I would like to stay for a while and let the rhythm of this new world wash over me like gentle waves upon the shore." As Thorvald's crew returned to Greenland with news of his death and tales of hostile natives, another expedition was already being planned. Thorfinn Karlsefni, an Icelandic merchant who had arrived in Greenland and married Gudrid, the widow of Leif's brother Thorstein, would lead the most ambitious attempt to settle Vinland. Around 1009 CE, Karlsefni assembled a company of 60 men and 5 women, along with livestock and supplies sufficient for permanent colonization. They sailed first to Leif's booths, then explored further, finding a place they called Hop, where a river flowed into a lake and then to the sea. Here they found wild wheat, growing in fields and grapevines on the hillsides. The waters teemed with fish, and game was plentiful in the forests. Initially, relations with the indigenous people were peaceful. The 2 groups engaged in trade, with the Norse exchanging red cloth, which the natives prized, for furs and pelts. The saga describes the indigenous people as small in stature with threatening eyes and broad cheekbone-nessa description that aligns with Thule culture, Inuit or possibly Beothuk or Mi'kmaq peoples native to the region. But the peace was fragile. When a bull belonging to the Norse broke from its pen and charged, bellowing, toward the native encampment, the frightened indigenous people retreated. 3 weeks later, they returned in greater numbers and with hostile intent. In the battle that followed, the Norse drove them off, but realized that despite Vinland's bounty, they would face constant threat. After 3 years, the settlement was abandoned. The sagas mention that internal divisions also contributed to this decision, with disagreements about access to women in the predominantly male colony creating tension. They returned to Greenland with valuable goods, but without establishing a permanent foothold in the new land. One final documented voyage to Vinland took place around 1013 CE, led by Freydis, the half-sister of Leif Erikson. The sagas portray her as fierce and unscrupulous. Partnering with 2 Icelandic merchants and their crews, she returned to Leif's booths. Conflicts soon arose between the groups, and in a shocking turn of events, Freydis organized the murder of the merchants and their companions while they slept, even killing 5 women herself when her men refused. Upon returning to Greenland, she claimed that her partners had chosen to remain in Vinland, but eventually, the truth emerged, though no punishment was ever enforced. With Freydis's ill-fated journey, the Viking attempt to settle North America came to an end. The sagas record no further expeditions, though sporadic contact may have continued for some time. The Greenland colonists, facing their own challenges of survival in a harsh environment, lacked the resources and perhaps the will to maintain outposts in a distant land inhabited by hostile peoples. The Norse colonies in Greenland themselves would endure for nearly 500 years before mysteriously disappearing in the early 15th century. Climate change during the Little Ice Age, economic isolation as European trade patterns shifted, conflicts with Inuit peoples, and declining population are all factors that likely contributed to their eventual abandonment. The remarkable saga of Viking exploration across the North Atlantic from Norway to the Faroe Islands, Iceland, Greenland, and finally to North America is not merely a tale of discovery, but a testament to human adaptability, courage, and the relentless desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. These Norse seafarers, with their magnificent ships and navigational prowess, pushed the boundaries of the known world, establishing settlements in lands previously untouched by Europeans. As you rest comfortably, imagine the gentle rocking of a Viking longship, the rhythm of waves against its wooden hull creating a soothing lullaby that has echoed through the centuries. Feel your breathing align with this ancient cadence, deep and steady, like the breathing of those Norse sailors as they slept under star-filled skies, cradled by the ocean's embrace. The legacy of these explorations remains etched in the landscape, in archaeological sites, in place names, and in the genetic heritage of the people descended from these bold voyagers. Though the Vikings eventually retreated from North American shores, their achievement stands as a milestone in human history, journey of connection across the vast Atlantic Ocean 5 centuries before Columbus would make his famous voyage. Now, as our historical journey draws to a close, let your mind drift like a ship on a calm sea, floating peacefully between wakefulness and dreams. Picture the serene fjords of Greenland in summer, when the midnight sun bathes the landscape in golden light that seems to pause time itself. Imagine the quiet beauty of an Icelandic valley, where steam rises from hot springs and Arctic flowers bloom in brief, brilliant display against a backdrop of ancient lava fields. Breathe deeply and slowly, just as the Vikings would breathe the clean, crisp air of the northern lands they discovered. With each breath, feel the tension in your body melting away like morning mist over a still fjord. Your mind becomes as clear as the star-filled sky that guided Norse ships across uncharted waters. In Iceland, the descendants of these explorers would preserve their stories in the sagas, written down centuries after the events they describe. These narratives, blending history and legend, fact and embellishment, give us a window into the world of the Norse explorers. They tell of triumph and tragedy, courage and conflict, the wonder of discovery, and the comfort of homecoming. The soft whisper of history surrounds you now, as gentle as northern lights dancing across the night sky. The Vikings' journeys remind us that every end is also a beginning, each discovery opening doors to new possibilities. Even in the abandonment of their North American settlements, we find not failure but the natural ebb and flow of human endeavor, a reminder that rest and retreat are as natural as exploration and advancement. Let yourself be carried now on currents of deep relaxation, drifting like a leaf on a tranquil river flowing toward the sea of sleep. The Vikings understood the importance of rest, the need to conserve strength for the journey ahead. In their longhouses, as winter storms raged outside, they would gather around the central hearth, sharing tales of adventure and drawing comfort from the community that sustained them through the darkest, coldest nights. You too are sheltered now in a space of comfort and peace. The distant shores of wakefulness recede as you sail gently toward the welcoming harbors of sleep. The stars overhead, the same stars that guided Viking ships, twinkle like beacons of tranquility, each one a silent guardian watching over your journey into dreams. Breathe in deeply the cool, clean air of peaceful shores. Breathe out slowly, releasing any remaining tension or thoughts that no longer serve you. Each breath becomes more effortless, your body growing heavier and more comfortable with each passing moment. The boundaries between yourself and the world around you begin to soften and blur, just as the line between sea and sky fades at the distant horizon. In your mind's eye, see a Viking ship with its striped sail full of wind, moving smoothly across a calm sea. The repetitive rhythm of waves against its hull creates a hypnotic pattern that lulls you deeper into relaxation. The wooden planks of the ship, worn smooth by salt and use, feel warm beneath you. The sail above rustles softly in the gentle breeze, a soothing white canvas against the blue vault of sky. Like those ancient explorers who trusted the currents to guide them to unknown shores, you can now surrender to the natural flow that carries you toward restorative sleep. There is nothing to do, nowhere to go, no discoveries to make, only the peaceful journey into dreams that awaits you. The Vikings knew that every journey requires trust. Trust in their ships, trust in their companions, trust in the stars that guided them across vast oceans. In the same way, you can trust in your body's natural wisdom, its inherent knowledge of how to transition from wakefulness to sleep, from conscious thought to the healing realms of deep rest. Imagine now that you are in a Norse longhouse as evening falls. The massive wooden beams overhead are darkened by years of smoke from the central hearth, where flames dance in hypnotic patterns, casting a warm golden glow throughout the space. Outside, a gentle snow begins to fall, each flake a tiny perfect crystal drifting from the night sky. The sound of the falling snow is so quiet it seems to deepen the silence rather than disturb it. Around you, companions rest on benches lined with soft furs. Some have already drifted into sleep, their breathing deep and regular. Others gaze into the flames, lost in peaceful contemplation. There is no need for words now, only the profound comfort of shared silence and the knowledge that all is well. That this moment of rest is as important as any moment of discovery or achievement. The sagas tell us that the Vikings were not only explorers and warriors, but also poets, dreamers, and philosophers who contemplated the mysteries of existence. They gazed at the same stars we see today and wondered about their place in the vast cosmos. They understood that life, like the ocean, has its rhythms of activity and rest, of journeying forth and returning home. As you hover now on the threshold of sleep, know that you are participating in one of the most ancient and necessary of human experiences. Sleep has refreshed countless generations before you and will refresh countless generations to come. It is the quiet harbor we all return to, the restorative pause that gives meaning and energy to our waking adventures. The Vikings who sailed to distant shores eventually returned to the comfort of home and hearth, to the embrace of community and the healing power of rest. Like them, you have completed your journey through this historical narrative, and now prepare to drift into the welcoming waters of sleep, where dreams may carry you to shores yet undiscovered, to realms of possibility, as vast as those the Norse explorers once glimpsed from the prows of their magnificent ships. Let go now of thoughts and worries, of plans and memories. Release the weight of wakefulness as easily as a ship releases its anchor. Feel yourself becoming lighter, more peaceful, more completely at rest with each passing moment. The gentle current of sleep beckons, promising renewal and restoration. The legacy of the Viking explorers, their courage, their curiosity, their resilience in the face of the unknown remains with us still, woven into the tapestry of human achievement. But now, in this quiet moment between wakefulness and sleep, even these grand narratives of discovery and adventure can fade into the background, leaving only the profound peace of the present moment, the blessed stillness that cradles you as you drift ever deeper into perfect rest. Sleep now, peaceful and secure, carried on gentle waves of tranquility toward the distant shores of dreams. Like the Vikings of old, trust the journey, embrace the unknown, and allow yourself to be guided by the ancient rhythms that connect us all: the rhythm of breath, the rhythm of waves, the rhythm of stars wheeling across the vault of night, eternal and unchanging as you sail softly into sleep. In the soft light of dawn, as mist clings to the mountains of ancient China, we begin our journey into the world of the Song Dynasty's master porcelain makers. The Song Dynasty, spanning from 960 to 1279 CE, represents one of China's most remarkable golden ages, a time of artistic refinement, intellectual advancement, and exquisite craftsmanship. Among their greatest achievements were ceramics of such delicate beauty and technical perfection that they would forever change the course of art history. The story of Song porcelain begins not with emperors or generals, but with humble artisans whose names have largely been lost to time. These were men and women who dedicated their lives to transforming simple clay into vessels of extraordinary elegance. Their workshops clustered around areas blessed with the perfect natural resources: fine kaolin clay, pure water, dense forests for fuel, and mountains that provided both shelter and inspiration. Picture yourself walking along a narrow path that winds through the lush green hills of Jingdezhen, a small settlement that would eventually become known as the porcelain capital of China. The morning air carries the scent of pine and the distant sound of running water. As you round a bend in the path, you begin to hear the rhythmic sounds of work, the splash of water as clay is prepared, the steady thump of feet working the treadle of a potter's wheel, the soft scraping of tools against partially dried clay. The Song dynasty arose after a period of division and warfare, ushering in an era of relative peace and prosperity. The imperial court, particularly under Emperor Huizong, himself an accomplished artist, cultivated a deep appreciation for refined aesthetics. This imperial patronage created the perfect environment for ceramic artisans to pursue perfection in their craft. In the workshops of Jingdezhen and other ceramic centers, the process of creating porcelain began with the careful selection of materials. Kaolin, a fine white clay essential to true porcelain, was mined from nearby hills. The highest quality clay was reserved for the finest pieces, often those destined for the imperial court. Workers would remove impurities by hand, a painstaking process that might take days for a single batch of clay. After mining, the clay was crushed into powder, then mixed with water to create a slurry. This mixture was then filtered through fine cloth to remove any remaining impurities. The resulting paste was aged, sometimes for years, allowing the material to break down further and become more plastic and workable. The Song potters understood that patience at this stage would be rewarded in the final piece. The preparation of materials extended beyond clay. Glaze ingredients, including wood, ash, limestone, and various minerals were collected, processed, and combined according to closely guarded formulas. These recipes were transmitted from master to apprentice, often staying within families for generations. Each workshop had its own signature glazes, recognized by their particular hue, texture, and the way they flowed over the contours of a vessel during firing. When finally ready to begin forming a piece, the potter would center a ball of clay on a wheel, powered either by foot or by an assistant. The potter's hands, steady after years of practice, would coax the clay upward, thinning the walls to an astonishing delicacy while maintaining perfect balance. For the most refined song pieces, walls could be so thin as to be translucent, a technical achievement that seemed almost magical to those who first encountered these wares. Some forms were created using molds, particularly those with complex shapes or relief decoration. Others were hand-built using coils or slabs of clay. The most skilled artisans could create forms so precise that when fitted with lids, the resulting seal would be nearly perfect, a small detail that exemplified the song pursuit of refinement. As you observe a master potter at work, you notice how his movements become almost meditative. His fingers move with practiced precision, barely touching the clay yet guiding it into graceful form-satile vase with a flared neck, a wine cup with walls as thin as an eggshell, a tea bowl with a subtle curve that fits perfectly in the hand. There is a tranquility to his work, a harmony between human intention and natural material. Once formed, pieces would be left to dry slowly, sometimes in specially designed rooms where humidity and temperature could be carefully controlled. Too rapid drying would cause warping or cracking, too slow, and mold might form. This intermediate stage required constant attention and knowledge passed down through generations. After initial drying, many pieces would receive their first firing, known as a bisque firing. This hardened the clay enough to allow for glazing, but left it porous enough to absorb the glaze material. The bisque-fired pieces would then be dipped, painted, or sprayed with glaze mixtures. The glazes of the Song dynasty represent perhaps their greatest artistic achievement, rather than the bold, colorful decorations of later periods. Song ceramics were characterized by monochrome glazes in subtle, natural color-soft blues, creamy whites, tender greens, and warm browns that evoke the colors of sky, clouds, jade, and earth. These glazes, when properly applied and fired, could create effects of astonishing beauty. The tear streaks of Junware, where the glaze pools in rivulets of lavender blue. The oil spots of Geonware tea bowls, where iron in the glaze creates iridescent patterns reminiscent of hare's fur or oil on water. The icy blue-green of Ruware, so rare and precious that fewer than 100 authentic pieces survive today. The firing of these wares took place in large dragon kilns built into hillsides. These long tunnel-like structures could reach temperatures of 1,200 to 1,300 degrees Celsius, hot enough to vitrify the clay into true porcelain. The firing process could last for days, with workers constantly feeding wood into the fireboxes, monitoring the color of the flames, and adjusting airflow to create the perfect atmosphere inside the kiln. This crucial stage combines scientific knowledge with intuition developed over lifetimes of experience. The position of each piece within the kiln, the type of wood used for fuel, the rate of temperature increase, and the atmosphere inside the kiln oxidizing or reducing gall affected the final result. A slight miscalculation could ruin an entire kiln load, representing weeks or months of work. The Song potters developed sophisticated techniques for controlling these variables. They used pyrometric conesmol pyramids of clay that would bend at specific temperatures to gauge the heat. They learned to read the color of flames and the sound of the kiln. They understood how to create a reducing atmosphere by limiting oxygen, which would transform iron oxide in the glaze from red to celadon green, or copper oxide from turquoise to deep red. As you stand near the entrance of a dragon kiln during firing, you feel the intense heat radiating outward. Through the small viewing ports, you catch glimpses of the interior glowing orange-white, like a contained sunrise. The potters move with careful efficiency, their faces illuminated by the glow, their expressions intent but calm. They have done this many times before, yet each firing brings its own challenges and uncertainties. When the firing was complete, the kiln would be sealed and left to cool gradually over several days. The moment of opening the kiln was filled with anticipation and anxiety. Would the pieces emerge as envisioned, or would they be warped, cracked, or discolored? Even for master potters, there was always an element of unpredictability, of collaboration with natural forces beyond their control. This uncertainty gave rise to a philosophical approach to ceramics that aligned perfectly with the Song intellectual climate, influenced by Chan, Zen, Buddhism, and Neo-Confucianism. The potter had to balance technical mastery with acceptance of natural processes. The most beautiful effects often came from embracing, rather than fighting against, the unpredictable elements of the firing process. The finest pieces would be selected for the imperial court, where they were treasured not only for their beauty but for their technical perfection. Emperor Huizong, himself a connoisseur of ceramics, established the first imperial ceramic factory at Jingdezhen, setting standards for quality that would influence Chinese ceramics for centuries to come. As night falls over the pottery village, the workshops grow quiet. The day's work is complete, but the kilns continue to burn, tended by workers who take shifts throughout the night. The glow from the kilns casts long shadows, and the air is filled with the scent of wood smoke. Tomorrow will bring the opening of kilns, the evaluation of finished pieces, and the beginning of new work, the endless cycle of creation that defined the lives of Song Dynasty porcelain makers. In our next chapter, we will explore more deeply the specific types of Song Dynasty porcelain Ding, Ru, Jun, Guan, and Gei Waresich, with its own distinctive character and beauty. We will discover how these wares influenced not only Chinese ceramics, but spread along the Silk Road to inspire artists and collectors around the world. As the morning light filters through bamboo screens into a Song Dynasty workshop, we continue our journey into the world of these remarkable artisans. Yesterday, we explored the foundational processes behind their craft, the gathering of materials, the forming of vessels, and the firing of kilns. Today, we delve deeper into the distinctive wares that made Song porcelain legendary and the lives of those who created them. The Song Dynasty saw the perfection of 5 major types of ceramic ware, each associated with a particular kiln complex and each prized for its unique qualities. These were not merely different styles, but represented entirely different approaches to the ceramic art, showcasing the remarkable diversity within the seemingly narrow field of porcelain making. Let us begin with Ding ware, produced in Hebei province in northern China. Ding porcelain is immediately recognizable by its lustrous ivory white glaze and exceptionally thin body. Imagine holding a Ding bowl. It feels impossibly light in your hands, almost weightless. When held up to the light, the thinnest examples allow a soft glow to pass through, revealing the silhouette of your fingers on the other side. The potters who created Ding ware developed innovative techniques for mass production while maintaining extraordinary quality. They pioneered the use of molds to create precise forms with consistent walls. After removing pieces from molds, artisans would trim them on the wheel, thinning the walls to their characteristic delicacy. This combination of mold work and hand finishing allowed for both efficiency and refinement. One of the most distinctive features of Ding ware was its method of firing. Pieces were placed upside down in the kiln, supported on their rims. This prevented warping of the thin walls during firing, but left the rim unglazed where it contacted the kiln surface. To address this, craftsmen would often cap the exposed clay with bands of metal copper, silver, or even gold for imperial ware strands, forming a technical necessity into an aesthetic enhancement. Many Ding pieces featured subtle decoration carved or incised into the clay before glazing. Artisans used fine wooden or bamboo tools to create delicate patterned lotus flowers, swimming fish, flying phoenixes that would be partially obscured by the flowing glaze, visible only when light caught the piece at certain angles. This understated approach to decoration exemplified the Song aesthetic principle of finding beauty in restraint rather than ostentation. In the quiet hours of early morning, when the air was still cool, ding potters would apply their glazes. The timing was crucial. If the workshop became too warm, the glaze would dry too quickly and create uneven surfaces. The master glazers worked with focused concentration, dipping pieces into glaze baths with a steady hand, ensuring complete coverage while preventing pooling or dripping. For larger pieces, assistants would use ladles to pour glaze over the surface or brushes to apply it evenly. In contrast to the northern ding kilns, the roux kilns located in Henan province produced wares of exceptional rarity and refinement. Roux ware, commissioned specifically for the imperial court, is perhaps the most revered of all Song ceramics. So few authentic pieces survive, fewer than 100 worldwide, that each one is considered a national treasure. The glaze of roux ware displays a distinctive soft blue-green color often compared to the sky after rain. This effect was achieved through a complex glaze containing small amounts of iron and tiny quantities of agate. When fired in a reducing atmosphere, these materials created a glaze of incomparable subtlety, slightly opaque but with a soft luminosity that seems to glow from within. A defining characteristic of roux ware is the presence of tiny crackles in the glazonate flaws, but deliberately cultivated features known as crazing. These networks of fine lines resulted from the different rates at which the glaze and body contracted during cooling. Artisans learned to control this process, creating patterns ranging from bold ice crackle to the finest hairline crackle. These crackles would sometimes be enhanced by rubbing ground ink or tea into them, creating a delicate web-like pattern across the surface. The potters who created roux ware worked under imperial supervision, their lives dedicated to creating perfection for the emperor. They lived in compounds near the kilns, their daily routines governed by the rhythms of ceramic production. Rising before dawn, they would inspect the clay prepared the previous day, assess the weather conditions for firing, and plan the day's work. Their meals, simple but nourishing, were often taken communally, creating a sense of shared purpose. Another imperial ware, guan, official, porcelain, emerged when the Song court was forced to flee southward after northern China fell to invading Jin forces in 1127. Established in Hangzhou, the new southern capital, guan kilns attempted to recreate the beloved roux ware left behind. The southern potters, working with different local materials, created pieces with their own distinctive character, thicker in body than roux, with a glaze that contained more iron and fired to a grayish blue or olive tone. Guan ware is known for its pronounced crackle patterns, often with wider spacing than those found in roux ware. These crackles would age beautifully, as minerals from handling and use would seep into them over time, creating amber or brown lines that enhance the piece's character. This embrace of change and impermanence reflected the influence of Buddhist philosophy on Song aesthetics, the understanding that beauty is found not just in perfection, but in the record of time's passage. In the workshops that produced guan ware, potters developed specific techniques for encouraging and controlling these crackle patterns. They might cool pieces rapidly at certain stages of the firing, or apply multiple layers of glaze with different expansion rates. Some pieces received as many as 7 layers of glaze, each contributing to the depth and complexity of the final surface. Moving further south, we encounter Jun ware from Henan province, known for its thick, lavish glazes in shades of blue, purple, and opalescent lavender. Jun glazes contained copper, which created dramatic color variations depending on the firing conditions. The most prized June pieces display what are poetically called worm tracks or tear streaks, rivulets of purple flowing through fields of blue, created when the thick glaze ran during firing. June workshops were larger operations than those producing other wares, with more specialized division of labor. Different workers would focus on clay preparation, throwing, trimming, glazing, and kiln management. Apprentices began their training as young as 7 or 8 years old, often sent by families hoping to secure their children's futures in a prestigious craft. These young apprentices would start with the simplest tasks, carrying water, preparing clay, sweeping the workshop floors, gradually working their way up to more skilled positions as they demonstrated aptitude and reliability. By their teenage years, promising apprentices might begin learning to throw simple forms on the wheel. The most talented would eventually become master potters, capable of creating perfectly balanced forms with unerring precision. Others might specialize in glaze formulation, kiln construction, or decorative techniques, each role essential to the final product. Perhaps the most intimate of all songwares were the dark glazed Jian tea bowls from Fujian province. These robust bowls, with their thick walls and iron-rich black or dark brown glazes, were ideal for keeping tea warm during the tea contests popular among song literati. When properly fired, the iron in these glazes would create spectacular effects: hare's fur patterns of fine golden streaks, oil spot, designs of iridescent dots, or partridge feather, modeling all prized by connoisseurs. In the mountain workshops where Jianware was produced, potters lived simple lives closely connected to nature. Their homes, often built partly into hillsides for insulation, stood near the dragon kilns where they worked. The surrounding forests provided not just fuel for the kilns, but materials for tools, food from hunting and gathering, and medicinal plants collected according to seasonal knowledge passed down through generations. The creation of these various wares depended on the transmission of knowledge from master to apprentice, often within families. Ceramic techniques were closely guarded secrets, with certain glaze formulas or firing methods kept within family lineages for generations. A master potter might have several apprentices, but would only reveal the most crucial secrets to the most promising, usually a son or nephew who would carry on the family tradition. Women played important roles in song ceramic production, though their contributions have often been overlooked in historical accounts. They frequently managed clay preparation, applying glazes, and decorative work requiring fine motor skills. In some pottery villages, women specialized in creating the smallest, most delicate pieces, their smaller hands, an advantage for certain forms. Within pottery households, women balanced ceramic work with domestic responsibilities, often working on ceramics while supervising children or preparing meals. The lifestyle of pottery communities followed seasonal rhythms. Summer was the most productive time, with long daylight hours for work and warm, dry conditions ideal for drying clay. Winter brought a slower pace, with more time devoted to repairing tools, building new kilns, and teaching apprentices. Spring and autumn were transitional seasons when kilns operated at a moderate pace and potters prepared for the intensity of summer or the relative quiet of winter. Markets for song ceramics were sophisticated and far-reaching. Local merchants visited pottery villages regularly, purchasing wares to sell in urban centers. Long-distance traders transported the finest pieces along the extensive network of canals and rivers that connected Song China, or via the Silk Road to destinations as distant as the Middle East and East Africa. By the 12th century, Chinese porcelain had become highly valued throughout Asia and beyond, inspiring attempts at imitation but remaining unmatched in quality. The social standing of potters varied widely. Those who created wares for the imperial court held respected positions, sometimes receiving official titles and comfortable stipends. Master potters who operated independent workshops could achieve considerable wealth and local influence. Ordinary workers in larger operations lived modest lives, their skill and hard work providing a stable, if unspectacular, living. At the lowest levels, laborers who prepared materials and tended kilns endured physically demanding work for minimal compensation. As twilight descends over a Song pottery village, families gather for evening meals in homes warmed by the residual heat of cooling kilns. Conversation flows around the day's work, a particularly successful firing, a promising new glaze formula, a large order from a merchant bound for the capital. Children listen and absorb the specialized language of ceramics that forms the foundation of their community's identity. Later, in the soft glow of oil lamps, elder potters might examine the day's output, discussing subtle variations in glaze color or the proportion of successful pieces from the most recent kiln opening. Apprentices look on attentively, learning to see with the discriminating eye that distinguishes a master from a mere craftsman. In these quiet evening hours, the knowledge accumulated over centuries continues its journey through generations. As we close this chapter of our exploration, imagine the hands of a Song potter, strong yet sensitive, calloused yet capable of the most delicate touch. These hands connect us across nearly 1,000 years to individuals whose names may be lost, but whose work endures as a testament to human creativity and the pursuit of beauty. In our next chapter, we will explore how these remarkable ceramics influenced culture both within China and far beyond its borders, becoming objects of desire, inspiration, and contemplation that continue to speak to us today. As evening settles over the ancient pottery villages of Song China, and the glow of kilns casts long shadows across weathered pathways, we come to the final chapter of our journey through the world of porcelain makers. The moon rises slowly over distant mountains, bathing the landscape in a gentle silver light, not unlike the luminous glazes of the finest Qingbai wares. The impact of Song Dynasty porcelain extended far beyond the borders of China, traveling along the ancient Silk Road and maritime trade routes to reach distant lands. Merchants from Persia, Arabia, and Southeast Asia would journey for months or even years to acquire these precious ceramics, carefully wrapping each piece in soft cloth and straw before loading them onto camels or ships for the long journey home. In the courts of Middle Eastern sultans and princes, Chinese porcelain was displayed as evidence of wealth and refined taste. So valued were these pieces that when they occasionally broke, they would be repaired with gold lacquer in a method known as kintsugi, transforming damage into decoration and imperfection into beauty. This practice reflected a philosophical approach to art that resonated deeply with Song Dynasty. Aesthetic principles finding perfection, not in flawlessness, but in the acceptance of change and transience. Song ceramics also profoundly influenced the development of pottery traditions in Korea and Japan. Korean potters studied Chinese techniques and adapted them to their own aesthetic sensibilities, creating distinctive celadon wares with their own subtle beauty. In Japan, the unassuming Jian tea bowls became highly prized for use in tea ceremonies, treasured as tenmoku ware, and elevated to the status of national treasures. The legacy of Song Dynasty porcelain lives on not just in museums and collections, but in the continued traditions of ceramic making that draw inspiration from these ancient masterpieces. Modern potters study the techniques and aesthetics of Song wares, striving to understand the materials and processes that created such timeless beauty. As you breathe deeply and allow your body to relax, imagine yourself as a visitor to a Song Dynasty pottery village. The day's work is done, and a tranquil quiet has settled over the landscape. The evening air carries the lingering scent of wood smoke from the kilns, mixed with the fragrance of evening meals being prepared in modest homes. Stars begin to appear in the darkening sky, mirroring the tiny spots of iron in a Jian oil spot tea bowl. The potters themselves are resting now, their hands temporarily still after a day of constant, purposeful movement. These were hands that understood clay on a profound level, how it responds to pressure, how it remembers every touch, how it transforms through fire into something enduring. Just as these artisans found a meditative peace in their work, allow yourself to settle more deeply into relaxation with each breath. The rhythm of the potter's wheel, turning steadily through the day, now gives way to the gentler rhythm of your own breathing. In and out, like the cycle of creation that transforms raw earth into objects of beauty. Each breath brings a deeper sense of calm, a more profound connection to this ancient craft that honored the materials of the earth. Consider how the Song Dynasty potters embrace the principle of balance in their work, balancing technical precision with artistic expression, tradition with innovation, control with surrender to natural processes. This harmony of opposites created works of enduring beauty and speaks to us still about finding balance in our own lives. As your breathing deepens, picture a simple Song Dynasty tea bowl, perhaps a Jian-ware piece with its rich, dark glaze. Notice how it sits perfectly balanced, its form neither too heavy nor too light, its proportions harmonious and pleasing to the eye. Allow this sense of perfect balance to spread through your body, bringing equilibrium to your mind and relaxation to your muscles. The glazes of Song Dynasty porcelain often evoke natural phenomena of sky after rain, the surface of a still pond, the pattern of ice forming on water. As you continue to relax more deeply, imagine yourself surrounded by these calming natural elements. Picture a landscape of gentle hills shrouded in mist, or the surface of a lake reflecting the evening sky. The boundaries between yourself and these peaceful images begin to soften, just as the boundaries between glaze and clay merge in the kiln's transformative heat. The potters of the Song Dynasty understood the value of patience. They would age their clay for months or years, knowing that time would improve its quality. They would apply multiple layers of glaze, allowing each to dry completely before adding the next. They would seal their kilns and wait days for them to cool, resisting the temptation to open them prematurely. This patience was rewarded with works of exceptional beauty. Allow yourself to embrace this same patience now, giving your body and mind the time they need to transition naturally towards sleep. There is no need to rush this process, no need to force relaxation. Like a potter working with clay rather than against it, work with your body's natural rhythms, allowing tension to release gradually with each exhalation. The soft blue-green of roux-ware, so reminiscent of the sky after rain, envelops you now in its calming embrace. Imagine this color surrounding you, soothing your eyes, quieting your thoughts. The tiny networks of crackles that give roux-ware its distinctive character remind us that perfection often includes subtle variations, small irregularities that add character rather than detract from beauty. In the quiet workshops where roux-ware was created, potters worked with focused attention, their movements deliberate and unhurried. Each gesture was purposeful, each decision informed by generations of accumulated knowledge. This quality of mindful presence allowed them to create works of extraordinary refinement. As you lie here, bring this same quality of attention to your breathing, noticing the sensation of air moving in and out of your body, the gentle rise and fall of your chest. The Dingware potters achieved a remarkable translucency in their porcelain, creating pieces so thin that light could pass through them. As you continue to relax, imagine your tension becoming similarly translucent, allowing the light of calm awareness to shine through any remaining pockets of tension or resistance. With each breath, your body becomes lighter, more open, more at ease. Just as a Song Dynasty glaze flows and settles during firing, finding its natural place on the surface of a vessel, allow relaxation to flow through your body, settling naturally into every muscle, every tissue. There is a wisdom in allowing things to find their own level, their own place of rest, without forcing or controlling the process. The night deepens around the ancient pottery village, stars wheeling slowly overhead, marking the passage of time just as they did nearly 1,000 years ago when Song Dynasty potters gazed up at these same constellations. This continuity connects us to those distant artisans who share the same sky, breathe the same air, respond to the same rhythms of day and night, wakefulness and sleep. In the stillness of night, the cooling kilns continue their gradual surrender of heat, the temperature dropping incrementally hour by hour. This cooling process was as important to the success of the pottery as the heating had been, requiring its own time, its own patience. Your body, too, naturally cools slightly as it prepares for sleep, your metabolism slowing, your breathing becoming more measured and deep. The moon casts silver light across the landscape, reminiscent of the luminous white glazes of Qingbai porcelain, which seem to glow with an inner light. This gentle illumination bathes everything in soft radiance, softening outlines, blending colors. Allow your awareness to take on this same quality of soft, diffuse attention, not focusing sharply on any particular thought or sensation, but resting in a state of receptive quietude. The potters of the Song Dynasty understood the importance of proper preparation, gathering the finest materials, processing them with care, aging them appropriately. This preparation laid the foundation for all that followed. You have prepared yourself for rest in similar ways, creating the conditions that allow sleep to arrive naturally, in its own time. Just as a well-made porcelain vessel has a resonant quality, producing a clear tone when lightly struck, your body now resonates with the deepening vibration of relaxation. This resonance spreads outward from your center, harmonizing all systems, bringing them into concert with one another. The Song Dynasty appreciation for understatement, for beauty that reveals itself gradually rather than demanding immediate attention, reminds us of the value of subtlety. Sleep, too, often approaches subtly, not announcing itself with fanfare but quietly deepening moment by moment. Allow yourself to notice the subtle shifts in your awareness as you drift closer to the threshold of sleep. The porcelain makers understood the delicate balance required in their glazes too. Much flux would cause the glaze to run too freely. Too little would create a surface that failed to shine. This precise calibration resulted in surfaces of incomparable beauty. Your body naturally calibrates itself for sleep, releasing melatonin in precisely the right amounts, adjusting your heart rate and breathing to the optimal rhythm for rest. As the night grows deeper, imagine the gentle weight of a perfectly proportioned Song Dynasty bowl resting in your hands. Feel its perfect balance, its satisfying roundness, the subtle texture of its glaze against your fingertips. The weight is just right, substantial enough to feel grounded, light enough to be lifted with ease. Your body now experiences this same quality of balanced weight, neither too heavy nor too light, perfectly poised for deep and restful sleep. The potters who created Junware embraced the unpredictable effects that emerged during firing, when copper in the glaze created magnificent streaks of purple against blue. This willingness to incorporate the unexpected, to find beauty in what could not be fully controlled, reminds us to welcome the natural unfolding of the sleep process, which has its own wisdom and timing. In the quiet of the night, the pottery village is still except for the occasional soft sounds of Natura nightbird calling, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, the distant murmur of a stream. These sounds form a soothing backdrop to the deep silence that permeates the sleeping world. Allow these peaceful sounds, real or imagined, to lull you deeper into tranquility. The finest Song Dynasty porcelains achieved a perfect unity of form and function, of aesthetic beauty and practical purpose. This integration of seemingly separate qualities created objects of timeless appeal. As sleep approaches, you experience a similar integration, body and mind no longer separate realms but a unified field of peaceful awareness gradually transitioning towards sleep. The delicate crackle patterns in roux and guan glazes appeared only after the firing was complete, and the piece had coulé a final gift of the process, a finishing touch provided by natural forces rather than human hands. As you drift towards sleep, your body may offer its own subtle gifts, a feeling of pleasant heaviness, a gentle floating sensation, the quiet joy of release as consciousness begins to dissolve into the deeper waters of sleep. The ancient potters knew that true mastery came not from imposing one's will upon the materials, but from understanding their nature so deeply that collaboration became possible. This wisdom applies equally to the art of sleep, not forcing the mind into unconsciousness through effort or will, but creating the conditions where sleep naturally arises, then allowing it to unfold in its own way, at its own pace. Imagine now that you are lying beneath a vast Song Dynasty sky, countless stars overhead, the soft outline of mountains visible against the night horizon. The same stars shone down upon the potters who created those luminous vessels. The same mountains stood watch over their kilns. This continuity offers a profound sense of connection, of belonging to something larger than ourselves, something that transcends the boundaries of time. The legacy of Song Dynasty porcelain endures not just in museums and collections, but in the timeless aesthetic principles these wares embodied: harmony, balance, subtle beauty, the integration of art and nature. These same principles can guide us toward restful sleep-finding harmony between effort and surrender, balancing alertness with relaxation, appreciating the subtle beauty of the transition between wakefulness and dreaming. As the night deepens around the ancient pottery village, all is quiet now. The kilns have cooled. The potters rest in preparation for tomorrow's work. The finished porcelain stand in silent perfection, embodying the marriage of earth, water, fire, and human creativity. Allow yourself to rest just as deeply, just as completely, embraced by the night as securely as a precious porcelain treasure nestled in soft cloth. The journey of a piece of Song Dynasty porcelain from raw clay to finished masterpiece reminds us that transformation often happens gradually through stages, with periods of rest and integration between more active phases. Your journey into sleep follows a similar path, moving through progressively deeper stages of relaxation before arriving at the profound rest of deep sleep. Just as a porcelain vessel creates a protected space, a perfect containment for whatever it holds, let the night create such a space for you. A sanctuary of darkness and quiet where restoration can take place undisturbed. Within this protected space, all the processes of renewal and regeneration that sleep brings can unfold naturally in their own perfect timing. The potters of the Song Dynasty created works of timeless beauty that continue to speak to us across the centuries. As you drift toward sleep, carry with you the quiet assurance that you are connected to this ancient lineage of human creativity and perception, this appreciation for harmony, balance, and subtle beauty that transcends time and place. Allow the wisdom of these ancient craftspeople to guide you into sleep, their patience, their acceptance of natural processes, their understanding that the most precious things cannot be rushed but must be allowed to develop in their own time. Sleep approaches now with this same unhurried grace, this same natural unfolding, this same perfect timing. Rest now, as the porcelain makers of the Song Dynasty once rested after days of focused creation, content in the knowledge that they had honored their materials, their traditions, and their own highest aspirations for beauty. You too can rest completely, knowing that in surrendering to sleep, you honor the natural rhythms of your body and the ancient wisdom that connects all human beings across the centuries. Sleep now, beneath the same stars that shone down upon the ancient kilns of China, wrapped in the same darkness that has sheltered countless generations before you, breathing the same air that once filled the lungs of those remarkable artisans whose works continue to inspire wonder and admiration. Their legacy of beauty endures, and in sleep, you become part of this timeless continuity, this endless cycle of renewal and creation that flows through all human history. Sleep, and perhaps dream of celadon landscapes, of moonlight on porcelain, of the perfect balance of a Song Dynasty bowl, resting in open hands dreams as delicate and luminous as the finest Qingbai glaze, carrying you deeper into rest, deeper into renewal, deeper into the transformative night. In the gentle glow of history's lamp, amidst the soft shadows of time, lie two remarkable beacons of learning that once illuminated the ancient world. As you settle in and make yourself comfortable, allow your mind to journey back through the centuries, to a time when knowledge was cherished like precious gems, and wisdom was sought by travelers who crossed mountains, deserts, and rivers in its pursuit. Long before the rise of modern universities, before Oxford and Cambridge opened their doors, two magnificent centers of learning flourished in the heart of the Indian subcontinent, Nalanda and Taxila. These weren't merely schools, but vast complexes dedicated to the cultivation of the mind and spirit, drawing scholars from across Asia like moths to a flame. Picture yourself standing at the entrance of Taxila, in what is now modern-day Pakistan, around the 5th century BCE. The morning sun warms the red sandstone buildings that rise before you, their architectural grace reflecting the elevated pursuits that take place within their walls. Taxila, or Takshashila as it was known in Sanskrit, stands at the crossroads of several important trade routes connecting India to Central Asia and beyond. The air carries the mingled scents of distant lands, spices from the south, perfumes from the west, and the subtle fragrance of manuscripts inscribed on palm leaves and birch bark. As you walk through the broad entranceway, you notice students gathered in small groups beneath the shade of ancient trees, their voices a gentle murmur as they debate philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. Some sit cross-legged on stone benches, eyes closed in meditation, while others carefully trace characters onto smooth writing tablets. Unlike universities today, there are no formal classrooms or lecture halls. Instead, learning takes place in the open air, in garden courtyards, or beneath colonnaded walkways where teachers and students alike can enjoy the pleasant breezes. Taxila reached its zenith under the patronage of the Mauryan Empire, particularly during the reign of Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE. This remarkable institution offered over 60 different courses of study, ranging from the practical arts of agriculture and archery to the abstract realms of metaphysics and astronomy. Students typically began their education at the age of 16 and might remain at Taxila for 8 years or more, dedicating themselves entirely to their chosen field. The famous physician Karaka walked these grounds, developing the principles of Ayurvedic medicine that would influence healing practices for millennia to come. The grammarian Panini studied here before composing his revolutionary work on Sanskrit grammar, the Ashtadhyayi, a text so precise and systematic that modern linguists still marvel at its brilliance. And it was at Taxila that the legendary strategist Chanakya, also known as Kautilya, developed the political theories that would later help Chandragupta Maurya establish one of India's greatest empires. As dawn breaks over the plains of Bihar in eastern India, some 8 centuries after Taxila's founding, another great center of learning begins to stir. This is Nalanda, established around the 5th century CE and destined to become perhaps the world's first true residential university. Where Taxila was somewhat informal in its organization, Nalanda represents a more structured approach to education, with entrance examinations so rigorous that only 2 or 3 out of 10 applicants were admitted. The scale of Nalanda would astonish even modern observers. At its height, the university accommodated over 10,000 students and 2,000 teachers. The campus stretched across a vast area and included dormitories, meditation halls, and a magnificent library housed in 3 multi-storied buildings known as Ratnasagara, Sea of Jewels, Ratnodadi, Ocean of Jewels, and Ratnaranjaka, Delighter of Jewels. These grand structures contained hundreds of thousands of volumes on subjects ranging from grammar, logic, and medicine to metaphysics, astronomy, and alchemy. Nalanda's reputation for excellence spread far beyond the borders of India. Students journeyed from Tibet, China, Korea, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia to study under its renowned masters. The Chinese pilgrim Xuanzang, who studied at Nalanda in the 7th century CE, left detailed accounts of life at the university that paint a picture of an institution dedicated to rigorous scholarship and contemplative practice. As you imagine walking through Nalanda's impressive gateways, you would be struck by the orderliness and serenity of the environment. The red brick buildings rise majestically against the sky, their decorative arches and elegant stupas demonstrating not just architectural sophistication, but a beauty that nourishes the soul as students pursue their studies. Monks in saffron robes move quietly along pathways connecting lecture halls and libraries, their footsteps gentle on the smooth stone pathways worn by generations of seekers. The daily rhythm of life at Nalanda followed the rising and setting of the sun. Students awoke before dawn to the soft sound of temple bells. After performing their morning ablutions in the university's well-maintained tanks, they would gather for meditation and prayer before breaking their fast with a simple meal of rice, vegetables, and fruits. The day was divided into periods of study, debate, and reflection, with teachers employing the method of logical analysis known as Vadavidya to help students develop critical thinking. Unlike modern universities, which often separate different fields of study, Nalanda emphasized the interconnectedness of all knowledge. Students of mathematics might also study poetry, while those focusing on medicine would learn about astronomy and its influence on human health. This holistic approach reflected a worldview in which the cosmos was seen as an integrated whole, with human beings as microcosms of the greater universe. Both Nalanda and Taxila flourished under the patronage of enlightened rulers who understood the value of education and its power to elevate society. Kings, merchants, and ordinary citizens contributed to their upkeep, donating land, building materials, and funds for the maintenance of students and faculty. These ancient universities were not just centers of academic learning, but spiritual communities where the pursuit of knowledge was seen as a sacred endeavor, a path to both personal enlightenment and societal harmony. As the stars begin to appear in the evening sky above these centers of wisdom, imagine the lamps being lit in meditation halls and libraries, where students continue their studies late into the night. The orange glow of these lamps creates pools of gentle light in which focused minds absorb timeless teachings. The soft rustling of manuscript pages and the barely audible whisper of scholars reciting texts to commit them to memory form a soothing backdrop to the night's deepening calm. In these tranquil environments, far from the noise and haste of our modern world, knowledge was transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken chain stretching across centuries. The wisdom cultivated in these hallowed spaces, philosophical insights about the nature of reality, mathematical principles that helped map the heavens, medical knowledge that eased suffering, spread outward like ripples on a pond, influencing civilizations far beyond the Indian subcontinent. As we pause in our journey through the history of these remarkable institutions, allow your imagination to linger in the peaceful courtyards of Taxila and the serene libraries of Nalanda. Feel the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom enveloping you like a comfortable blanket, and let your breath deepen as you prepare to continue our exploration of these ancient seats of learning in the next part of our story. As the gentle currents of sleep begin to wash over you, let us continue our journey through the golden age of learning at Nalanda and Taxila. Picture yourself now as a student, perhaps from a distant land, who has traveled for months across challenging terrain to reach these celebrated centers of wisdom. The journey itself has been an education, crossing rivers swollen with monsoon rains, traversing high mountain passes where the air grows thin, and moving through forests alive with the calls of unfamiliar birds and the rustle of creatures unseen. At Taxila, education was deeply personal. Students often lived in the homes of their teachers, known as gurus, forming bonds that went beyond the mere transmission of information. This system, called Gurukula, created intimate learning communities where daily life and education were seamlessly interwoven. Imagine awakening before sunrise in a small, clean room with earthen walls. Your first duty would be to help maintain the household, drawing water from the well, sweeping the courtyard, or tending the small garden that provides herbs for cooking and medicine. Only after these morning duties were complete would instruction begin. Students sat on grass mats beneath the spreading branches of a sacred fig tree, or perhaps in the cool interior courtyard of the guru's modest home. Teaching was largely oral, with students committing vast quantities of text to memory through recitation. The Sanskrit language, with its precise phonetics and rhythmic qualities, lent itself beautifully to this approach, and the melodious sound of voices chanting verses from the Vedas or complex mathematical formulas created a soothing backdrop to the learning environment. One of Taxila's most renowned teachers was Vishnu Sharma, whose collection of animal fables, the Panchatantra, became not just a tool for teaching Sanskrit but a treasury of moral wisdom. Imagine him seated cross-legged before a circle of attentive students, his voice rising and falling as he relates the tale of the crow and the serpent, a story teaching the value of friendship and ingenuity. As he speaks, the characters come alive in the minds of his listeners, and the moral lessons are absorbed effortlessly, carried on the gentle current of narrative. At Nalanda, by contrast, the approach was more formalized, though no less holistic. The university was organized into distinct departments, each headed by a distinguished scholar. The curriculum was structured around the study of Buddhism, particularly the Mahayana tradition, but included a remarkably broad range of subjects. Students progressed through increasingly complex material, with regular examinations to assess their understanding. Central to Nalanda's educational philosophy was the art of debate. In the great debating hall, scholars would gather to test their understanding against that of their peers. These were not combative exchanges, but carefully structured dialogues designed to refine and clarify thinking. The rules were precise. A proponent would state a thesis and defend it against objections raised by an opponent. Victory went not to the loudest or most aggressive debater, but to the one whose arguments demonstrated the greatest logical consistency and alignment with observed reality. Imagine yourself seated in this hall, listening as two master scholars explore the nature of consciousness. The first proposes that mind is primary. The second, that matter is the fundamental reality. Back and forth they go, their exchanges punctuated by moments of silent reflection. The audience follows intently, not as passive spectators, but as active participants in an intellectual journey. Occasionally, a senior teacher might intervene to clarify a point or to guide the discussion in a more fruitful direction. There is no sense of hurry. A single debate might continue for days, with breaks for meditation and meals. Both universities placed great emphasis on the ethical dimension of education. Knowledge was never seen as an end in itself, but as a means to develop character and contribute to the welfare of all beings. At Taxila, students of medicine took solemn oaths to use their skills only for healing, never for harm. Those studying archery or the martial arts were taught that their talents should be employed only in defense of the righteous and the protection of the vulnerable. At Nalanda, all students, regardless of their field of study, began and ended each day with meditation practices designed to cultivate compassion and clear awareness. The physical environment of these ancient universities reflected their educational ideals. At Taxila, buildings were constructed to harmonize with the natural landscape, nestled among rolling hills and flowing streams. The architecture was simple yet elegant, with colonnaded walkways providing shelter from both sun and rain. Courtyards featured carefully tended gardens where medicinal plants and flowers grew, serving both practical and aesthetic purposes. Nalanda's design was more formal and imposing, befitting its status as a royal foundation. Its buildings were arranged in a precise geometric pattern, with a central axis running north to south. The main temple, with its towering spire, marked the spiritual heart of the campus. Around it clustered lecture halls, libraries, and residential quarters, all constructed of the distinctive red brick that gave Nalanda its warm, glowing appearance. The entire complex was surrounded by a high wall, not as a barrier but as a boundary marking the transition from the ordinary world to a space dedicated to higher pursuits. Water features played an important role at both institutions. At Taxila, natural springs were channeled into bathing pools and drinking fountains. At Nalanda, a sophisticated system of reservoirs and canals ensured a year-round supply of clean water, while also creating tranquil reflective surfaces that mirrored the sky and surrounding buildings. Imagine pausing beside one of these pools during a break between lectures, watching as lotus flowers open their petals to the midday sun, their roots anchored in the mud below but their blossoms untouched by impurity, a living metaphor for the enlightened mind. The libraries at both universities were treasures beyond price. At Taxila, manuscripts were stored in sealed clay pots to protect them from moisture and insects. Scholars would carefully remove these precious texts for study, unrolling birch bark or palm leaf pages inscribed with Sanskrit characters in various scripts. The act of reading was often communal, with one person reciting while others listened, committed passages to memory, or discussed points of interpretation. Nalanda's famous library complex, the Dharmaganja, or Treasury of Truth, housed hundreds of thousands of volumes. The main reading room featured large windows positioned to capture optimal natural light, while oil lamps provided illumination for evening study. Scribes worked constantly to copy and preserve texts, their brushes moving with practiced precision across prepared surfaces. The library was organized according to a classification system that grouped works by subject and tradition, making it possible to locate specific information within this vast collection. As day transitions to evening at these centers of learning, imagine the changing quality of light, the golden afternoon sun giving way to the softer hues of dusk. In courtyards and meditation halls, butter lamps are lit, their steady flames a symbol of the illuminating power of knowledge. The pace of activity slows, but learning continues in a quieter mode. Some students gather in small groups to clarify points from the day's instruction, while others engage in solitary study or meditation. The soundscape shifts as well. The bustling activity of daytime, footsteps, voices, the occasional ringing of a bell to mark the hours, yields to a more subdued atmosphere. From the temples come the gentle chanting of evening prayers, the notes rising and falling like waves on a shore. In residential quarters, students prepare for sleep, knowing that the next day will bring new discoveries, new challenges to their understanding. Food at these universities was simple but nourishing, designed to support health and mental clarity. The daily diet consisted primarily of rice, lentils, seasonal vegetables, and fruits, with occasional dairy products such as clarified butter and yogurt. Meals were taken communally, often in silence to encourage mindful eating. Before each meal, prayers were offered in gratitude for the food and in recognition of the many beings, farmers, transporters, cooks, whose efforts had made it possible. As you continue to relax more deeply, envision yourself as part of this ancient community of learners. Feel the smooth stone bench beneath you as you sit in the evening coolness, listening to the distant sound of a teacher expounding on the nature of time, or perhaps the properties of medicinal plants. Your body is weary from a day of attentive study, but your mind feels expanded, enriched by new understanding. Around you, the university settles into its nighttime rhythm, a dance of shadow and lamplight, of silence, punctuated by the occasional call of a night bird or the soft footfall of a monk on his way to the meditation hall. In the libraries, a few dedicated scholars continue their studies late into the night, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of oil lamps. The fragrance of incense, sandalwood perhaps, or jasmine, drifts through the air, helping to keep the mind alert yet calm. Outside, the stars appear one by one in the velvet sky, the same stars that have guided travelers to these havens of learning for centuries, the same stars that will continue to shine long after both you and these great universities have passed into history. As we prepare to continue our journey through the story of Nalanda and Taxila in the next part, allow yourself to drift even deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body against the surface supporting you. Notice the rhythm of your breath becoming slower, more regular. Just as the ancient students would prepare their minds for learning through practices of focused attention, you are preparing your mind for the deep rest that comes with sleep, a state in which the day's experiences are integrated and wisdom is consolidated in ways beyond our conscious understanding. As your body settles more deeply into comfort and your breathing becomes slow and rhythmic, let us continue our journey through the ancient halls of learning, where knowledge flowed like gentle rivers between distant lands. The story of Nalanda and Taxila is not merely a tale of two isolated institutions, but a narrative of connection, of ideas traveling across vast distances, carried by dedicated scholars whose pursuit of wisdom knew no boundaries. Picture the Silk Road, that network of trade routes stretching from China to the Mediterranean. Along these paths traveled not only silk and spices, but also manuscripts, mathematical concepts, and philosophical ideas. Nalanda and Taxila stood as major nodes in this intellectual exchange, their reputations drawing pilgrims of knowledge from across the known world. From China came travelers like Faxian in the 5th century and Xuanzang in the 7th century, braving treacherous mountain passes and vast deserts to study at Nalanda. These intrepid monks would spend years or even decades in India, mastering Sanskrit, copying sacred texts, and studying with renowned masters before returning home laden with manuscripts and relics. Imagine Xuanzang seated in his simple quarters at Nalanda, carefully translating Buddhist sutras by lamplight, his brush moving methodically across sheets of paper brought all the way from China. The knowledge he carried back would profoundly influence Chinese philosophy, literature, and art for centuries to come. From Korea and Japan, too, came dedicated scholars following in the footsteps of their Chinese predecessors. The Korean monk Hecho traveled to India in the 8th century and studied at Nalanda before continuing on a pilgrimage that took him through Central Asia and back to China. His travelogue, Memoir of a Pilgrimage to the 5 Regions of India, offered precious insights into the cultures and kingdoms of his time. From Tibet came students eager to translate Buddhist texts from Sanskrit into their own language. The Tibetan translator Rinchen Zangpo, who studied in Kashmir and northern India in the late 10th century, was instrumental in what Tibetans call the later transmission of Buddhism to their land. These scholars returned to the high plateaus of Tibet carrying not just texts, but also architectural plans and artistic styles that would influence the design of monasteries and temples throughout the Himalayan region. Southeast Asia, too, sent its brightest minds to study at these venerable institutions. Scholars from what are now Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Indonesia absorbed Indian learning and adapted it to their own cultural contexts. The spectacular temple complexes of Angkor in Cambodia and Borobudur in Indonesia bear architectural and iconographic witness to this fertile exchange. As you relax more deeply, envision a typical day at Nalanda during its golden age. The morning begins with the soft sound of temple bells, their resonant tones spreading across the campus like ripples on a still pond. Students rise from their simple beds, their minds transitioning gently from sleep to wakefulness. After performing their morning ablutions at the communal baths, large tanks of cool, clear water, they gather in the central courtyard for group meditation. Seated cross-legged on the ground, hundreds of scholars from dozens of different lands focus their attention on the rhythm of their breath. The diversity of their backgrounds, evident in their varied features, complexions, and the styles of their robes, dissolves in this shared practice of mindfulness. For half an hour, the only sounds are the occasional call of birds and the whisper of breath moving in and out, like waves upon a shore. As the meditation concludes, the community moves to the refectory for a simple breakfast of rice gruel, perhaps flavored with cardamom or sweetened with honey. Meals are taken in mindful silence, an extension of the morning's meditation. The afternoon will bring intensive study and debate, but these morning rituals establish a foundation of calm awareness that will support the day's intellectual endeavors. At Taxila, renowned for its medical studies, students might begin their day with the preparation of herbal medicines. Under the guidance of experienced physicians, they carefully measure and mix ingredients according to formulas preserved in ancient texts. The air is fragrant with the aroma of medicinal plants, neem, turmeric, ashwagandha, each with its specific properties and applications. Students learn to identify hundreds of different plants, to understand their effects on the body's doshas or humoral elements, and to combine them in precise proportions to restore balance and health. Both universities were remarkable for their interdisciplinary approach to learning. Astronomers collaborated with mathematicians to chart the movements of celestial bodies. Linguists worked with philosophers to clarify the relationship between language and reality. Artists and architects applied geometric principles to create structures of both beauty and stability. This integration of knowledge reflected a worldview in which all phenomena were seen as interconnected aspects of a unified reality. At Nalanda, the study of logic reached particular heights of sophistication. Scholars developed systems of reasoning that anticipated many aspects of modern symbolic logic. The Buddhist philosopher Dignaga, who lived in the 5th, 6th centuries CE, formulated principles of inference and validity that influenced logical thinking throughout Asia. His successor Dharmakirti refined these ideas further, exploring the relationship between perception, inference, and knowledge in ways that continue to interest philosophers today. As the stars appear in the evening sky above these centers of learning, like distant lamps illuminating the vastness of space, imagine the scholars of Nalanda gathering in their debate hall. The day's structured discussions are complete, and now they engage in a more contemplative exploration of the nature of reality. A senior monk poses a question. What is the relationship between the unchanging and the ever-changing? One by one, students offer their reflections, each building on the insights of those who spoke before. There is no rush to reach a conclusion, no competition to have the right answer. Rather, there is a collective movement toward deeper understanding, like a river that grows broader and more powerful as tributaries join its flow. The conversation continues as oil lamps cast their gentle glow on faces intent with thought, yet relaxed in the comfortable familiarity of this ancient practice of shared inquiry. Feel your own thoughts becoming more spacious, less hurried, as you imagine yourself participating in this timeless dialogue. Questions arise and dissolve like clouds in the vast sky of awareness. Insights emerge not through striving but through allowing, through creating the conditions in which wisdom can naturally blossom. Sadly, these great institutions did not endure forever. Taxila began to decline around the 5th century CE, weakened by the invasion of the White Huns and changes in trade routes that diminished its strategic importance. Yet, its legacy lived on in the many traditions of learning it had nurtured, in texts preserved and transmitted by generations of scholars, and in the medical practices that continued to evolve and spread throughout Asia. Nalanda flourished for several more centuries, reaching its zenith under the patronage of the Pala dynasty, 8th-12th centuries CE. However, it too eventually succumbed to historical forces beyond its control. The university was devastated by an attack led by the Turkic general Muhammad bin Bakhtiar Khilji around 1200 CE. According to some accounts, the library burned for months, its precious manuscripts turning to ash, its accumulated wisdom scattered like leaves in a winter wind. And yet, as you drift deeper towards sleep, remember that true knowledge can never be completely destroyed. The scholars who studied at Nalanda and Taxila carried their learning with them when they returned to their homelands. They established new centers of study, wrote commentaries that preserved earlier teachings, and transmitted their understanding to students who would continue the unbroken chain of wisdom. In Tibet, monasteries like Samye and Sakya became repositories of learning preserved from Nalanda. In China, the translation projects initiated by travelers like Xuanzang ensured that thousands of texts survived even after their Sanskrit originals were lost. In Southeast Asia, traditions of medicine, mathematics, and philosophy took root in new soil, adapting to local conditions while maintaining connections to their ancient sources. In recent decades, there have been efforts to revive these great traditions of learning. In 2014, Nalanda University was re-established near the site of the ancient institution. While it cannot replicate the original, it seeks to honor its spirit of international scholarship and interdisciplinary inquiry. Archaeological work continues at both Nalanda and Taxila, gradually revealing more details about the physical structures and daily life of these remarkable places. As you breathe deeply and feel the weight of your body sinking into restful repose, imagine the night sky above the ruins of these once great universities. The same stars that watched over generations of scholars still shine, constant yet ever-changing, like knowledge itself. The gentle breeze that cools your skin carries the whispered echoes of ancient debates, of sutras chanted at dawn, of questions that opened minds to new possibilities. Let the rhythm of your breath merge with the timeless rhythm of seeking and finding, of learning and teaching, of wondering and understanding. Each inhalation brings new awareness. Each exhalation releases what is no longer needed. Just as the scholars of Nalanda and Taxila understood the importance of both acquiring knowledge and letting go of fixed concepts, you too can hold this balance as you transition towards sleep. The legacy of these ancient universities reminds us that the pursuit of wisdom is not separate from the cultivation of peace, that intellectual understanding finds its fulfillment in compassionate action, that the highest knowledge transcends words and concepts. As your consciousness begins to drift toward the depths of sleep, carry with you the image of countless oil lamps illuminating manuscripts of precious wisdom, their steady flames undisturbed by the passing of centuries. The story of Nalanda and Taxila is your story too, a chapter in the ongoing human quest to understand ourselves and our place in the cosmos. Their physical structures may lie in ruins, but the spirit that animated them continues in every sincere question, in every moment of insight, in every sharing of knowledge from one mind to another. As sleep draws nearer with each peaceful breath, know that you are part of this ancient lineage of seekers. The same curiosity that drew scholars across mountains and deserts to these centers of learning lives in your own quest for understanding. The same capacity for wonder that inspired astronomical observations and philosophical investigations thousands of years ago resides within you, awaiting the dawn of new discoveries. Let your thoughts grow quieter now, like students departing the debate hall at the conclusion of the day's discussions. Allow your mind to settle into the deep stillness from which all creative thought arises. Just as the libraries of Nalanda held their treasures in perfect order, your sleeping mind will organize the day's experiences, extracting their essence and integrating their lessons. Rest now in the spacious awareness that has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, the building and crumbling of universities, the unfolding and fading of countless human lives. Like a tired scholar returning to the simple comfort of his bed after hours of intense study, allow yourself to release all effort and surrender to the healing embrace of sleep. The ancient universities of Nalanda and Taxila have shared their story with you, a tale of human aspiration and achievement that spans continents and centuries. As you drift into dreams, perhaps you will walk their courtyards once more, sit beneath their wisdom trees, or add your own voice to their timeless conversations. Sleep well, gentle seeker, and awaken refreshed to continue your own unique journey of discovery. Beneath the vast canopy of stars that illuminated the Sahara Desert for thousands of years, a remarkable story unfolded of courage, endurance, and the pursuit of what came to be known as white gold. This is the story of the salt caravans that crossed the largest hot desert on Earth, creating trade networks that connected distant civilizations and shaped the course of human history in North and West Africa. Long before modern highways or digital trade routes, when the world moved at the pace of footsteps and animal hooves, salt was among the most precious commodities on Earth. Today, we might take this mineral for granted, a simple seasoning sitting on our dining tables. But there was a time when salt was so valuable it was used as currency, sometimes worth its weight in gold. In the ancient world, salt was not merely a flavor enhancer, but an essential preservative in an age without refrigeration, a crucial dietary supplement in hot climates where the body lost salt through perspiration, and even a sacred substance used in rituals and ceremonies. The Sahara, whose name comes from the Arabic word for desert, spans over 3.6 million square miles, stretching like an ocean of sand from the Red Sea to the Atlantic Ocean, from the Mediterranean shores to the savannas of the Sahel. Within this seemingly inhospitable landscape lay vast salt deposits, remnants of ancient seas that had dried up millions of years ago, leaving behind crystallized treasures at places like Tagaza, Taudeni, and Bilma. The earliest salt caravans likely began their journeys more than 2,000 years ago, though the exact origins are lost to the sands of time. By the 8th century, as Islam spread across North Africa, the trans-Saharan trade was already well established, with salt being one of the most important commodities traveling south, and gold, ivory, and slaves moving north. At the heart of these commercial networks were the Berber peoples of North Africa, particularly the Tuareg, often called the Blue People for their indigo-dyed clothing that sometimes stained their skin. These desert nomads possessed an intimate knowledge of the harsh Saharan environment, its hidden water sources, its seasonal wind patterns, and the subtle landmarks that could guide a traveler across what seemed to others an endless, featureless expanse. The most famous of all salt caravan routes connected the ancient Berber city of Timbuktu in present-day Mali with the salt mines of Taudeni in the central Sahara. Timbuktu was not always the legendary city of gold and learning that would later capture the European imagination. It began as a seasonal settlement, a place where the nomadic Tuareg would camp beside the Niger River. But as the salt trade flourished, So did Timbuktu, growing from a simple watering hole into one of the most important commercial and intellectual centers in the Islamic world. The preparation for a salt caravan, known in Arabic as an azalai, required meticulous planning and involved entire communities. The success of these dangerous expeditions meant the difference between prosperity and hardship for many families. The caravans typically set out after the rainy season when temperatures were somewhat cooler and water more abundant. Though cooler in the Sahara was still brutally hot by most standards. A large caravan might consist of several hundred to several thousand camels, accompanied by dozens of men. Before the introduction of camels to North Africa around 200 to 300 CE, earlier caravans likely used donkeys or moved on foot. But it was the camel, the ship of the desert, that truly made large-scale trans-Saharan trade possible. These remarkable animals could carry heavy loads of up to 400 pounds, travel long distances without water, and endure the extreme temperatures and sandstorms of the desert. Imagine, if you will, the scene as a caravan, prepared to depart from Timbuktu. The pre-dawn air would be cool and still, carrying the mingled scents of wood smoke, spices, and the earthy odor of many camels gathered together. The animals would kneel on the sand, patient as they were loaded with provisions for the journey-dried meat and millet, water skins, blankets for the cold desert nights, and trade goods to exchange for salt. The caravan leaders, experienced men who had made the crossing many times, would check and double-check the loads, ensuring that nothing essential was forgotten. These men carried in their minds detailed maps of the desert, not written on paper, but memorized through years of travel and passed down through generations. They knew where to find each well or water source, how many days' journey lay between them, and how to navigate by the stars when all other landmarks disappeared. The families of the travelers would gather to bid them farewell, offering prayers for their safe return. Many would not see their loved ones for months, and some, tragically, would never see them again. The Sahara was an unforgiving place, where a single mistake or stroke of bad luck could prove fatal. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose, the caravan would begin to move. The camels rose to their feet with grunts and groans, and the long line of animals and men would start their slow, steady progress northward, away from the relative safety of the Niger River and into the vast wilderness of sand and rock. The rhythm of the caravan was dictated by the needs of both humans and animals. They would travel in the early morning and late afternoon, seeking shelter during the brutal midday heat when temperatures could soar above 120 degrees Fahrenheit. The pace was deliberately unhurried, about 2 to 3 miles per hour, preserving the strength of the camels for the long journey ahead. As they moved deeper into the desert, the landscape gradually changed. The scrubby vegetation of the Sahel gave way to ever more arid terrain, until finally the true Sahara surrounded them, a world of stark beauty and extreme conditions. By day, the sun blazed down from a sky of almost painful blue intensity, heat radiating from the sand in shimmering waves. By night, temperatures could plummet below freezing, the desert surrendering its heat to the vast, star-filled blackness above. Water was the most precious resource, more valuable even than the salt they sought. The caravan would plan its route carefully from one water source to the next, ancient wells dug deep into the earth, oases where date palms gathered around natural springs, or seasonal water holes known only to the most experienced guides. Some stretches between water sources could take up to 10 days to cross, requiring careful rationing of the water carried in goatskin bags. The men of the caravan developed techniques to conserve moisture. They would travel with their faces wrapped in long cloths called tagelmust, which protected them from the sun and blowing sand, while also trapping moisture from their breath. They learned to minimize movement during the hottest hours, and to require less water than would seem humanly possible to those accustomed to more temperate climates. Despite these precautions, the journey claimed many lives over the centuries. Sandstorms could descend without warning, turning day to night in minutes and suffocating those caught unprepared. Water sources might be found dry, having shifted or disappeared since the last crossing. Tribal conflicts could lead to raids and violence. And always, there was the risk of simply becoming lost in the vastness, where disorientation and mirages could confuse even experienced travelers. Yet for those who survived the crossing, reaching the salt mines of places like Taudeni must have felt like arriving at the destination of a sacred pilgrimage. Here, in the midst of one of Earth's most desolate regions, men labored in conditions that tested the limits of human endurance, cutting large slabs of salt from the dry lake beds using simple tools. The salt mines themselves were a study in human adaptation to extreme environments. At Taudeni, for example, workers would dig shallow pits to reach the layers of salt beneath the surface. They would cut the salt into rectangular slabs about 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 5 inches thick. Each slab weighed approximately 70 pounds and bore distinctive markings indicating its origin and quality. The work was brutally difficult. Temperatures regularly exceeded 110 degrees Fahrenheit, water was scarce and often brackish, and the glare from the salt flats could cause blindness without proper protection. In many periods of history, the labor was performed by slaves or criminals exiled to these remote locations as punishment. As the first stars appeared in the darkening sky above the salt flats, the workers would retire to simple shelters built from blocks of salt itself, a testament to human ingenuity in using available materials, even in such a barren landscape. They would prepare simple meals of grain, porridge, or dried meat, perhaps flavored with a pinch of the very salt they had spent the day harvesting. Meanwhile, the caravan members would prepare for the return journey, carefully loading the salt slabs onto their camels. A single camel might carry 4 to 6 slabs, secured with ropes to prevent shifting during travel. The salt would be covered with mats or animal skins to protect it from damage and from the occasional desert rainfall, which could partially dissolve this precious cargo. And so, as the desert night grew deep and the temperature fell, both the miners and caravan traders would rest under the brilliant canopy of stars, the Milky Way stretching across the sky like a great celestial river. Their breathing would slow, their bodies recovering from the day's labor, while the camels rested nearby, their occasional soft grunts and sighs the only sounds breaking the profound silence of the desert. The first part of our journey along the salt roads of the Sahara ends here, beneath this star-filled sky. But the story of the caravans continue as a tale of trade and transformation, of cultures meeting and mingling across the vast desert sea, and of the mineral so valuable it was called white gold, which built empires and connected worlds that would otherwise have remained strangers to one another. As the first light of dawn brushed the eastern horizon with pale gold, the salt caravan prepared for its journey southward. The return trip from the mines to the trading centers along the southern edge of the Sahara would follow ancient routes that had been traveled for centuries. Pathways etched not in stone or soil, but in the collective memory of generations of desert merchants. The loaded camels rose to their feet with characteristic groans, adjusting to the weight of their precious cargo. Each animal now carried hundreds of pounds of salt slabs, which would eventually make their way to markets across West Africa, where salt was scarce and highly valued. The caravan master surveyed his line of beasts and men with a practiced eye, checking for any signs of weakness or illness that might endanger the expedition. In the desert, preparation was everything a small oversight could grow into a life-threatening crisis within days. The journey south differed from the northward trek in significant ways. The camels moved more slowly under their heavy burdens, and the men were more vigilant against the threat of raiders who might be tempted by their valuable cargo. Water conservation became even more critical, as the animals required additional moisture to bear their loads in the intense heat. As the caravan moved across the desert landscape, they followed what appeared to be invisible paths, though to the experienced guides, the route was marked by subtle signs of distinctive rock formation here, the pattern of dunes there, and always, at night, the unchanging stars that had guided travelers since time immemorial. The Tuareg in particular were masters of celestial navigation, using the stars as their compass long before such instruments were invented. Some caravans traveled the approximately 500 miles between Timbuktu and Taudeni in as little as 3 weeks, though others might take longer depending on conditions and rest periods. The return journey with heavy loads of salt generally proceeded at a more measured pace than the outward trip. While we often imagine the Sahara as an endless sea of sand dunes, the desert is remarkably varied in its terrain. The caravans traversed vast gravel plains called Reg, rocky plateaus known as Hamada, and the iconic sand seas or Erg, with their massive dunes that could rise several hundred feet high. Each landscape presented its own challenges and dangers. The Reg plains, seemingly flat and easy to cross, could conceal sharp rocks that would injure camel hooves or be whipped into painful sandstorms by sudden winds. The rocky Hamada plateaus offered firm footing but little shelter from the elements and scarce vegetation for grazing. And the beautiful but treacherous ergs required expert navigation, as dunes could shift with the wind, obscuring landmarks and familiar routes. Water shaped the caravan's path more definitively than any other factor. Unlike modern travelers who might choose the most direct route between 2 points, the Azalai followed a line from one water source to another, sometimes adding considerable distance to their journey in order to reach reliable wells or oases. Some of these water sources had been maintained for centuries, dug deep into the earth and lined with stone to prevent collapse, their locations guarded as valuable secrets by the tribes who controlled them. At each water stop, there was a careful protocol. Animals and humans would drink in the prescribed order, and water would be drawn with respect for those who might come after. To contaminate a desert well was considered one of the gravest offenses in Saharan culture, as it could mean death for subsequent travelers. The oases that punctuated the salt routes were like islands in the sand, sea, places of relative abundance and life amid the arid surroundings. Date palms provided shade, food, and material for rope and baskets. Small gardens might offer vegetables to supplement the caravan's diet of dried foods. These green havens were often sites of permanent or semi-permanent settlements, places where traders could rest for several days, repair equipment, and exchange news and information with local residents. Some larger oases developed into important trading centers themselves, where goods from the north and south would change hands. Settlements like Agadez, in what is now Niger or Ghat, in present-day Libya, became wealthy from their positions as desert crossroads, collecting taxes and offering services to the passing caravans. As days blended into weeks, the caravan members fell into the rhythm of desert travel apace, dictated by the needs of the camels and the unforgiving climate. They would rise before dawn, when the air was coolest, and travel until the heat became too intense, usually by mid-morning. Then they would stop and set up camp, creating shade with simple tents or blankets stretched between packs or even between kneeling camels. The hottest hours of the day were spent in rest, conservation of energy being essential to survival. The men might mend equipment, prepare food, or simply sleep in whatever shade they could find. The camels would be unloaded to rest their backs and allowed to kneel on the relatively cooler sand. As the worst of the heat passed in late afternoon, the caravan would resume its journey, continuing until darkness made further progress unsafe. Camp would be established again, meals prepared over small fires, using what little fuel could be carried or found, and guards set to watch for predators or raiders during the night. Food was simple, but sustaining dried dates provided quick energy and natural sugar, while grains like millet could be made into porridge. Dried meat, occasionally supplemented by fresh meat when an opportunity for hunting arose, provided protein. Tea was a crucial part of desert hospitality and daily ritual, particularly for the Tuareg, who developed an elaborate ceremony around its preparation and serving. Within the caravan, social structures reflected the hierarchies of the broader society. The caravan leader, often a man of considerable experience and status, made decisions that affected everyone's safety and success. Traders of different ethnicities and backgrounds traveled together by necessity, as there was safety in numbers, but they maintained their distinct cultural identities through dress, language, and religious practices. Religion played a central role in caravan life. By the medieval period, most of the traders were Muslims, and the rhythms of prayer punctuated their days. Faith provided not only spiritual comfort in a harsh environment, but practical guidance as well. Islamic law included detailed provisions for commercial transactions, partnerships, and contracts, essential frameworks for the complex trading relationships that sustained the trans-Saharan commerce. Despite the challenges and dangers, caravans would occasionally encounter other travelers crossing the vast desert, perhaps another trading expedition moving in the opposite direction, or nomadic herders with their goats and sheep seeking seasonal grazing, or pilgrims on their way to Mecca. These meetings in the vastness of the Sahara were occasions for exchanging news, sharing resources, and reinforcing the human connections that made desert life possible. News traveled along these caravan routes at the speed of camel, yet over time, the information exchange was remarkably efficient. Political changes, new trading opportunities, weather patterns, and tribal conflicts were all subjects of vital interest that spread from oasis to oasis and eventually across the entire region. In an age before modern communications, caravan traders were not just merchants but also carriers of information, diplomatic messages, and cultural influences. As the caravan moved further south, the landscape gradually began to change. The true desert, with its absolute aridity, gave way to the semi-arid Sahel, a transitional zone between desert and savanna. Here, scattered acacia trees and scrub vegetation appeared, offering welcome shade and the first signs of the greener lands beyond. The air became less searingly dry, and occasionally clouds might appear on the horizon, a rare and welcome sight after weeks in the desert void. The arrival of a salt caravan at its destination was a significant event for communities along the southern edge of the Sahara. As the long line of camels approached a town like Timbuktu, lookouts would spot the dust cloud from a distance, and word would spread rapidly. By the time the caravan reached the settlement's outskirts, a welcoming committee would often have gathered merchants eager to assess the quality and quantity of salt being brought, officials ready to collect taxes or customs duties, and families anticipating the return of their men after months of dangerous travel. The camels, after their long journey, would be unloaded and allowed to rest and recover. The valuable salt slabs, having survived the rigors of desert transport, would be carefully stored until they could be sold or traded, and the caravan members themselves would enjoy the simple luxuries that had been unavailable during their journey: fresh food, abundant water, proper shelter, and the company of those who had remained behind. But the story of the salt did not end with the caravan's arrival. Now, a new phase began: the distribution of this essential commodity throughout West Africa via riverboats, porters, and smaller local trading networks. From the edge of the Sahara, salt would travel south along the Niger River and its tributaries, reaching forests and coastal regions where it was even more highly valued due to its scarcity. The economics of the salt trade were remarkable in their complexity. At the mines of Taodeni, a salt slab might be obtained for a modest sum or through direct labor. By the time it reached Timbuktu, after accounting for the costs and risks of caravan transport, its value had multiplied. And in the forests of what is now Ghana or Ivory Coast, that same slab might be worth 10 times its original value or more. In some regions, salt slabs of standardized size were used as currency, a literal form of salt money, that could be broken into smaller pieces for smaller transactions. The phrase, "worth one's salt," still used today to indicate a person's value or worth, hints at how fundamentally this mineral was connected to concepts of value and exchange. The most famous and economically significant exchange in the trans-Saharan trade was salt for gold. From ancient Ghana to the later empires of Mali and Songhai, West African kingdoms controlled access to gold fields that produced much of the world's supply of this precious metal. European and Middle Eastern demand for gold was matched by African demand for salt, creating a trade symbiosis that enriched merchants and rulers on both sides of the desert. The silent witness to these exchanges was the camel itself, the animal whose unique adaptations had made large-scale trans-Saharan trade possible. With its ability to travel up to 100 miles without water, carry heavy loads through difficult terrain, and endure temperature extremes, the camel transformed the Sahara from an almost impassable barrier to a challenging but viable commercial highway. Camels had not always been present in North Africa. They were domesticated in Arabia and introduced to Egypt around 500 BCE, gradually spreading westward across North Africa. By the first few centuries CE, they had revolutionized desert travel and made possible the regular caravan traffic that would continue for well over 1,000 years. As night fell in the bustling markets and crowded streets of trading towns like Timbuktu, Gao, or Agadez, the recently arrived caravan members might gather to share meals and stories with their hosts and fellow traders. Languages mingled: Arabic, Tamashek, spoken by the Tuareg, Songhai, Hausa, and others, creating a multilingual environment where merchants needed at least rudimentary skills in several tongues to conduct their business effectively. Under star-filled skies, much like those that had illuminated their desert journey, these travelers from different cultures and backgrounds found common ground in their shared experiences of the desert crossing and their participation in the ancient commerce of salt. As they rested from their journey, plans were already being made for future expeditions, for the demand for salt never ceased, and the cycle of the Azalai would continue with the changing seasons. And so the second part of our journey along the salt roads ends here, in the trading centers at the desert's edge, where the valuable mineral would change hands many times before reaching its final destination. But the story continues a tale of empires built on trade, of cultures shaped by the exchange not just of goods but of ideas, and of the remarkable human capacity to adapt to even the most challenging environments in pursuit of connection and commerce. As the gentle night breeze carries the distant sounds of a trading city settling into evening, our journey through the history of the salt caravans continues, moving now beyond individual expeditions to explore how this ancient commerce shaped civilizations, connected continents, and created legacies that endure to this day. The salt trade did more than move a valuable commodity across vast distances. It built empires that rose like mirages from the desert's edge, their power and influence extending far beyond their geographical boundaries. From the 8th to the 16th centuries, a succession of powerful West African kingdoms and empires flourished along the southern terminus of the trans-Saharan trade routes, their wealth and power intimately connected to their control of the salt for gold exchange. The Empire of Ghana, not to be confused with the modern nation of the same name, was among the first of these salt trade powers, emerging around the 8th century in what is now southeastern Mauritania and western Mali. The rulers of Ghana did not mine salt or gold themselves, but maintained strict control over the trade, requiring merchants to pay substantial taxes and customs duties. The king's treasury accumulated immense wealth, allowing Ghana to field large armies and build impressive cities in a region others considered marginal. As you allow your body to relax deeper into comfort, imagine the royal court of ancient Ghana, where the king, according to contemporary accounts, would hold audience seated on a raised platform. surrounded by elaborately adorned courtiers and flanked by magnificent elephants. Around his stately figure would be displayed the symbols of his power golden staffs, ornate swords, and fine textile salt acquired directly or indirectly through the kingdom's strategic position astride the trade routes that connected the salt of the north with the gold of the south. By the 13th century, the Empire of Mali had risen to prominence, encompassing an even larger territory and achieving unprecedented prosperity through trade. Under its most famous ruler, Mansa Musa, Mali reached its zenith. His legendary pilgrimage to Mecca in 1324 to 1325 brought the wealth of the salt gold trade to the attention of the wider world in dramatic fashion. Traveling with a caravan that reportedly included 60,000 people and 80 to 100 camels carrying 300 pounds of gold each, Mansa Musa distributed so much gold along his route through Cairo that he inadvertently devalued the metal in the Egyptian economy for several years. The rhythmic swaying of Mansa Musa's vast pilgrimage caravan, moving like a slow river of humanity across the desert, might remind us of the gentle rhythm of breathing that brings calm to our bodies and minds, inhaling and exhaling, just as the desert expands in the heat of day and contracts in the cool of night. Feel that natural rhythm now in your own body, each breath a small journey, carrying life-giving oxygen just as the caravans carried life-sustaining salt. Following Mali's decline, the Songhai Empire emerged as the dominant power in the region during the 15th and 16th centuries. Centered on the bend of the Niger River, with its capital at Gao and important cities including Timbuktu, Songhai controlled the major trans-Saharan trade routes during its height. Under rulers like Soni Ali and Muhammad Touré, known as Askia the Great, Songhai not only managed the salt trade but expanded its influence deep into the Sahara, securing direct access to the salt mines of Tagaza. The steady prosperity brought by salt and gold financed more than just political power in these empires. It fostered remarkable cultural and intellectual flowering, particularly visible in the city of Timbuktu. By the 15th century, Timbuktu had grown from a simple trading post to a center of Islamic learning with numerous madrasas, schools, and one of the world's earliest universities at Sankore. Scholars traveled from across North Africa and the Middle East to study and teach there, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere of intellectual exchange. The libraries of Timbuktu, filled with thousands of manuscripts covering subjects from astronomy to zoology, from poetry to jurisprudence. Copied by hand on paper imported via caravan from the north, these books represented an intellectual tradition as valuable as the gold and salt that financed it. Many of these manuscripts survive today, preserved by dedicated caretakers who protected this literary heritage through centuries of political change and environmental challenges. Just as these ancient words were preserved through time, let your awareness rest now in the present moment. Feel the weight of your body becoming heavier, more settled and peaceful with each passing minute. The stories of these desert empires have endured for centuries, and they will still be there tomorrow. For now, simply allow yourself to experience the deepening tranquility that comes with letting go of active thought. The salt caravans connected not just regions but entire cultural spheres, creating corridors for the exchange of ideas, beliefs, and technologies. Perhaps the most significant cultural influence that traveled the salt roads was Islam. Muslim merchants from North Africa brought their faith with them, establishing it first in trading centers and courts before it spread more widely through West African societies. The conversion of rulers like Mansa Musa of Mali to Islam created powerful regional advocates for the faith, while trading communities maintained Islamic practices far from the religion's heartland. Gradually, a distinctive West African expression of Islam evolved, adapting to local traditions while maintaining connections to the broader Muslim world through regular pilgrimages and scholarly exchanges. As the stars wheel slowly across the night sky, imagine the countless travelers who navigated by these same celestial patterns across the Sahara's vast expanses. The stars remain unchanging even as empires rise and fall, as constant as the human need for salt that drove men to undertake such arduous journeys year after year, generation after generation. There is comfort in this continuity, in being part of something larger than ourselves, a continuous human story that stretches back beyond memory and forward beyond imagination. Feel your breathing growing slower and deeper, like the measured pace of a camel caravan moving through deep sand. There is no need to hurry, no destination that must be reached by any particular time. Like the desert traders, you can surrender to the natural rhythm of your body, allowing each moment to unfold in its own time. The trade routes that carried salt south and gold north also transported other goods and materials that enriched daily life on both sides of the desert. Textiles, spices, perfumes, and books traveled from North Africa and the Mediterranean world into sub-Saharan regions. Ivory, cola nuts, leather goods, and slaves moved northward. Each category of trade item generated its own networks of specialists, producers, middlemen, transporters, and retailers, creating complex economic webs centered on the caravan routes. Perhaps most importantly, these commercial highways served as conduits for technological diffusion. Innovations in architecture, metallurgy, textile production, and agricultural techniques spread along trade routes, adopted and adapted by the cultures they encountered. The distinctive adobe architecture of places like Timbuktu, with its protruding wooden support beams and organic forms, represents a sophisticated response to desert conditions, influenced by North African building traditions, but uniquely adapted to local materials and climate. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture the smooth, rounded forms of this desert architecture, buildings that seem to grow organically from the earth, their lines softened by the desert wind over years. There is a profound restfulness in these ancient structures, a sense of harmony with their environment that we can emulate by allowing our bodies to rest in perfect harmony with the surface supporting us now. The European arrival on the West African coast in the 15th century began a gradual shift in regional trade patterns. Portuguese, Dutch, English, and French merchant ships offered alternative trading opportunities that eventually diverted much of the gold trade away from trans-Saharan routes. The salt caravans continued as the need for this essential mineral remained constant, but the economic landscape was transformed over the following centuries. By the colonial period of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, European powers had imposed artificial borders across the Sahara, disrupting ancient trade networks and nomadic migration patterns. Modern transportation gradually replaced camel caravans for many purposes, though remarkably, traditional salt caravans continued to operate in some regions, preserving methods and routes that had remained largely unchanged for a millennium. Even today, in the 21st century, salt caravans still cross parts of the Sahara, particularly between the mines of Taudeni and Timbuktu in Mali, and from Bilma to Agadez in Niger. Though diminished in scale and economic importance, these caravans represent one of the world's oldest continuous commercial traditions, a living link to practices that helped shape the course of multiple civilizations. As your body grows heavier and your thoughts become more diffuse, consider how the essential nature of salt has connected human communities across vast distances and seemingly insurmountable barriers. We are not so different from those ancient traders, seeking what we need for survival and comfort, finding ways to overcome the obstacles that separate us from what we desire. The night deepens now, enfolding you in its quiet darkness, just as the desert darkness once enveloped the resting caravans. There is profound peace in this darkness, a time for restoration and renewal after the journey of the day. Your breathing continues its gentle rhythm, like the soft sound of wind over sand, creating and erasing patterns in an endless cycle of change and continuity. The legacy of the salt caravans extends beyond economics and politics into the cultural memory of the region. The Tuareg, Berber, and other Saharan peoples still celebrate their caravan heritage through music, poetry, and oral traditions. The Azalai features prominently in songs that speak of desert hardship, courage, and the special brotherhood formed among those who faced the Sahara's challenges together. Modern nations like Mali, Niger, Algeria, and Mauritania encompass territories that were once united by trade rather than divided by borders. Despite political separation, cultural connections persist across these boundaries, maintained by shared histories and traditions that predate current national identities. Let your awareness drift now like grains of sand carried on the desert wind, settling gently wherever they may fall. There is no need to direct your thoughts or to follow any particular path of ideas. Like a camel kneeling at the end of a long day's journey, your mind can release its burdens and simply be at rest. The story of the salt caravans reminds us of our remarkable human capacity for adaptation and endurance. In one of Earth's most challenging environments, people not only survived, but created sophisticated trading networks that connected diverse cultures and built wealthy civilizations. They found paths where none seemed possible and turned an apparent barrier the vast Sahara into a bridge between worlds. As sleep begins to approach like a welcome oasis after a long desert crossing, carry with you these images of determination and connection across seemingly impossible divides. The trade routes that connected North Africa to sub-Saharan regions stand as testament to human ingenuity and the power of necessity to overcome obstacles that appear insurmountable. The stars above are softening now, growing more distant as your awareness turns inward. The weight of your body against the supporting surface beneath you becomes less distinct, boundaries blurring as relaxation deepens. Like salt dissolving in water, the edges of consciousness begin to dissolve into the approaching sea of sleep. The desert grows quiet as night deepens, just as your mind grows quieter with each passing moment. The bustling activity of the trading cities fades as people retire to their homes. Lamps extinguished one by one until only the stars illuminate the darkness. Your thoughts similarly dim and fade, becoming less defined, less insistent in their calls for attention. In desert cultures, there is an ancient wisdom about the necessity of rest. Even the most determined traveler must stop when night falls, must allow the body to recover from the day's efforts before continuing the journey. This natural rhythm of activity and rest governs all life, from the smallest desert creature to the mightiest caravan. Your breathing continues its steady, effortless pattern, each exhalation carrying you deeper into tranquility. The air moves in and out of your body just as trade goods once moved back and forth across the desert, a natural exchange that requires no conscious effort to maintain. The salt that was so desperately sought across such forbidding terrain now sits unregarded on dinner tables around the world, its commonplace presence belying its extraordinary history. Perhaps there is a lesson in this transformation from precious to ordinaria, reminder that what we most value can change dramatically across time and space. Just as our busy waking concerns will seem less urgent from the perspective of restful sleep, as the caravan of thought slows to its final resting place for the night, know that the paths across the desert will still be there tomorrow, waiting to be traveled again. The ancient trade routes persist in memory and history, their stories preserved like the salt that was carried along them for so many centuries. The desert night embraces all with its cool, quiet presence, offering peace to every creature that dwells within its boundaries. That same peace is available to you now, a state of perfect rest where effort is unnecessary and time becomes meaningless. Like a desert pool reflecting the stars above, your mind can become still and clear, mirroring the tranquility of deep relaxation. And as the caravans always reached their destinations, moving at their measured pace across the seemingly endless desert, so too will you arrive naturally at the shores of sleep. There is no need to strive for this destination. It approaches on its own, drawing nearer with each breath, with each moment of surrender to the journey. The ancient travelers knew that the secret to crossing vast distances was not speed, but persistence, the steady, unhurried progress that ultimately covers more ground than frantic hurrying followed by exhaustion. Your journey toward sleep follows this same wisdom, each moment of relaxation bringing you closer to that restful state. The salt caravans of the Sahara, with their centuries of history and their profound impact on civilizations across 2 continents, remind us of how human connection persists even in the most challenging environments. As you drift now toward sleep, carry with you this sense of connection across time and space, this belonging to the continuing human story that stretches before and beyond us like the endless horizon of the desert. Rest now, traveler. Your journey for today is complete. Like the camel kneeling beneath the stars, like the trader wrapped in his blanket beside the dying embers of a desert fire, you have earned this time of peaceful renewal. Sleep approaches like a gentle night wind, bringing cooling relief after the heat of the day. Welcome it, embrace it, and allow yourself to be carried effortlessly into its quiet depths, where tomorrow's journey awaits. As the 21st century dawned upon the grand halls of the Hermitage, this magnificent institution continued to evolve, adapting to a changing world while preserving its timeless treasures. The gentle flow of time has touched every corner of this remarkable place, just as it now touches you, bringing a peaceful rhythm to your breathing as you listen to these words. In recent decades, the museum has embraced modern technology, creating digital archives that allow the Hermitage collections to be viewed from anywhere in the world. Imagine the quiet hum of computers capturing high-resolution images of masterpieces, archivists working methodically in hushed rooms, the soft click of keyboards preserving these wonders for future generations. Each breath you take connects you to this ongoing story, this careful preservation of beauty across time. The Hermitage's expansion has continued, with the restoration of the General Staff Building across Palace Square in 2014. This elegant structure with its grand arch now hosts the museum's impressive collection of Impressionist and post-Impressionist works. Picture the soft brushstrokes of Monet's water lilies, the dreamy blues and purples melting together like thoughts drifting towards sleep. The gentle scenes of everyday life captured by Renoir, figures moving through dappled sunlight, each painting a window to a more peaceful moment in time. Deep breath, in and out, allowing yourself to settle more deeply into comfort as our journey continues. Visitors from around the world still come to marvel at the Hermitage's treasures, their footsteps echoing softly through the grand halls. Over 3 million guests each year slowly wander these corridors, gazing up at ornate ceilings, their eyes tracing the same gilded patterns that once reflected candlelight for Catherine the Great's intimate gatherings. The museum that began as her private sanctuary now belongs to the world, a testament to human creativity and vision. Each object tells a story. Each room holds memories, layered like dreams one upon another. Feel the weight of your body growing heavier, more relaxed with each passing moment, just as the Hermitage stands, solid and enduring on the banks of the Neva River. The white nights of St. Petersburg bathe the museum in an ethereal glow during summer months, when darkness never fully descends. Imagine the twilight lingering over the mint green facade, the golden dome of the small hermitage catching the last rays of sunlight. The Neva River flows beside it, waters moving slowly, steadily, like the rhythm of your own breathing in and out, rising and falling in perfect harmony. Let your thoughts drift now, like boats on that gentle current, carrying you toward deeper relaxation. In winter, soft snow blankets Palace Square, muffling sounds and creating a hush around the museum complex. Picture the Winter Palace against a backdrop of stars, snowflakes drifting down in the quiet night, each one unique and perfect, just as each moment of rest is uniquely yours. The great buildings stand sentinel through the cold months, as they have for centuries, a constant in an ever-changing world. Breathe deeply and feel the steady presence of history, the quiet persistence of beauty, the enduring nature of human creation. Among the museum's greatest treasures are two paintings by Leonardo da Vinci, the Madonna Litta and the Madonna Benoit. Imagine standing before these works in a quiet gallery, the world falling away as you gaze upon the serene face of the Madonna, her expression peaceful, timeless. The soft curves of her form, the gentle way she holds the child, speak of a universal tenderness that transcends centuries. These images have brought comfort to countless viewers across the ages, just as peaceful thoughts now bring comfort to you. Let your breathing become slower, deeper, more regular, like the steady passage of time that has watched over these masterpieces. The Hermitage cats, descendants of those first brought by Empress Elizabeth, still patrol the museum's vast basement, keeping watch over the treasures above. These feline guardians move silently through their domain, stretching languidly in patches of sunlight that fall through basement windows, their quiet presence a living link to the past. Like these contented creatures, you too can settle into perfect comfort, finding the exact position that allows your body to release all tension. The soft weight of history surrounds you now, a gentle blanket of stories and dreams. Beyond its walls, the Hermitage extends its influence through traveling exhibitions, sharing its riches with people around the globe. Like stars scattered across the night sky, pieces of this magnificent collection temporarily illuminate museums in distant lands, creating connections, building bridges of understanding. Each exhibition is a conversation across cultures, across time. Reminder that beauty speaks a universal language that requires no translation. Feel yourself drifting now, floating gently on these currents of thought, each moment carrying you deeper into tranquility. The Hermitage has survived wars, revolutions, and the passage of empires, standing as a testament to humanity's enduring appreciation for beauty and creativity. Its walls have witnessed the quiet contemplation of millions, each visitor finding their own connection to the works displayed within. Some stand in awe before the power of Rembrandt's Return of the Prodigal Son. Others lose themselves in the mathematical precision of a Renaissance perspective, while still others simply absorb the peaceful ambiance of rooms where history whispers from every corner. Your breathing has found its own peaceful rhythm now, steady and deep, carrying you toward the quiet shores of sleep. In the quiet galleries devoted to ancient cultures, stone sculptures stand in meditative silence, their stillness a perfect reflection of your own growing tranquility. Egyptian artifacts rest in climate-controlled cases, having survived thousands of years, their hieroglyphs telling stories of a civilization that measured time by the stars and the flowing waters of the Nile. Greek vases display scenes from mythology, figures moving in eternal dance around their curved surfaces. These objects connect us to those who came before, reminding us that we are part of something larger than ourselves, a continuous story unfolding across millennia. Let that knowledge settle over you like evening light, golden and warm. as your thoughts grow ever more distant and dreamlike. The night watchmen who guard the hermitage move through darkened galleries, their footsteps soft against marble floors. Imagine the play of moonlight through tall windows, casting patterns across priceless treasures, the quiet tick of ancient clocks marking the peaceful hours. These guardians know the museum in a way few others do, experiencing its magic when all visitors have departed, when the great rooms hold only memories and possibilities. Your own guardian thoughts keep gentle watch now as you drift toward sleep, protecting this moment of perfect peace. The hermitage stands as a bridge between past and present, a sanctuary where time seems to move differently, where moments stretch into contemplative stillness. Just as the museum preserves the finest creations of human hands and minds, you now preserve this moment of tranquility, this pause between wakefulness and dreams. The collection that began with Catherine the Great's passionate pursuit of beauty has become a shared inheritance, a testament to our capacity for wonder. With each breath, you float more freely now, thoughts becoming lighter, more distant, like clouds dissolving into a twilight sky. Stars appear above the golden domes of the Hermitage, the same stars that have watched over this place since its foundation, the same stars that inspired artists whose works now rest within its walls. The constellations wheel slowly overhead, their ancient patterns a reminder of the endless cycle of days and nights, of seasons turning, of years flowing one into another like the waters of the Neva River as they move toward the sea. Your journey through the Hermitage draws to a close now, but the peaceful feeling remains, settling around you like a protective mantle. As sleep approaches, imagine walking one final time through the Jordan staircase, your footsteps growing lighter with each step, the weight of the day dissolving completely. The grand hallways stretch before you, leading toward peaceful dreams, each doorway opening to new possibilities, new landscapes of imagination. The treasures of the Hermitage become the treasures of your mind, jewels of memory to carry into slumber. Let yourself sink even deeper now, floating on the gentle current of these words, these images, these moments of beauty preserved in time. The lights dim slowly in each gallery of your consciousness, paintings and sculptures fading into the soft darkness of approaching sleep. The museum of your mind prepares for rest, for renewal, each breath carrying you closer to that perfect stillness where dreams await. The Hermitage has stood through centuries of nights, its treasures safe within strong walls, just as you are safe now in this moment of perfect relaxation. Sleep approaches like a gentle tide, washing away the last thoughts of the day. The story of the Hermitage continues beyond these words, beyond this moment, an endless unfolding of beauty and discovery. But for now, allow yourself to rest in the knowledge that such wonders exist in the world, that human hands have created such beauty, that places of such peace and contemplation stand waiting for your return. Let that thought be the last you hold as consciousness slips away, as dreams take shape on the horizon of sleep. Drift now, peacefully, completely, into the welcoming embrace of restful slumber, carried by the timeless current that flows through the halls of the Hermitage, through the streets of St. Petersburg, through the quiet moments between one day and the next. Sleep well, dream beautifully, and know that wonders await when you awaken once more. As we continue our journey through the depths of the Mediterranean Sea, the gentle current carries us like a soft breeze over the remaining treasures of these ancient harbors. The moonlight filters through the water above, casting rippling patterns of light across the submerged ruins, illuminating them in a soft, dreamy glow. The scattered columns and weathered stone walls have stood as silent sentinels for centuries, witnessing the slow, peaceful passage of time beneath the waves. In the Bay of Naples, near the modern Italian coastline, lie the remains of Baiae, once a luxurious Roman resort town favored by emperors and senators. As you visualize these underwater ruins, feel your body growing heavier, settling more comfortably into your resting place. The ancient Roman villas and thermal baths of Baiae now rest in perfect stillness on the seabed, their mosaics still intact in places, telling stories of a sophisticated society that valued leisure and natural beauty. The foundations of these buildings, partially covered by fine sand and adorned with swaying seagrass, create a peaceful rhythm as gentle currents move through them. Breathe deeply now, as slowly as the tide that rises and falls over these submerged treasures. With each breath, allow your muscles to relax further, just as the ancient stones have settled into their underwater resting places. The marble columns that once stood proudly in Baiae's Forum now lie in elegant repose on the seafloor, providing homes for colorful fish that drift lazily between them, undisturbed by the passage of centuries. Archaeologists working in these underwater sites have developed a deep patience, a mindfulness that mirrors the tranquility required for restful sleep. They hover weightlessly above the ruins, their movements slow and deliberate as they document each artifact with careful attention. Imagine floating alongside them, free from gravity's pull, drifting gently over the ancient streets where Roman citizens once walked. The water embraces you like a warm blanket, supporting you completely as you glide effortlessly through this subaquatic world. As your breathing becomes deeper and more regular, picture the sunlight penetrating the Mediterranean waters, creating beams of light that dance across the sunken harbors of Aquileia in modern-day Libya. Once a bustling Hellenistic and Roman port, Aquileia now rests beneath the surface, its harbor walls and breakwaters still visible beneath a thin layer of silt. Schools of silver fish move in synchronous patterns through the ancient harbor entrance, their movements as rhythmic and soothing as the gentle rise and fall of your chest as you breathe. The archaeologists who study these sites understand the importance of preserving the delicate balance between discovery and conservation. They move with respect through these underwater museums, careful not to disturb the fragile equilibrium that has been established over thousands of years. Like these mindful researchers, allow your thoughts to move slowly and gently through your mind, observing them without attachment, letting them drift away like bubbles rising to the surface. In the quiet depths off the coast of Tunisia lies Neapolis, a Roman city partially submerged by a tsunami in the 4th century CE. The rectangular outlines of ancient fish salting tanks are still visible on the seabed, a reminder of the city's once thriving garum industry. As night falls above the Mediterranean, these underwater ruins are enveloped in a peaceful darkness, broken only by occasional beams of moonlight. Feel your own thoughts growing quieter now, like these ruins settling into nighttime stillness beneath the sea. The discovery of these sunken harbors reminds us that change is a constant in our world. Coastlines shift, land subsides, and what was once above the waves may eventually rest below them. There is a profound peace in accepting this natural cycle, in understanding that transformation is inevitable. As you rest more deeply now, allow any tension or resistance to melt away, embracing the natural rhythm of rest and renewal. The sediment that has settled over these underwater ruins over the centuries serves as a protective blanket, preserving delicate artifacts that might otherwise have been lost to time. In the calm waters of sheltered bays, tiny fragments of everyday life pottery shards, glass beads, bronze coins rest undisturbed, telling the stories of ordinary people who once lived along these ancient shorelines. As you breathe slowly and deeply, feel the comfortable weight of your own covers, protecting and nurturing your rest just as the sea preserves these fragile remnants of the past. When underwater archaeologists finish their day's work at these sites, they ascend slowly to the surface, allowing their bodies to adjust gradually to changing pressure. This mindful transition mirrors the gentle passage from wakefulness to sleep, a journey to be taken without haste. As your consciousness begins to drift, surrender to this natural transition, allowing yourself to float effortlessly between thoughts, between moments, between states of being. The night sounds above these sunken harbors, the gentle lapping of waves against modern shorelines, the distant call of seabirds settling for the night, the whisper of a breeze across the water's surface create a natural lullaby that has remained essentially unchanged since ancient times. These same soothing sounds might have eased ancient mariners to sleep as they rested in now submerged ports. Let these timeless rhythms carry you deeper into relaxation, connecting you to countless generations who have found peace in the Mediterranean's gentle cadence. As the exploration of these underwater sites continues, archaeologists work with ever-improving technologies that allow them to map the seafloor in extraordinary detail, revealing ancient harbor structures, shipwrecks, and artifacts previously hidden from view. Yet despite these technological advances, there remains something deeply mysterious and peaceful about these submerged worlds. They exist in a state of perfect preservation and gradual transformation, a paradox that reminds us of life's beautiful complexity. As sleep approaches, embrace this mystery, allowing your conscious mind to surrender to the deeper wisdom of rest. In the waters off the coast of Croatia, the ancient harbor of Epidaurus now rests beneath the waves, its stone quays and breakwaters visible only to those who venture beneath the surface. Fish swim unhurriedly through the spaces where merchant ships once docked, their movements as fluid and natural as your own breathing has become. The centuries of tides have softened the edges of cut stone, creating curves where once there were angles, a reminder that even the most solid structures yield eventually to time's gentle persistence. The scientists who study these underwater sites often speak of the profound quiet they experience during their dives, a silence that allows for deep concentration and awareness. In these submerged ruins, far from the noise of modern life, they find a meditative calm that enhances their work. As your own surroundings grow quieter and your thoughts become less insistent, welcome this same tranquility, this same deepening awareness that precedes restorative sleep. The Mediterranean cradles these sunken cities in its azure depths, preserving them in a state of suspended animation, neither fully destroyed nor fully intact. This liminal space between existence and transformation mirrors the threshold of sleep, where consciousness gently dissolves into the deeper waters of rest. As you drift along this threshold now, know that like these ancient harbors, you are held safely in the embrace of natural forces much larger than yourself. The night sky above the Mediterranean turns slowly as Earth rotates, the stars moving in their ancient patterns across the velvet darkness. Below the surface, the sunken cities rest in unchanging twilight, bathed in filtered moonlight or wrapped in gentle darkness. Time moves differently here, measured not in minutes or hours but in the slow accumulation of sediment, the gradual weathering of stone, the patient work of the sea. As your breathing becomes the rhythm of your resting body, allow your sense of time to expand and soften, releasing the need to measure or count the moments before sleep arrives. These underwater archaeological sites remind us that beneath the surface of things, beneath the visible world, beneath our conscious thoughts lay rich and complex realms waiting to be explored. In sleep, you will journey to your own inner depths, discovering landscapes as varied and beautiful as any sunken city. The threshold you cross now is as significant as the waterline that separates air from sea, dividing the world of wakefulness from the profound realm of dreams. As consciousness begins to dissolve like salt in the Mediterranean waters, trust in this natural process of surrender. The ancient harbors that now lie beneath the waves once witnessed countless departures and arrivals, ships setting sail for unknown horizons and returning laden with treasures. Your journey into sleep is just such a voyage, departure from the familiar shores of wakefulness and an arrival at the distant coast of dreams. The Mediterranean has held these sunken cities safely for centuries, preserving their stories and secrets until the time was right for their rediscovery. In the same way, sleep holds and preserves your experiences, allowing your mind to process the day's events and prepare for tomorrow's adventures. As you sink deeper into restfulness, know that this natural cycle of activity and renewal has sustained human life since our earliest ancestors gazed out over these same Mediterranean waters. Allow yourself now to drift peacefully into sleep, carried by gentle currents like an ancient artifact settling slowly onto the seafloor. The sunken cities of the Mediterranean will continue their quiet existence beneath the waves, unchanging yet ever-changing, just as you will journey through the night's hours, still yet moving through the landscapes of dreams. Rest well in this knowledge, in this connection to time's eternal flow, in this perfect suspension between what was and what will be.